The spirit pool is located at the mouth of the spring of the quasi-grade 3 Saint Stones Reserve. Every 6 months, it'll be completely filled with heaven and earth spirit energy. If you can cultivate in there, you'll yield twice the result with half the effort. Naturally, spirit pools can only greatly increase the cultivation base for martial or Dao cultivators below the eminent saint stage. There won't be much of an improvement if people above the eminent saint stage go in. Hence, the mystical Sky Mansion's spirit pool generally would refuse entry to those powerhouses above the eminent saint stage. Wang Pai explained patiently. Even if people above the eminent saint stage are refused entry for a reason, it doesn't mean anyone below the eminent saint stage would also be able to enter the spirit pool. There are only 4 spirit pools in the entire mystical Sky Mansion. They're at the Heaven Palace, Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. Moreover, only one person may enter and cultivate inside every 6 months. Hence, under ordinary circumstances, unless it's someone whose innate talent and strength have reached a certain level, they wouldn't be granted entry into the spirit pool. Wang Pai continued. The mouth of the spring of a quasi-grade 3 Saint Stones Reserve, filled with heaven and earth spirit energy every 6 months. After listening to Wang Pai's words, Duanling Tian's eyes lit up immediately. Although the cultivation environment inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was better the higher the level, the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda was still lacking compared to the mouth of the spring of the quasi-grade 3 Saint Stones Reserve. When I was just worrying about how long it'll take me to break through to the refined saint stage, Vice Palace Master Xiaoyi gave me such a fortuitous opportunity. Perhaps by immersing myself in the spirit pool, I'll be able to progress to the early refined saint stage in one go. With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian was naturally thrilled. He finally understood why Wang Fei Xian and the others were jealous of him. The rarity of being able to enter the spirit pool was something deserving of the others' jealousy. You're really lucky. The spirit pool could only be formed by quasi-grade 3 Saint Stones Reserve, in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Only quasi-third-rate forces have quasi-grade 3 Saint Stones Reserves, Wang Fei Xian said in a jealous manner as she looked at Duanling Tian. Nevertheless, as she spoke, she seemed to have recalled something. Her eyes lit up while she leaned forward toward Duanling Tian and said, "What if you offer me your chance to enter the spirit pool? How about that? As long as you're willing, I'll give you a chance to pursue me." If an ordinary guy heard Wang Fei Xian's words, he would probably be thrilled. However, to Duanling Tian, the allure Wang Fei Xian possessed was far inferior to the spirit pool. Both his fiancés, Ku'er and Li Fei, as well as his girlfriend, Feng Tianwu, none of them was inferior to Wang Fei Xian. Due to that reason, Duanling Tian merely responded to her indifferently when faced with her attempt to seduce him. Not interested. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duanling Tian would reject her so directly. She instantly glared at Duanling Tian, doubting her own charms. "No. I'm sure the problem isn't me. It must be him. I'm sure he doesn't fancy women." With that thought in mind, Wang Fei Xian felt goosebumps all over her body. Fortunately, Duanling Tian was unaware of Wang Fei Xian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would definitely give this woman a slap for questioning his sexuality. While leading Duanling Tian and the others as they rose into the air, Wang Pai said with a dignified expression, "Let's go. I'll first bring you all to retrieve your identity order token. From today onward, you'll be the Heaven Palace's disciples. Within the mystical Sky Mansion, you may compete with the other Heaven Palace's disciples or the disciples of the other 3 palaces. However, once you leave the estate, I hope you'll remember your disciples of the mystical Sky Mansion. All of you must stay united." Duanling Tian and the others nodded to show they understood. Under Wang Pai's guidance, they quickly retrieved their identity order token. After that, Wang Pai led them to their residence. It was a row of independent courtyards located halfway uphill. There was a house inside every courtyard and a large open space in front of the house. It should be enough space to practice martial arts. After settling Wang Fei Xian and the others before he settled Duanling Tian in, Wang Pai said to Duanling Tian, "Ling Tian, the next time the spirit pool opens is in 10 days. I'll come for you at that time." "All right," Duanling Tian responded and then watched as Wang Pai left. He turned around to retreat into his house after Wang Pai disappeared from his line of sight. The minute he entered the room, Duanling Tian's ears twitched as he heard footsteps behind him before he even managed to close his door. Merely by listening to the footsteps, he could guess who it was. Such light footsteps obviously belonged to a woman, and a woman who would come to him at such a time could only be that great young miss of the tyrannic saber mansion, Wang Fei Xian. "Great young Miss Wang, is there anything I can do for you?" Turning around, Duanling Tian looked at Wang Fei Xian with a frown. Although Wang Fei Xian was pretty, it made him annoyed that she was sticking to him for so long. Wang Fei Xian reached out and tugged a loose strand of her long hair from behind her ears, and then said to Duanling Tian, "Name a price." "What price?" Duanling Tian was stunned. "Spirit pool," Wang Fei Xian reminded. Duanling Tian finally understood when he heard that. This great young Miss Wang was still hung up on the spirit pool to the extent that she came to ask him to name a price in exchange for the chance to enter the spirit pool. "Great young Miss Wang, I definitely want to go to the spirit pool. If there's nothing else, please leave." Duanling Tian's face sank as he sent her away. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duanling Tian to be so difficult to talk to. She had already humbled herself, but he did not show her any courtesy. She instantly yelled angrily, "Ling Tian, you asshole." Once she finished speaking, Wang Fei Xian turned around and left, huffing and puffing. "Asshole?" Duanling Tian could not help but laugh when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He was an asshole for not giving up the spirit pool for her? What about her domineering attitude? After shaking his head, Duanling Tian could not be bothered with Wang Fei Xian anymore. He shut his doors and entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. 10 days in the outside world was equivalent to 50 days inside the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. It was almost 2 months. It would be enough for Duanling Tian to improve on his cultivation base. If that was the case, it would help him obtain a qualitative leap in the spirit pool. With the dense heaven and earth spirit energy inside the spirit pool, as long as I can further improve my cultivation base, it's not impossible for me to break through to the refined saint stage with the aid from the spirit pool. With that thought in mind, Duanling Tian fully immersed himself into his cultivation. Naturally, Duanling Tian, who was immersed in his cultivation, was unaware news of him obtaining the spot to enter the spirit pool had spread in the Heaven Palace. Spirit pool was a special place in the Heaven Palace because there were no Heaven Palace's disciples below the eminent saint stage who did not want to enter the pool. Due to this reason, the opportunity to enter the spirit pool every 6 months was determined through competition. This time, many people were gearing up and preparing to fight for the opportunity to enter the spirit pool in 10 days. They did not expect someone would show up halfway and took their chances of entering the spirit pool away. Moreover, he was just a new disciple who had just joined the mystical sky mansion. Complaints were heard all over the Heaven Palace immediately. Why is a disciple who has just joined the Heaven Palace allowed to enter the spirit pool? Many of the Heaven Palace's disciples' tones were sour and bitter. I heard that he's the most outstanding among the 37 saint stage geniuses below 40 years of age who joined our mystical sky mansion this time. Due to him selecting the Heaven Palace, Vice Palace Master Xiao gave the opportunity to enter the spirit pool to him. As it turns out, it's Vice Palace Master Zhao's decision. Humph. So what if it's the decision of Vice Palace Master Xiao? He, as a rookie who has just joined the mystical sky mansion, doesn't even know his own ability. How's he qualified to enter the spirit pool? What? Unless you want to fight for a chance to enter the spirit pool? Let me tell you this again. It's the decision of Vice Palace Master Xiao. It's futile unless he's willing to give up this chance. Otherwise, those who try to fight him for it will definitely rouse the anger of the Vice Palace Master. It's not a good thing to anger him. Hee. Since the Vice Palace Master has spoken, naturally, I wouldn't harbor any more ideas about entering the spirit pool. However, it shouldn't be a problem to spar with him, since we're genuinely curious as to what kind of talent does he have that Vice Palace Master treats him so nicely. You can even think of that. How cunning! All over the Heaven Palace, similar words could be heard. Some Heaven Palace's disciples at the Mastery Refined Saint stage and at the peak of the Refined Saint stage even prepared themselves to see the strength of that talented martial cultivator, Ling Tian, who had taken their chances to enter the spirit pool away. Duanling Tian was woken up after cultivating in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for a month. He felt a slight improvement to his cultivation base. Who's that? Duanling Tian could hear the commotion outside even though he was inside the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. If it's up to me, I think we should just break in. There's no point in just waiting here. Yes. In a few days' time, Senior Brother Wang Pai would be here to bring him to the spirit pool. At that time, it'll be too late. It wouldn't be enough even if we could teach him a lesson. That's right. He definitely won't feel the pain if we teach him a lesson after he enjoys the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. In fact, he might become even more arrogant. All those voices were clearly heard by Duanling Tian. At once, Duanling Tian understood what was going on. It was none other than those refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples who were dissatisfied about him getting the chance to enter the spirit pool. In turn, they had gathered in front of his door, intending to teach him a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Due to the fact that only martial and Dao cultivators below the eminent saint stage would obtain significant improvement after entering the spirit pool. Therefore those who blocked his door and wanted to teach him a lesson must be those below the eminent saint stage. With that thought in mind, a sneer appeared on Duanling Tian's face. Since he knew what was going on now, Duanling Tian left the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and opened his door. The minute he opened his door, Duanling Tian saw there were a few people near his door. The moment they saw the door open, they took a few steps back subconsciously. Are my senior brothers here to give me some pointers? Duanling Tian looked at those people who took a few steps backward with narrowed eyes and a faint smile on his lips. So he's Ling Tian? At the same time, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who had gathered at Duanling Tian's door stared at Duanling Tian. He's so young. It's nothing great if he only looks young. More importantly, he hasn't even reached the age of 40. He's not even 40 and is suspected of being at the intermediate refined saint stage. How strong must his innate talent be? You must know that even in our mystical sky mansion, there are only a few who have broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage when they were below the age of 40. They're the most outstanding people among our mystical sky mansion's younger generation. Now that includes him. Humph. Vice Palace Master Xiao must really value him, since he's given the chance to enter the spirit pool to cultivate as soon as he joins the Heaven Palace. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves, but their eyes never left Duanling Tian. Obviously, they were very curious about this Duanling Tian who had obtained the chance to enter the spirit pool as soon as he joined the Heaven Palace. You're Ling Tian? The 3 Heaven Palace's disciples who wanted to break in and had stepped back as soon as Duanling Tian opened the door finally returned to their senses at this time. They glared at Duanling Tian. That's right. Duanling Tian nodded. Although he seemed calm on the surface, there were hints of discontentment in the depth of his eyes. These few people actually wanted to break in earlier. In his opinion, that was an extremely rude thing to do. Ling Tian, I heard you're the most outstanding saint stage genius who joined the mystical sky mansion this time. I came today because I want to spar with you. How's that? Do you dare to accept my challenge? One of them stepped forward and stared at Duanling Tian with a burning gaze. It was a middle-aged man with a medium build. His expression was glum. He stared at Duanling Tian as if he was on a warpath. Naturally, he was openly provoking him. Spar. Duanling Tian lifted his eyebrows. That's right. The middle-aged man nodded and continued to say, you don't have to worry. My cultivation base is also only at the intermediate refined saint stage. I heard that you're also at the intermediate refined saint stage, so you're not at a disadvantage if you fight me. After hearing the middle-aged man's words, before Duanling Tian even said anything, the other Heaven Palace's disciples had a strange expression on their faces. They were no stranger to the middle-aged man. Although the middle-aged man was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he had already been in the intermediate refined saint stage for many years. He could enter the mastery refined saint stage at any time now. His strength could be considered to be in the upper middle tier among all the intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. Due to this reason, the other Heaven Palace's disciples had a strange expression on their faces when they heard his words. In their opinion, even if both of them were intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse, it was not a fair fight because the middle-aged man had the advantage. At a corner where no one noticed, a gorgeous silhouette stood there. That girl has an angelic face and the body of a temptress. At this moment, she was looking at Duanling Tian, who was in a confrontation with 3 Heaven Palaces disciples with a faint smile on her lips. Humph! How do you like my gift to you, since you're not giving the chance to enter Spirit Pool to me? Based on her words, it was obvious she was Wang Fei Xian, the favorite granddaughter of the mansion master of the tyrannic Saber Mansion. Most people did not dare to voice out their discontentment with Duanling Tian getting the chance to enter the Spirit Pool, since it was ordered by Vice Palace Master Xiao. However, with Wang Fei Xian secretly fanning the flames, many people began to feel angry. That was how this group of refined Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples ended up in front of Duanling Tian's door. Yes, I'm not at a disadvantage. Duanling Tian noticed the strange expression on the Heaven Palace's disciples' faces, but he did not care. As the saying went, when everyone is drunk, and I'm the only one sober. This was exactly how he felt at this moment. In fact, when he came out, he had activated the secret tactic Elder Hua passed to him, the Divine Eye. Before the 3 Heaven Palace's disciples who wanted to break in had begun to speak, he had already figured out all their cultivation base. All of them were at the intermediate refined saint stage. Put aside the fact that there were only 3 intermediate refined saint stage powerhouses, Duanling Tian was not afraid even if there were 30 or 300 of them. Hence, after hearing what the Heaven Palace's disciple before him said, he also agreed he was not at a disadvantage. If that's the case, please make a move, junior brother Ling Tian. The Heaven Palace's disciple who stood in front of Duanling Tian said, brimming with confidence. It was obvious he did not think much of letting Duanling Tian make the first move since he thought he would win eventually. Faced with the provocation from the Heaven Palace's disciple, Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes and said, Senior brother, are you sure you want me to make a move first? Of course. I, Huang Ji, always honor my words, the Heaven Palace's disciple said with certainty. If that's the case, do give me some pointers, senior brother. Duanling Tian cupped his fist slightly and then focused his gaze as he suddenly moved. In that instant, there was a faint golden shine on the surface of Duanling Tian's body as he leaped toward Huang Ji as agile as a leopard. Naturally, he would not use his full strength at this moment. If he had used his full strength, he would definitely kill Huang Ji before anyone even noticed it. It was too ostentatious anyway. Moreover, he would completely expose the Sun's true origin by doing that. At that time, someone might connect the dots and connect him to Li Feng. Even if his disguising secret tactic was so flawless that nobody would think he was Li Feng, but the troubles Li Feng caused would inevitably come to find him. Although he was not afraid, he would still avoid it if it was possible. Even if he was going to be exposed, it would be in the future. As for his previous statement to Wang Fei Xian declaring that he was Li Feng's friend, he did not think anyone would believe him. And the truth was, no one did. However, if he used the same true origin as Li Feng, there would definitely be people who would connect the dots. After all, his true origin was a rarity and very different from ordinary true origins. Most people's true origins were those common attribute true origins. Good one. Faced with Duanling Tian, who was charging agilely like a leopard toward him, Huang Ji narrowed his eyes as it flashed coldly. In the next moment, the true origin in his body rose up and appeared on the surface of his body. It was a true origin that looked like flames. It was a true origin with fire attributes. Blazing flame blotted sky palm. The true origin swept out in a split second from Huang Ji and eventually transformed into a huge palm print in his hands that was as thin as a cattail leaf fan. It swept toward Duanling Tian, who was charging toward him. The air stirred when he pushed his palm out. It was as though the flames had torn through the sky, covering the sky and the sun. Whenever he pushed his palm out, there was a burning aura in the air. At the same time, a sneer appeared on Huang Ji's face as though he could imagine Duanling Tian being caught off guard. Although he did not use all his strength, he had used about 80% of his strength. Ordinary refined saint stage powerhouses would not be able to withstand it. In his opinion, with Duanling Tian's age, even if he was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator, he must have just broken through not too long ago, so his strength must be limited. However, soon enough, He discovered that Duanling Tian who was before him had vanished, and the palm he had pushed out with great momentum had missed. Huang Ji's sneer froze on his face. His eyes widened as an expression of incredulity appeared on his face. How's it possible? Huang Ji, beware. He's behind you. At this time, a reminder sounded behind Huang Ji. Huang Ji trembled, and he was about to turn around when he felt a cooling sensation on his head, as though a sharp metal was placed on it. He immediately froze, not daring to move an inch at all. At this time, Huang Ji's forehead was covered with cold sweat while his top was drenched with cold sweat as well. From the beginning until the end, he did not know how his opponent had appeared behind him. In other words, he was no match for his opponent's speed. How's this possible? Unless he, a young man who's not even 40 years old, is a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse. When that thought popped up in Huang Ji's mind, even he found it unbelievable. Even in the mystical sky mansion, there was no mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse below the age of 40. If he isn't a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse, how's his speed so fast? Huang Ji was puzzled. Hee. Huang Ji only regained his senses when a giggle resonated in the air. He suddenly realized the cold metal feeling on his head had disappeared. He did not know why, but his head still felt cold. Huang Ji turned around and discovered that Ling Tian stood not far away from him, while he looked at him with a half-smile on his face. Instantly, Huang Ji's face darkened. Although he felt unresigned, he knew he was no match for his opponent. Shortly after, Huang Ji realized the atmosphere was a little strange. Every Heaven Palace's disciple was looking at him funnily. Moreover, they seemed to be staring at his head. Subconsciously, Huang Ji raised his hand to touch his head before he instantly paled. At this moment, Huang Ji discovered all his hair was completely gone, and he did not know where it had gone. No wonder his head felt cold. As it turned out, he was now bald. Huang Ji was not angry or humiliated about the fact that he was bald. In fact, he felt grateful. If his opponent had cut a little deeper, would his head not fall open like a sliced watermelon? Thank you for your mercy. Colors drained from his face before his face turned purple. Huang Ji cupped his hands toward Duanling Tian and then stepped into the air and left shamefully. Such a useless fellow. In the distance, a silhouette walked toward the crowd slowly. It was Wang Feixian who was giggling earlier. When she saw Duanling Tian had defeated Huang Ji, she felt extremely displeased. However, she could not help but laugh when she saw Huang Ji had turned bald. When the remaining disciples of Heaven Palace saw how Huang Ji had left with his head shaved bald and with a dusty and dirty appearance, they all felt quite embarrassed. Naturally, most of the disciples of Heaven Palace knew their abilities very well. For example, the two Heaven Palace's disciples who had wanted to break through the door with Huang Ji previously. They knew their strength was on par with Huang Ji at most. Since Huang Ji had already suffered such a humiliating defeat, they would definitely end up the same way if they went and challenged Duanling Tian now. Oh yeah, I just remember I have something I have to attend to now. One of the men abruptly slapped his hand on his forehead before flying away hastily as though he really had some important matter to attend to. When the other person next to the men saw him flee after giving an excuse, he could not find it in himself to leave immediately as well. However, he retreated to the side with a red face and stood with the other disciples of Heaven Palace. This Ling Tian is really powerful. Earlier, I didn't even see any changes in his true origin, but his speed had suddenly increased so much. I wonder how he managed to do that. This Ling Tian is most likely not as simple as an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. I think he's most likely at the mastery refined saint stage. Mastery refined saint stage? Is that even possible? He's not even reached the age of 40. I also find it unbelievable, but the truth is laid before our eyes. It's difficult not to believe it. The group of Heaven Palace's disciples whispered among themselves. When most of them looked at Duanling Tian again, their eyes were filled with hints of respect and fear. A mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse who had not even reached the age of 40. There seemed to be only a handful of people similar to him in the history of the mystical sky mansion. Those people had all become famous and powerful people in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the end, They had left for the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land that had many strong powerhouses. Mastery refined Saint stage. Wang Fei Xian, who was walking in the distance, returned to her senses. Her gaze as she watched Duanling Tian became even more complicated now. Are there any more seniors who want to give me some pointers? Duanling Tian asked with a smile, appearing courteous, as he swept a glance at the crowd. This instantly left a good impression on the disciples of the Heaven Palace. After all, there were not many people who could still maintain such a good temper even after having someone come to look for trouble at the door of their own homes. Through his divine eye, Duanling Tian could tell the most powerful person among the Heaven Palace's disciples present on the scene now was at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, and there were only 4 of them. There were no Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the Refined Saint stage at all. It was not that the Heaven Palace's disciple who had reached the peak of the Refined Saint stage did not want to look for trouble with Duanling Tian, but they felt it would be like bullying the weak with their strength. If news spread out to Vice Palace Master Xiao, it would definitely make him angry. Their cultivation base was at the peak of the Refined Saint stage, even if they managed to defeat the Saint stage genius Ling Tian, who had just entered the mystical sky mansion. There was no glory to it. Instead, people would only mock them for bullying the weak. Due to this reason, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who came to look for trouble with Duanling Tian were all at the intermediate and mastery refined saint stage. Currently, as soon as Duanling Tian asked if there was anyone who wanted to give him some pointers, the other disciples of Heaven Palace immediately shifted their gaze to one person. This person had an ordinary appearance. His expression was solemn and stiff. One could tell he had a traditional mindset. It seems like this person is the strongest one among the people present here. When Duanling Tian sensed everyone's eyes had shifted to this person, he could easily guess their meaning immediately. However, he was not afraid since this person was merely a mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse. His name is Guolu. His strength can be considered to be in the top 3 among the group of mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. At this moment, a familiar voice entered Duanling Tian's ears. It was none other Wang Fei Xian. Why are you suddenly so kind as to warn me about this? Duanling Tian asked after he glanced at Wang Fei Xian indifferently through voice transmission. Earlier, when Wang Fei Xian had giggled, he had already instantly noticed her presence. Moreover, he was aware she was just standing there to watch the show. Unfortunately, it was destined that there would be no show for her to watch. In Duanling Tian's opinion, Wang Fei Xian must be very disappointed that he had defeated Huang Ji. However, he did not expect she would take the initiative to warn him and tell him about Guolu's background at this moment. Humph! Do I look like one of those petty people? Wang Fei Xian snapped back irritatedly. No. Duanling Tian shook his head. Your judgment is quite good. Wang Fei Xian chuckled. Why are you in a rush? I haven't even finished my sentence yet. You don't look like a petty person. You are a petty person. Duanling Tian said, instantly angering Wang Fei Xian. Oi, Ling fellow. I've kindly warned you and you actually treat me this way. I really can't wait to see you appear even more wretched than Huang Ji after being defeated by Guolu. Huang Ji was the one who issued the challenge Duanling Tian earlier. He was the Heaven Palace's disciple whose head was shaved by Duanling Tian. You don't have to worry yourself over this. There's no way I'll be defeated. Duanling Tian continued to transmit his voice. His tone was calm but filled with confidence. Wang Fei Xian was speechless. She did not even respond to Duanling Tian's voice transmission. She did not expect Duanling Tian could still maintain his composure after finding out about Guolu's background. Obviously, she did not warn Duanling Tian about Guolu out of the kindness of her heart. She had just wanted to see if he would be afraid until he turned pale when he learned about Guolu's background. It did not cross her mind that things would play out differently than she had imagined. After learning about Guolu's background, not only was Duanling Tian not afraid, but he even showed great confidence as though he did not fear Guolu at all. Don't tell me he's able to defeat Guolu? A thought suddenly rose up in Wang Fei Xian's mind. Impossible! However, Wang Fei Xian immediately dismissed the idea. As she looked at Duanling Tian, she muttered to herself, he's not even 40 years old. It's impossible for him to be stronger than Guolu. Otherwise, he's really not much worse than Li Feng. Wang Feixian, unfortunately, was unaware that Ling Tian was the same person as Li Feng. Otherwise, she would not have such thoughts. Under the watchful eyes of the group of Heaven Palace's disciples, Guolu finally walked out and looked at Duan Ling Tian before nodding his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, it's admirable that you managed to break through to the mastery-refined saint stage before reaching the age of 40. Earlier, we had all looked down on you. I finally understand why Vice Palace Master Xiao treats you so nicely. With your innate talent and prowess, no matter which palace it is, they would have given the spot to enter the spirit pool to you this time. Although Vice Palace Master Xiao directly gave you the spot to enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool without the need to compete for it, I think you deserve it. Guolu expressed his admiration toward Duan Ling Tian as soon as he opened his mouth. Perhaps he did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat him now, but how old was Duan Ling Tian and how old was he? He sincerely admired Duan Ling Tian, who had achieved something like this at such a young age. You flatter me, senior brother Guolu. Duan Ling Tian smiled. His impression toward Guolu had increased as well. As for Wang Feixian, who was standing at the side, she was feeling slightly displeased. The tensed confrontation she was expecting did not happen. In fact, the scene before her eyes seemed very harmonious instead. However, it seems like most people wish to see us duel, so I'll have to oblige and challenge you to a duel, brother Ling Tian. Naturally, we'll not use our full power. When Guolu looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were filled with apparent battle intent. He could not help but feel excited being able to battle a saint stage genius like Duan Ling Tian. He believed that if news of Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base being at the mastery-refined saint spread out even though he had not reached the age of 40, he would definitely be crowned with the title of being the strongest person among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. It was only natural he was excited to have a duel with someone like that. Please, senior brother Guolu. Duan Ling Tian nodded before gesturing for Guolu to make the first move. Upon seeing this, Wang Feixian could not help but snort. This fellow's really arrogant. To think he actually asked Guolu to make his move first. That useless fellow's strength from earlier can't even be compared to Guolu. In fact, Wang Feixian was not the only that felt Duan Ling Tian was being arrogant. Even the disciples from Heaven Palace thought he was being arrogant as well. Who was Guolu? He was someone whose strength could be considered to be number 3 among all the mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses in the Heaven Palace. He was a strong powerhouse among the mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses. An ordinary mastery-refined saint stage powerhouse would find it hard to endure 10 blows from him. However, this new disciple who had just joined the mystical sky mansion a few days ago actually asked Guolu to make his move first. Was he not just looking for trouble? Although the disciples of the Heaven Palace knew Duan Ling Tian was a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator, they did not think he would be able to win against Guolu. After all, Guolu's fame in Heaven Palace was not without reason. He had earned his reputation blow by blow. However, to their surprise, faced with Duan Ling Tian's request, Guolu did not refuse at all. Guolu did not feel anything earlier when he was speaking to Duan Ling Tian. However, now that he was about to fight Duan Ling Tian, it was as though he suddenly did not know how or from where he should make his move. Although the man before him was young, the vibe he had given him seemed more terrifying than the opponents he had faced previously. I wonder how he cultivates, Guolu thought to himself emotionally. Due to this reason, he did not refuse when Duan Ling Tian asked him to make the first move. He had a solemn and cautious expression on his face as he acted. The scene that unfolded next caused everyone to feel aghast. This was because although Guolu was given the advantage to make the first move, Duan Ling Tian actually managed to deal with it with skill and ease. In the end, it seemed like they were evenly matched. After 30 minutes, the two of them stopped in unison, coming to a draw. This outcome was, naturally, orchestrated by Duan Ling Tian. He had a good impression of Guolu. Due to this reason, he did not wish to humiliate him in front of so many people. It actually ended in a draw? The crowd of Heaven Palace's disciples, including Wang Feixian, were struck dumb with amazement. It did not cross their minds that the outcome would turn out this way. This was way beyond their imagination. Compared to the group of Heaven Palace's disciples, Guolu was even more puzzled. This was because even when he used his full force, his opponent could still handle it with ease and skill. Moreover, He felt there many instances where his opponent had shown mercy. Otherwise, he felt he would have also been defeated. It was exactly because of this reason that he was baffled. Ling Tian, who was not even 40 years old, was actually stronger than him. Junior brother Ling Tian, your strength is very admirable. Naturally, Guolu knew they only came to a draw because Duan Ling Tian did not want to humiliate him in public. Due to this reason, apart from politeness, there was a hint of gratitude in his eyes as well when he looked at Duan Ling Tian. Senior brother Guolu's strength is powerful as well. We can help each other improve more in the future. Duan Ling Tian smiled politely and nobly. This farce had also come to an end with Duan Ling Tian and Guolu's duel ending in a draw. Even so, the news still shocked the entire Heaven Palace. Even the mystical Sky Mansion was shocked. There were only a few martial cultivators who did not reach the age of 40 when they reached the mastery-refined saint stage in the history of mystical Sky Mansion. Moreover, there was no one like that in this generation. Naturally, this meant an absolute genius had appeared in this generation of mystical Sky Mansion now that Duan Ling Tian had joined them. After the group of disciples from the Heaven Palace cast a respectful and fearful glance at Duan Ling Tian, they left together with Guolu in an orderly manner. If it was said that their hearts were filled with unwillingness when they first came, thinking Duan Ling Tian was merely lucky for obtaining the spot to enter the spirit pool a few days later and receiving care from Vice Palace Master Xiao. Currently, after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength, they were sincerely convinced the spot to enter the spirit pool should be given to him. In this world where the strong ruled, a powerhouse would always be respected no matter where he went, let alone the fact that Duan Ling Tian was only a young man who had not even reached the age of 40. Although he was not even 40 years old, he had already entered the mastery-refined saint stage. If he was given enough time, he would definitely become the pillar of the mystical Sky Mansion. And if his innate talent did not decrease in the future, it was even possible for him to become the all-powerful mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion. After the group of Heaven Palace's disciples left, only 2 people remained behind. Apart from Duan Ling Tian, the other person was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Wang Fei Xian stared at Duan Ling Tian for a long time with utmost concentration. The young man standing before her thoroughly baffled her. Guolu's strength that was considered to be in the top 3 among all mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses could not defeat him and could only come to a draw. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's heart felt thwarted by failure. Previously, she had thought Li Feng was the only one she could look up to among the younger generation. However, there seemed to be an additional person now. Perhaps this man was not as powerful as Li Feng, but he was definitely more powerful than her. Have you seen enough? Duan Ling Tian asked with a frown when he saw Wang Fei Xian staring at him in a daze for a long time now. She only returned to her senses when she heard his question resonating in the air. Wang Fei Xian's beautiful face flushed as she snapped at him. Tui I. Who's looking at you? I only asked if you've seen enough. I don't think I mentioned that you're specifically looking at me, right? Aren't you letting the cat out of the bag without me saying anything? Duan Ling Tian raised a brow as he suppressed the smile that threatened to show on his face. It did not cross his mind that this great young Miss Wang, who was usually so bold and unreasonable in front of him, was capable of showing such a shy expression. She looked cuter like this. When Duan Ling Tian saw how Wang Fei Xian's face had turned even redder, he turned around and returned to his room, casually closing the door behind him in order to avoid the awkwardness. Bang! Wang Fei Xian only returned to her senses when she heard the sound of the door closing. She pouted as she clenched her delicate hands and muttered to herself, "What kind of man is he to not understand what flirting is? Who doesn't understand flirting?" Duan Ling Tian, who had just entered the room, had, naturally, heard her words. He could not help but smile wryly. Naturally, he knew Wang Fei Xian liked him. Perhaps Wang Fei Xian's interest in him now stemmed from his innate talent and prowess. However, who knew if it would deepen into something else in the future? Let alone the fact that he already had 2 fiancées and a girlfriend. Just the matter of the livelihood of his fiancée, Kur, being uncertain was enough to put him off flirting with other women. Due to this reason, he decided to avoid Wang Fei Xian as much as he could. After all, if he could not afford to flirt with her, it was better to avoid her, right? Only a few days more. I hope I'll be able to progress further. With just a thought, Duanling Tian entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and continued to cultivate. Naturally, Duanling Tian, who was immersed in cultivation, was unaware that news of him defeating Huangji, the Heaven Palace's disciple at the intermediate refined saint stage, and coming to a draw with Guelu, the Heaven Palace's disciple at the mastery refined saint stage, had already swept through the entire Heaven Palace like a typhoon and shook the entire Heaven Palace. He's not even 40 years old, and he actually came to a draw with Guelu? Guelu's strength can be considered to be in the top 3 among all martial and Dao cultivators at the mastery refined saint stage in Heaven Palace. However, he only managed to come to a draw with Duanling Tian. Where did this monstrous Ling Tian come from? His innate talent and prowess are about the same with that Li Feng who became a hot topic previously. There were also a few powerhouses who entered the Mastery Refined Saint stage before they reached the age of 40 in the history of our mystical sky mansion before. I can't believe one has appeared now. Could it be time for our mystical sky mansion to rise soon? If Ling Tian can maintain his current innate talent and progress, perhaps he would be like that new mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion and lead our mystical sky mansion to the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Discussions like these were heard all over the Heaven Palace. Some people even compared Duanling Tian to the current mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. After the latter became the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the Azure Cloud Mansion stood at the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Due to this reason, it became a rival to the Mountain Shade Black Market that was, originally, without a rival. However, they had no idea that the current mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion was actually the father of Ling Tian who was being discussed by them. Naturally, Duanling Tian himself was also unaware of this. Otherwise, he would not have come to the mystical sky mansion in the first place. Good lad. To think you actually defeated Huangji and came to a draw with Guelu. After Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, heard this news, he was greatly shocked as well. He had thought Duanling Tian was merely an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator. It did not cross his mind that he was a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator. Moreover, his strength was so outstanding that ordinary mastery refined saint stage powerhouses could not compare to him at all. This could be seen from how Duanling Tian had come to a draw with Guelu. However, it would never cross Xiao Yi's mind, not even in his wildest dream, that the person whom he thought had come to a draw with Guelu had not used all his strength. Otherwise, he would have been able to defeat Guelu in just a blow. At the same time, news of Duanling Tian coming to a draw with Guelu had also spread to the Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces. Although Guelu was merely an ordinary disciple in the Heaven Palace, due to his strength that was quite powerful among mastery-refined saint-stage powerhouses, many people in the other 3 palaces knew him as well. Particularly disciples who were at the mastery-refined saint stage, they knew Guelu even better. Guelu? The person whose strength is considered to be in the top 3 among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. Such a person came to a draw with Ling Tian? My goodness! That Ling Tian is really powerful. Initially, I thought his cultivation base at the intermediate refined saint stage is amazing enough. I didn't think he would be even more monstrously strong. Speaking of monstrously strong, it's still Li Feng who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district who's even more monstrous. Li Feng actually entered the peak of the refined saint stage before the age of 40. Ling Tian's still lacking compared to him. Indeed, Li Feng is more of a genius. When the 3 palaces' disciples discussed among themselves, they could not help but compare Duanling Tian to Li Feng. If Duanling Tian heard their discussion, he would definitely smile wryly. Naturally, he would not bother to explain anything to them at all. After all, he was not Li Feng but Ling Tian now. Li Feng was him a year ago after all. Currently, his strength was in a different league compared to a year ago. Regardless, the news of Duanling Tian coming to a draw with Guelu had swept through the entire mystical sky mansion like a typhoon in the end. Moreover, many great personages in the mystical sky mansion were taken by surprise as well. In fact, many people wanted to accept him as a disciple. Despite what was happening outside, the person in question, Duanling Tian, was currently cultivating obediently in the 3rd level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. He only came out on the day the spirit pool opened. He opened the door to his room and walked out before sitting down in front of the stone table in his big courtyard. With a raise of his hand, a bottle of wine appeared Duan Ling Tian's hand. He began to have a little drink as he waited. Soon after, he lifted his head when he heard the faint sound of wind rustling in the air. He had thought Wang Pai had arrived, but as it turned out, it was Wang Fei Xian again. Duan Ling Tian did not know why, but when he saw Wang Fei Xian, he immediately had a headache. He could not scold nor beat this woman up just for being bold and unruly since she did not cross his bottom line. It was obvious he was unaware that she was the one who had added fuel to the flame and instigated the group of Heaven Palace's disciples a few days ago to look for trouble with him. If he had known this, his impression of her would change. Wang Fei Xian walked ostentatiously and sat in front of Duan Ling Tian without any modesty as she told Duan Ling Tian, "Hey Ling fellow, to think that you actually woke up so early in the morning. And here I thought I'd come early to intercept senior brother Wang Pai and tell him you've given me the spot to enter the spirit pool if you didn't come out in time. And you think senior brother Wang Pai will believe you?" Duan Ling Tian replied calmly as he took another mouthful of wine. "Humph." Wang Fei Xian snorted. Her pale brows furrowed, but she still looked good. At that instant when Wang Fei Xian frowned, Duan Ling Tian, who was just casually glancing at her, suddenly froze. It was as though his acupuncture points had been pressed. This was because when Wang Fei Xian frowned, her bearing was very similar to his fiancée, Kur. As the saying went, to be moved by what one sees, Duan Ling Tian was currently staring at Wang Fei Xian in a daze for a moment when saw the similarity between Wang Fei Xian and Kur. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian had noticed Duan Ling Tian's gaze on her. She thought to herself, could it be that this fellow has finally come to his sense now? Wang Fei Xian was unaware of the reason Duan Ling Tian was staring at her in a daze. If she had known the reason, she would have given him a slap. After all, it was a great humiliation for a woman to be stared at by a man while the man was thinking about another woman. If it was an ordinary man who had stared at her like that, she would have long flown into a rage. However, Wang Fei Xian was not repulsed by the man before her at all. Therefore, she was not angry that he was staring at her. Instead, she even felt a little smug, pretending to be prim and proper prior to this. "Look, in the end, you're still subdued by my charm." Ha! All of a sudden, Wang Fei Xian noticed the man in front of her had retracted his gaze. It seemed like nothing was wrong at first. However, she saw a sorrowful expression on his face when he retracted his gaze. The pair of eyes that were originally shining brightly had suddenly turned dull. Upon seeing this, even Wang Fei Xian had no idea why she felt a pang of pain in her chest. The smug expression on Wang Fei Xian's face had disappeared. Instead, she asked in a slightly worried voice, "What's wrong with you?" "I'm sorry, I was a little rude. It's just that when you frowned, you resemble my fiancée a little, and it reminded me of her." When Duan Ling Tian heard her voice, he returned to his senses and apologized. When Wang Fei Xian heard his words, her delicate face turned gloomy immediately. "Why, you thought of your fiancé when you looked at me?" Just as previously mentioned, this was undoubtedly a great humiliation to a woman. "I'm sorry." Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew about this principle. Due to this reason, he instantly apologized sincerely. When Wang Fei Xian heard his apology and saw his slightly solemn expression, her anger dissipated a lot. "Well, Ling fellow, aren't you supposed to be happy thinking about your fiancé? Why are you pulling a long face instead?" "My fiancé. It's fine, nothing's wrong. You won't understand even if I tell you," Duan Ling Tian said instinctively. However, he stopped when he reached mid-sentence and changed the topic. "What do you mean by I won't understand even if you tell me?" Wang Fei Xian snapped back at him. "Naturally, I won't understand if you don't tell me." "How do you know I won't understand if you don't tell me?" "There's nothing to tell." Duan Ling Tian shook his head. To him, Kur's matter was undoubtedly a wound in his heart. Talking about it was just like pouring salt on his wound. "Excuse me, why are you being like this? You said something interesting and then you refused to say anymore. You can't be like this. You must tell me. If you don't, I'm going to bother you every day and interrupt your cultivation." Wang Fei Xian threatened angrily. Duan Ling Tian frowned. He did not think Wang Fei Xian would be this awful. If he had known earlier, he would not have mentioned his fiancée to her at all. He had mentioned his fiancée earlier because he wanted to let Wang Feixian know that he already had a fiancée so that she would be aware of the overwhelming odds against her. Who knew that after learning that he had a fiancée, not only did Wang Feixian did not show a change in her expression, she was even curious about his fiancée's situation. When Duanling Tian saw the determined expression on Wang Feixian's face, he knew she was not joking. He could only smile wryly. He had dropped a stone onto his own feet in regard to this matter. I can tell you about this. However, you must promise me that you won't tell anyone about this. Not even your relatives. Don't think I'm merely joking. There's nothing good for anyone if you spread this. Moreover, even you and your tyrannic saber mansion might be annihilated. Duanling Tian said solemnly. Don't think I'm just exaggerating to scare you. I'm being serious. Initially, he thought Wang Feixian would be nervous after hearing him speak in such a solemn way. But he did not expect that not only was she not nervous, but her eyes brightened when she heard his words. With a curious expression, she chimed in. Based on your words, this seems very interesting. I'm really curious now. It's not a problem for me to keep this a secret. In fact, I'll swear on the lightning penalty oath now. Then Wang Feixian instantly swore on the lightning penalty oath. Although Duanling Tian wanted to stop her, it was too late for him to do so. This was because there was no reason for her to swear on the lightning penalty oath over such a trivial matter. He only wanted her to promise him. Although he had not known Wang Feixian for long, he could see this woman who had a seductive body and a beautiful face was even more manly in manner than many men. Every word carried weight, and he believed that she could do it. Boom, 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 boom. Along with 9 claps of thunder, Wang Feixian's lightning oath penalty was confirmed. Under Wang Feixian's curious gaze, Duanling Tian told her about Kur's matter. Naturally, he placed great emphasis on Kur's twin sister and how powerful she was. Moreover, he also told her how Kur's sister had said that she was from the fire worship sect. Fire worship sect? Wang Feixian could not help but narrow her eyes with an astonished expression on her face when she finished listening to Duanling Tian's story. As somebody who came from a fourth-rate force, the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and also the most beloved granddaughter of the current Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, Wang Feixian had done some random reading on some of the secret letters and records that were passed down in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion since the ancient times. Due to this reason, she was not unfamiliar with the fire worship sect. The true glorious era of the Dao Martial Saint Land was a very long time ago before the Dao Martial Saint Land was split into the upper and lower province. During that era, there were 3 great sects that stood on the summit of the Dao Martial Saint Land. They were acknowledged as the 3 greatest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, 5 words could be used to summarize the division of power. 3 religions and 9 forces. The 3 religions referred to the 3 greatest sects, while the 9 forces referred to the 1st to 9th-rate forces. The 3 greatest sects were the 3 greatest forces that domineered the first-rate forces last time. They were the 3 greatest forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land with a long legacy. Their position had never wavered before. Based on this, it was enough to prove how powerful they were. The fire worship sect was one of the 3 greatest sects. Wang Feixian snapped back into reality after a few moments. She gasped before she asked in shock, "Your fiancé's sister is actually from the fire worship sect?" Moreover, based on her words, it seems like the fire worship sect has sent out many people to look for your fiancé. But she has beaten them to it first. Exactly. Duanling Tian nodded. The fact that the fire worship sect sent people to look for your fiancé is enough to prove that your fiancé is not a simple person. At the very least, she's not a nobody to the fire worship sect. Otherwise, why would they still be searching for somebody who had disappeared over 30 years ago? Wang Feixian speculated. Her speculations were similar to Duanling Tian's. However, since the person who brought your fiancé away was her twin sister, I'm sure she wouldn't harm her. Don't you worry, your fiancé must have just gone to the upper province. I don't think any harm will come to her. Wang Feixian reassured him. Currently, Wang Feixian finally understood the sorrowful expression on Duanling Tian's expression before this. As it turned out, he was in this sort of predicament. When she placed herself in Duan Ling Tian's position, she could understand his pain as well. Nobody would feel happy seeing their own fiancé being taken away and was completely helpless to do anything about it. I hope so. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was as though he had thought of something before he sighed. Currently, I'm most worried about the child in her belly. After her twin sister found out about our relationship, she was absolutely furious. I wonder if she'd go crazy and harm our child. Why, you even have a child together? Wang Fei Xian's eyes were as big as saucers. Yes, he or she should be born by now. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Hints of nostalgia and love could be seen in his eyes. His 2 children must have been born now. However, until now, he had not seen his children yet. He only knew Li Fei had given birth to a son. I can't believe you're so young but actually such a playboy. I really don't know how you cultivate usually. I often neglect sleep and meals for the sake of cultivating. However, up until now, I'm only at the early refined saint stage. You, on the other hand, live such a nice life. You even have a fiancé and a child. I wonder how much time you spent on that. However, you're still able to break through to the mastery refined saint stage at such a young age. Wang Fei Xian's tone was sour when she reached the end of the sentence. One of the most important thing for a high innate talent was cultivating time. It was apparent the time she had spent cultivating was more than the young man in front of her. However, she was 2 stages below him. This caused Wang Fei Xian to feel a little frustrated. Suddenly, as though she was hit by a pang of realization, she stared at Duan Ling Tian with anticipation in her eyes as she asked, "You only have one woman?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head. "I have 2 fiancés and another girlfriend. If nothing goes wrong, 3 of them will become my wives in the future." The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of Kur, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu, a happy smile appeared on his face. 3. It's not too many. Wang Fei Xian nodded her head solemnly, rendering Duan Ling Tian speechless. 3 is not many? In fact, on Earth where Duan Ling Tian was from in his previous life, apart from a minority of people, everyone in his native land practiced monogamy. In this world, although polygamy was normal, he still felt having 3 women were more than enough. Who knew Wang Fei Xian would actually be so tough? She was a woman, and yet, she still said that having 3 women was not too many. Duan Ling Tian did not know how to deal with her for a moment when he saw her turning her attention back to him. Junior brother Ling Tian. At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated from afar in a timely manner. After a while, he landed in Duan Ling Tian's huge courtyard. Senior brother Wang Pai. When Duan Ling Tian saw Wang Pai, it was as though he had seen his savior. He immediately stood up. "Are we going to the spirit pool now?" "Hee. Looks like you're a little eager, junior brother Ling Tian. In that case, let's go." Wang Pai cast a glance at Wang Fei Xian before giving Duan Ling Tian a meaningful look and chuckled. Wang Pai's sudden appearance, naturally, made Wang Fei Xian pissed. Although she was angry, she did not dare to show it at all. Wang Pai was the direct disciple of the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace no matter what. Although she was the biological granddaughter of the Mansion Master of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, outside of the mansion, she could not compare to Wang Pai at all in terms of identity and position. The others, naturally, would fear Wang Pai more. Moreover, they were at Heaven Palace. Unless it was absolutely necessary, she did not want to offend him. "I'll come and take a look as well." When Wang Fei Xian saw how Duan Ling Tian was preparing to leave with Wang Pai, she quickly rose up into the sky and followed them. She positioned herself next to Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian could faintly sense Wang Pai's knowing look. "Junior brother Ling Tian, this great young Miss Wang seems to be very interested in you. Maybe you should just accept her. If you do, you'll become the young master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion." At this moment, Wang Pai's voice rang in Duan Ling Tian's ears. "Senior brother Wang Pai, please don't crack such a joke. I already have 2 fiancés and 1 girlfriend." Although he knew Wang Pai was teasing him, Duan Ling Tian still quickly explained himself to avoid any misunderstandings. "That's only 3 women. With your innate talent, your future will be boundless when you've grown stronger. At that time, even 30 women wouldn't be considered too many, let alone 3 women. In this world where the strong rules, as long as you have power, you'll attract many women and have as many of them as you want, Wang Pai continued to say. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless. Why did he feel that Wang Pai was even tougher than Wang Feixian? Soon after, under Wang Pai's guidance, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian entered the canyon by the side of the steep mountain where the Heaven Palace was located. The entrance to the canyon was a one-line sky and could only accommodate one person. After they entered, the view in front of them was colored in shades of green. Inside the canyon, it was filled with grass and flowers. The flowers were beautiful, lending the scene a sense of peace and tranquility. The end of the canyon was covered in mist. Due to the existence of the fog, they could not see anything behind it. Formation. As soon as they entered the canyon, Duan Ling Tian could instantly tell the fog was the effect of a formation. An old man stood guard in front of this formation. This old man's face was filled with wrinkles and he appeared ancient with his white hair and white brows. He was dressed fully in gray and he was without an arm. It seemed as though he had blended into the background as he stood there. Duan Ling Tian could tell this old man was not a simple person with just a glance. Senior. Wang Pai brought the two of them in front of the one-armed old man before bowing respectfully. His eyes were filled with respect as well. Senior. Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian quickly bowed as well. The one-armed old man nodded indifferently. From the beginning until now, he had a calm expression on his face. After he responded, he casually glanced at Wang Pai. Why did you personally come this time? Don't tell me little Xiao has managed to secure a rare saint stage genius and gave the opportunity to enter the spirit pool for cleansing to him? Yes. Wang Pai nodded before looking at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing next to him. This is junior brother Ling Tian. He's also the saint stage genius that Master has secured for the Heaven Palace. He's not even 40 years old, but he's already at the mastery refined saint stage. Not even 40 years old but was already at the mastery refined saint stage. One must admit that Wang Pai's words had also shocked the one-armed old man. At the very least, the one-armed old man who originally looked calm could not help but raise a brow. Then he shifted his eyes to Duan Ling Tian. His gaze was lacking in luster, but when it was trained on Duan Ling Tian, it seemed as though he could see through Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian's attention was currently not on this. It was similar for Wang Feixian as well. Little Xiao. Earlier, they had clearly heard the one-armed old man addressed Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, as Little Xiao. This was obviously the way a senior would address his junior. However, Wang Pai as Xiao Yi's direct disciple seemed unbothered by the way this old man addressed his master as though it was completely normal. For a moment, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Wang Feixian just to discover she was looking at him as well. Could it be this senior is actually an old powerhouse of the mystical sky mansion? Wang Feixian asked through voice transmission. It must be so. Duan Ling Tian was not too sure either. He immediately asked Wang Pai through voice transmission. Soon after, Wang Pai responded to him. This is the former vice palace master of our Heaven Palace. In terms of seniority, he's my master's junior uncle. A long time ago, he lost his arm, and it deeply affected his strength. Due to this reason, he did not follow senior ancestor and the others to the upper province. By right, I should address him as junior granduncle, but he doesn't want too many people to know his identity, so I only address him as senior. 90% of the disciples in Heaven Palace are unaware of his true identity. After hearing Wang Pai's words, Duan Ling Tian knew that he had guessed correctly. At the same time, he instinctively glanced at the old man's severed arm. As far as he knew, even the pills on the Tao Martial Saint Land would not be able to regrow a new arm. The only thing he knew that could regrow a severed arm was the legendary Immortal Spirit Herb. He had obtained one previously, but he had already used it. Senior. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian saw Wang Pai pass an order token that was shrouded with a green light to the old man. The word spirit was carved on it. Then, the old man took the order token before looking at Duan Ling Tian and said, "Go in." The old man motioned as he glanced behind. Just when the old man's words left his mouth, the gust of mist behind him began to whirl suddenly. In the end, it turned into a whirlpool that looked like it had a door in the air. Duan Ling Tian knew the old man had activated the formation. Junior brother Ling Tian, go in. Come out after you've finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Wang Pai looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded before he glanced at Wang Fei Xian and nodded at her lightly before he walked into the gigantic whirlpool that was formed from the mist. After he had entered the whirlpool with just a stride, Duan Ling Tian felt a powerful energy sucking him in. After he was sucked in, Duan Ling Tian's view turned black before light flooded his eyes again. When light appeared again, a scenery that looked like it belonged in another realm appeared before his eyes. Naturally, this was real and not a drawing. The scene in front of him was a corner at the side of the canyon that was completely covered by a formation. It was filled with extremely dense heaven and earth spirit energy. However, Duan Ling Tian did not cultivate immediately. Since it was called the spirit pool, it would not be as simple as just cultivating. Although the air in this place was rich in the heaven and earth spirit energy, it was on par with the heaven and earth spirit energy in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. To Duan Ling Tian, this was not that awe-inspiring. As he continued to walk forward and pass through the dense heaven and earth spirit energy that looked like mist, he eventually saw a small lake. Inside the lake was filled with milky white liquid. A shocking amount of heaven and earth spirit energy was emitting out of it. No wonder it's called the spirit pool. The heaven and earth spirit energy here has all been liquefied. When Duan Ling Tian saw the little lake in front, he instantly figured out how the spirit pool got its name. Although the pool was not big, the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in it were extremely amazing. It was much more amazing than what Duan Ling Tian had expected. Such a good cultivation environment. If I can't break through to the early refined saint stage, I might as well just slam my head on the wall. If Duan Ling Tian did not have the confidence to break through in the spirit pool before this, he was 100% confident he would be able to break through to the early refined saint stage after witnessing the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Once I've broken through to the early refined saint stage, my strength will greatly increase as well. At that time, I'll be stronger than those powerful geniuses in the younger generation of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Ling Tian was very clear that due to how outstanding the Sun True Origin was, coupled with his incredible brute strength, it would not be difficult for him to defeat an ordinary eminent saint stage martial and Dao cultivator once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage. Moreover, once he had broken through to the early refined saint stage, basically nobody at the peak of the eminent saint stage would be able to block the celestial supreme treasure, the Jasper celestial sword, if he wielded it with all his might. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian took a deep breath and suppressed the slight excitement in his heart before he leaped into the spirit pool. Splash! Duan Ling Tian leaped into the spirit pool and disturbed the stillness of the lake as though a huge stone had been thrown in. However, the spirit pool regained its stillness again soon after. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian went to the bottom of the spirit pool before sitting cross-legged on the ground. He greedily absorbed the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy and used the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique method as he cultivated. The 9 dragons carried the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy and made a great chi cycle before transforming into the Sun True Origin in the end. Duan Ling Tian felt extremely comfortable cultivating in the spirit pool. It was as though his whole body was enveloped by something. It almost felt as though he was back in his mother's womb. While Duan Ling Tian was cultivating, Wang Pai brought Wang Fei Xian away from the valley where the spirit pool was located. The spirit pool would only open every 6 months, and each time, only a person was allowed to enter. After they came out, the first thing Wang Fei Xian did was ask, "Senior brother Wang Pai, will I have the opportunity to enter the Heaven Palace's spirit pool next time?" It was apparent that she cared about this a lot. Spirit pool. Apart from the St. Martial's secret zone that would open in over 2 months' time, the other reason she had joined the Mystical Sky Mansion this time was also for the spirit pool. At times, she regretted her decision coming to the Heaven Palace. If she had gone to one of the other 3 palaces, she might have been cultivating in the spirit pool at this moment. Only with the aid from the spirit pool was she confident she could successfully break through to the intermediate refined saint stage before she entered the St. Martial secret zone. Now that she had lost the chance to enter the spirit pool, although she still stood a chance in making a breakthrough, the chances were not too high. Well, it's up to you to fight for the chance to enter. Wang Pai responded to her. Wow, what a great answer. It was obvious Wang Feixian was satisfied with Wang Pai's reply. Naturally, she also knew it was not up to Wang Pai to decide who got to enter the spirit pool. Humph. After that fellow enters the spirit pool, his strength will definitely rise again. Based on the cultivation base that he had displayed before this, it won't be as simple as breaking through to the mastery refined saint stage. However, with the help of the spirit pool, he might just break through to the peak of the refined saint stage directly. The peak of the refined saint stage. The moment she thought of this, her heartbeat sped up immediately. Li Feng was also at the peak of the refined saint stage too. If that fellow makes a breakthrough to the peak of the refined saint stage, I wonder how arrogant he'll be? Looks like I'll have to treat him better when he comes out. If I can form an alliance with him in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, will there be anyone who'll be able to defeat us? Wang Feixian became slightly excited when she thought about this. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware that Wang Feixian had created a plan that involved him. At this moment, he was completely immersed in cultivating. Although he was cultivating in the outside world, and the time flow here was not as good as the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the speed of his cultivation was 10 times faster than in the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda due to the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy. Moreover, due to the fact that he had 99 saint veins in his body, his speed of absorbing the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy was even faster. It was so fast that it was ridiculous. The one-armed old man guarding outside seemed to be able to sense the fast absorption of the heaven and earth spirit energy as well. This lad is indeed not simple. A rare smile appeared on the old man's wrinkled face. He's not even 40 years old, but his cultivation base is at the mastery refined saint stage. If he can rely on the spirit pool to raise his cultivation base to the peak of the refined saint stage, then it would undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise for our mystical sky mansion. At that time he would be in no way inferior to that Li Feng. Although the old man usually remained in here, he had also heard the rumor about Li Feng and how he was an outstanding genius below the age of 40 in the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land who had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. At the same time, a trivial matter had also taken place in the Azure Cloud Mansion that was located far away. The word trivial was used because it was only a small-scale incident that happened among the lower-rank officials and did not involve the high-ranking officials of the Azure Cloud Mansion, let alone Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Dong was the person in charge for the external operation point of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was an old man over the age of 100. He could be considered as an old-timer in the Azure Cloud Mansion. In the eyes of many people with a lower rank in the Azure Cloud Mansion, Yun Dong could be considered as a high-ranking official, and many of these low-ranking officials had to flatter and fawn over him. Usually, there would be 2 people rotating every 6 months to be in charge of the operation point. Currently, it was Yun Dong's turn to rest. After handing the work over, Yun Dong told the other person who was going to replace him, Elder Zhang, I'll leave this place to you then. I'll return first. Go then. I'm certain you must be eager to see Yun Kuan. However, when I left Azure Cloud Mansion's estate, I heard that he has gone on a long trip. I'm not sure if he has already returned. You might not be able to meet him when you return. The old man who was known as Elder Zhang chuckled. Gone on a long trip? Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, Yun Dong could not help but feel stunned. He frowned. To think he didn't even inform me that he was going on a trip. Looks like he's starting to become rebellious. Yun Kuan was his only biological brother. They had lost their family members since young and were dependent on each other. Due to the reason he was much older, he had to play the role of both father and mother to raise his younger brother. In the end, both of them had entered the Azure Cloud Mansion. Apart from having a place to live, they had even climbed to the top and had their own achievements. Yun Dong, in particular, had climbed up and become the person in charge for one of the operation points of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although it was only a small operation point, it was enough for him to feel proud. After all, the Azure Cloud Mansion was a force that stood at the summit of the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, and it was a quasi-third-rate force. In the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, only the Mountainshade Black Market was a match for their Azure Cloud Mansion. Haha, come on. How old is your younger brother? You're still treating him like a kid. I think he didn't inform you about his trip this time because he's worried you won't let him go on his own. Elder Zhang chuckled. Fine, let's end this topic now. I'll return and see if he has returned or not. Somehow, after learning his brother Yun Kuan had left the Azure Cloud Mansion on a long trip, Yun Dong felt a sense of unease and was eager to return to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Go then. Naturally, Elder Zhang understood Yun Dong's feelings. Moreover, he had witnessed how Yun Dong and Yun Kuan had carved a place for themselves here. Although Yun Kuan was Yun Dong's younger brother, Yun Kuan was more like Yun Dong's son in many ways. For Yun Kuan, Yun Dong was both his brother and father. Yun Dong left and returned to the Azure Cloud Mansion. Due to the unreasonable sense of unease in his heart, he did not stop to rest during his journey back. When he arrived at the Azure Cloud Mansion, he discovered he felt even more uneasy and anxious. He went to look for his brother only to discover he was not back yet. When he returned to his own residence in the Azure Cloud Mansion, he discovered his brother, Yun Kuan's soul pearl, had already shattered. Who? The moment he saw Yun Kuan's shattered soul pearl, his eyes turned a shade of blood red immediately. He snarled loudly as intense killing intent emitted out of his body. He had lived for more than 100 years after all, so Yun Dong quickly forced himself to calm down again. This was because he knew it would be useless no matter how sad he was. The most important thing was to calm down first and find out where his younger brother went after he had left the Azure Cloud Mansion. Yun Dong spent an hour or so to look for his younger brother's friends to inquire for information. Finally, he obtained the answer he was looking for. He went to the Windfall Nation, the place where the Devil Seal Tablet is rumored to be. Naturally, Yun Dong had heard the news about the Devil Seal Tablet showing up in the Windfall Nation as well. Moreover, when he first heard this news, he was tempted as well to make a trip there to try his luck to see if he could get his hands on the Devil Seal Tablet. However, the more he pondered over it, he dismissed the idea. The chances were just too small. Coupled with how busy he was, he completely dismissed the idea. Although that might be the case, it did not cross his mind that his brother would go to Windfall Nation and not return. Currently, he had even discovered his brother's soul pearl had shattered. The Windfall Nation is a sixth-rate saint nation, and the most powerful person there is only an ordinary refined saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. Little Kuan was a martial cultivator who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, so the person who killed him shouldn't be somebody from Windfall Nation. Yun Dong took a deep breath as flames of wrath burned in his eyes. No matter who you are, I want your life in return for killing my brother, Yun Dong growled. Naturally, Yun Dong did not immediately leave for Windfall Nation. Instead, he first reported the information about his brother's death to the higher-ups. After all, somebody from the Azure Cloud Mansion being killed was undoubtedly a provocation. As long as he reported this information to the higher-ups, the Azure Cloud Mansion would send him help. After Yun Dong had reported the information of Yun Kuan's death, the higher-ups of Azure Cloud Mansion quickly sent him a man. It was an aloof-looking middle-aged man who wore a fiery red long robe that was inlaid with gold. Revered Elder Hua. Even Yun Dong could not help but gasp when he saw the middle-aged man. Although he knew the Azure Cloud Mansion would pay attention to his relative's death since he was the person in charge of one of the Azure Cloud Mansion's operations point, and they would send a powerhouse to help him. It did not cross his mind that the Azure Cloud Mansion would actually send this person out to help him. Jinhua was the revered elder of Azure Cloud Mansion. He was also a powerhouse who was ranked in the top 10 in the Azure Cloud Mansion. I've already heard about your matter. In the next period of time, I'll follow you to investigate Yun Kuan's death. As long as we find the killer, I'll make a move if you're unable to defeat him, Jinhua said as he looked at Yun Dong nonchalantly before shifting his gaze elsewhere. His demeanor was extremely haughty. However, instead of being unhappy, Yun Dong was delighted. Thank you, revered Elder Hua. With Jinhua's help, he was not worried he would encounter someone he was unable to defeat. After Yun Dong and Jinhua left the Azure Cloud Mansion, they immediately went to the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. The Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion was a fifth-rate force, and the Windfall Nation was a sixth-rate saint nation in the Southern Ridge Yuan Mansion. When they reached the capital of Windfall Nation, Yun Dong found out that his younger brother had been an honored guest of the Windfall Nation's imperial family. Due to this reason, he immediately rushed to the Windfall Nation's imperial palace. "Why, you're Master Yun's elder brother?" Faced with Yun Dong, Zhu Yuan, the emperor of Windfall Nation, did not even dare to breathe loudly. Previously, when Yun Kuan was still in the Windfall Nation's imperial palace, he had mentioned his elder brother more than once. Apart from being the person in charge of one of the Azure Cloud Mansion's operation points, he was also an eminent saint stage powerhouse. It was not that Zhu Yuan had never seen an eminent saint stage powerhouse before, but he had only seen one from afar. This was undoubtedly his first time being in such close proximity to an eminent saint stage powerhouse in his entire life. Yun Dong did not bother beating around the bush with Zhu Yuan. He asked, "Who killed my younger brother?" Upon hearing that, Zhu Yuan did not dare to evade the topic as well. He immediately recounted what had happened in detail. As soon as he finished recounting the story, he said the powerhouse didn't reveal anything about himself. Perhaps he's afraid of the Azure Cloud Mansion's revenge. There's no information about him? When Yun Dong heard Zhu Yuan's words, he frowned. Then do you still remember his appearance? Are you certain he didn't disguise himself? Although I didn't dare to probe him unreservedly, I'm very certain he did not disguise himself, Zhu Yuan said with certainty. If he had disguised himself, Zhu Yuan's divine consciousness would have been able to detect it even if he did not deliberately probe him. In that case, each of you who've seen him before, draw a portrait of that man for me, Yun Dong said directly. Among the people who were still alive, apart from Zhu Yuan and Zhu Lai, Bai Li Hong was also among those who had seen the person who had killed Yun Kuan. Due to this reason, after obtaining the two portraits, Yun Dong left the palace and went to the Situ clan to look for Bai Li Hong. In the Situ clan's residence in Windfall Nation's capital, Bai Li Hong had already long prepared himself for the arrival of the Azure Cloud Mansion's people, so he had cooperatively drawn out the disguise Duanling Tian had disguised himself in before passing the portrait to Yun Dong. Although the three portraits were drawn by three different people, they were all the same. I heard that Duanling Tian who possesses the Devil Seal tablet is actually your junior brother? After keeping away the portrait, Yun Dong shifted his gaze to Bai Li Hong. His eyes were gleaming. Yes. Bai Li Hong nodded. This was something everyone knew, so there was no need for him to hide it. Do you know where he has gone? Yun Dong asked in a deep voice. Although the main objective of his trip was to find his brother's killer, he also wanted to find the Devil Seal tablet if it was possible. I don't know. Bai Li Hong shook his head. Just as Yun Dong wanted to say more, a cold snort entered his ears. Do you think the person who killed Yun Kuan would let him go if he knows something? Don't forget the purpose of our trip. These words came from none other than Jin Hua, the powerhouse that ranked in the top 10 of Azure Cloud Mansion. Yes, revered Elder Hua. When Yun Dong heard Jin Hua's voice that was laced with irritation, he no longer dared to dally. After casting an indifferent glance at Bai Li Hong, they all left. However, Yun Dong was unaware Jin Hua had interrupted him not because he was getting impatient of waiting, but because if Yun Dong had continued to ask, it would involve Duanling Tian. His adoptive father was someone who stayed at the side of the mansion master of the Azure Cloud Mansion. He could even be considered as the mansion master's right-hand man. Rong Yuan, Elder Rong, was his adoptive father. At that time, when news of the Devil Seal tablet had first spread to the Azure Cloud Mansion, he had also thought of coming to join the fund to see if he would be able to obtain the Devil Seal tablet. However, he was stopped by his adoptive father in the end. Only at that time did he find out that Duanling Tian, who had obtained the Devil Seal tablet, was none other than the only son of the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This meant he was the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion. He had also asked his adoptive father why the young mansion master would wander around outside, and the answer he obtained in the end was that the mansion master had intentionally let the young mansion master roam outside to train. Jin Hua, who had learned that Duanling Tian was the young mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, naturally would not watch Yun Dong make things difficult for Bai Li Hong. That was their young mansion master's senior brother after all. Naturally, Yun Dong was destined to be unaware of this, and Jin Hua had no intention of telling him about it either. However, Even Jin Hua did not expect the powerhouse who killed Yun Kuan, Yun Dong's younger brother, was none other than Duanling Tian, the young mansion master of their Azure Cloud Mansion. If he had known about this, he would not have followed Yun Dong here. Moreover, he would even denounce Yun Dong and interrogate him on why his brother Yun Kuan would intentionally look for trouble with the young mansion master. He might even kill Yun Dong if it was necessary. Although Yun Dong was an official in the Azure Cloud Mansion, in his opinion, a mere operation points person in charge was no different from the lowest-ranking ordinary disciple in the Azure Cloud Mansion. Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware of Yun Dong and Jin Hua going to Windfall Nation. At this moment, he was at the critical juncture of breaking through. That spirit pool that was like a little lake had depleted by half now. One could still faintly see Duanling Tian sitting cross-legged in the bottom of the lake. The liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy had already reached his neck as well. One could easily see the heaven and earth spirit energy was depleting rapidly. This also proved just how fast Duanling Tian's cultivation speed was. Indeed, how could Duanling Tian, who possessed 99 saint veins, not have a fast cultivation speed? When the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy continued to deplete down to Duanling Tian's abdomen, his body began to tremble suddenly. It began subtly before it turned more intense. At this moment, the sun true origin inside Duanling Tian's body had almost filled his mudball palace to the point of bursting. The mudball palace was only possessed by a saint stage powerhouse. It was transformed by the Qi. True origins were usually stored inside the mudball palace. Currently, Duanling Tian had almost reached the edge of making a breakthrough. In his body, his true origin was rapidly moving about like dragons in a frenzy. Every single one of their movements pounded viciously on the saint veins in his body. All 99 saint veins vibrated. Duanling Tian began to feel pain in his nerves. It was due to this reason that his body was trembling violently. Although his entire body was in pain, he could still refrain from making a sound. However, he could not control the intense shaking of his body. Snap! Without warning, the band on Duanling Tian's head snapped, causing his hair to flutter even though there was no wind. One could faintly see a faint golden light in his fluttering long hair. It was apparent it was his sun true origin. At the same time, a faint golden light also began to appear on Duanling Tian's body. The golden light began to grow ceaselessly, and in the end, it even shrouded Duanling Tian's entire being. It was as though he was cocooned in the golden light. It was a cocoon shining with a golden light. After it grew to 2 meters long in diameter, it finally stopped growing. Blob, 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 blob. At this moment, the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool that was down to Duanling Tian's abdomen began to boil as it began to roil and foam continuously. Soon after, the heaven and earth spirit energy disappeared in a span of more than 10 breaths. Naturally, it did not really disappear. Instead, it was devoured by the big golden cocoon that Duanling Tian was wrapped up in. The big golden cocoon was like a gluttonous kid as it finished absorbing the remaining liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy inside the spirit pool in just a span of more than 10 breaths. Elder Hua, what should I do now? Duanling Tian muttered. He was sitting cross-legged inside the big golden cocoon. However, his eyes were already open. It was obvious he was talking to Elder Hua, the three-legged golden crow inside the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. In fact, with the huge amount of true origin he possessed, he could have made a breakthrough earlier. However, just as he was about to break through, Elder Hua had stopped him. Make your breakthrough after I've passed the Golden Crow's wings, the basic divine ability of our 3-legged Golden Crow clan, to you. At that time, when you've broken through to the Eminent Saint stage, you'll be able to cast the Golden Crow's wings. Naturally, prior to that, you must first consolidate the embryonic form of the Golden Crow's wing. It's undoubtedly the best opportunity to do it now since there's still a rich sense of liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy available. These were Elder Hua's words to Duanling Tian. When he heard of Elder Hua's words, he was very skeptical initially. This was his first time hearing about the Golden Crow's wings after all. However, after Elder Hua explained it to him, he began to understand what the Golden Crow's wings were. That was the basic divine ability of the 3-legged Golden Crow clan. It was an ability that could be mastered by someone who was not in the clan. Once it was cast, a pair of wings that resembled the Golden Crow would appear behind one's back. As the pair of wings flap, One would be able to travel 1,000 miles away with just a thought. Naturally, this was the ability of the golden crow's wings once it had reached a certain stage. As long as you first consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings before you enter the refined saint stage and establish your foundation, you'll be able to cast the golden crow's wings officially when you reach the eminent saint stage. At that time, your speed will rise significantly. Once your speed has risen, your strength will, naturally, be greatly boosted as well. Among all the martial tactics in the world, only speed was impenetrable. Duanling Tian knew this very well. Due to this reason, when he heard of Elder Hua's words, he was very excited. He did not rush to break the final barrier of the peak of the pristine saint stage to enter the refined saint stage. Everything would be decided after he had consolidated the golden crow's wings. The appearance of the huge golden cocoon was also formed with pointers from Elder Hua. In the span of fewer than 20 breaths, the huge golden cocoon finished absorbing the remaining liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. That was also taught by Elder Hua. Under Elder Hua's lead, a ferocious crack appeared on the outside of the huge golden cocoon enveloping Duanling Tian's body, and continued to split into two as time flowed by. After it was split into two, the huge golden cocoon transformed into two blobs of shining liquid before it turned into a pair of golden wings. That was the three-legged golden crow's wings. Now! Elder Hua cried out in alarm as Duanling Tian jolted and returned to his senses. Instantly, he shut both his eyes and mobilized the sun true origin in his body to stretch out and guide the pair of wings to merge with his back. After it had finished merging with Duanling Tian's back, he could clearly sense the sensation of two heat on his back. The two fiery heat only subsided after 30 minutes had passed. "All right, you can break through now," Elder Hua reminded him in a timely manner. Upon hearing that, Duanling Tian focused his mind to mobilize the true origin in his body to complete the final breakthrough. Previously, he had already touched the threshold of breaking through and he was only a step away. However, due to Elder Hua's interruption, he had stopped immediately. Now that he began cultivating again, naturally, his breakthrough went smoothly. As an invisible airwave swept out, the true origin inside Duanling Tian's body also underwent an earth-shattering transformation. The Mudball Palace was still as big as before. It did not seem like it had changed at all. However, the sun true origin in Duanling Tian's body had undergone a great transformation. It seemed to have become even more brilliant. It seemed even denser compared to before. "I've broken through." Duanling Tian fisted his hands gently as a smile appeared on his face. Although he had only made a breakthrough to the early refined saint stage, due to the outstanding sun true origin, the early refined saint stage's sun true origin was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse's true origin. In other words, with his extraordinary brute strength, even if he did not use his Jasper celestial sword, he would be able to easily defeat an ordinary early eminent saint stage martial or Dao cultivator. As for the powerhouses below the eminent saint stage, they were no longer in the same league. "I wonder how long I have been cultivating. It's time for me to leave now." Duanling Tian's heart jolted as he leaped out of the empty spirit pool. At this moment, not even a drop of liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy could be seen in the spirit pool. Everything had been absorbed by Duanling Tian. After Duanling Tian had gone out, he looked at the one-armed old man and asked, "Senior, how long have I been cultivating inside?" When the one-armed old man saw Duanling Tian coming out, he thought his eyesight had gone bad. When he returned to his senses, he only realized his eyesight did not go bad. Instead, this little fellow who had entered the spirit pool 20 days ago had indeed come out. Faced with Duanling Tian's question, the old man was not in a hurry to respond to him. Instead, he entered the spirit pool. When he saw the empty spirit pool, the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch even though he had lived for almost 200 years and had seen much of the world. "Senior, you're..." When Duanling Tian saw the old man did not respond to him but had entered the spirit pool instead, he was baffled. When he saw the old man come out from the spirit pool, he had curiosity written all over his face. "How did you do it?" The old man who had just walked out from the spirit pool looked at Duanling Tian as though he had seen a ghost. "Is there anything wrong?" When Duanling Tian saw the old man's greatly alarmed expression, he was puzzled. Why did he not notice this aspect of the senior before? "I've guarded the Heaven Palace's spirit pool for many years. and the fastest time a person had taken to come out after entering is 1.5 months. Most people needed 2 months, but you only spent 20 days in there before you came out of the spirit pool. How did you do it? When the old man reached the end of his sentence, he stared at Duan Ling Tian with a burning gaze as though he was trying to see through Duan Ling Tian. 20 days. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to have stayed in the spirit pool for 20 days. However, based on the old man's words, some people would spend 1.5 months inside at the very least, while most people would need 2 months. For a moment, even Duan Ling Tian realized how monstrous his performance was. I guess it must be because of the cultivation mental technique I use is different? Duan Ling Tian brushed it off. As for whether the old man believed or not, he did not care at all. After bidding goodbye to the old man, he left immediately, leaving only the vanishing silhouette of his back for the old man. It looks like this little fellow has many secrets. However, no matter how many secrets he has, he can do anything he wants as long as he doesn't harm the mystical sky mansion. With his innate talent and prowess, he'll definitely become the pillar of mystical sky mansion in the future when he grows stronger. In the future, it's not impossible for him to lead the mystical sky mansion to the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, like how Duan Rufeng, the new mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, did. The old man muttered to himself. He felt confident about Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian knew nothing of this. On his way back, Duan Ling Tian encountered many of Heaven Palace's disciples. Their eyes were filled with surprise when they looked at him. It was similar to the look in the old man's eyes earlier. Although they did not follow Duan Ling Tian to the spirit pool, they knew when he entered the spirit pool. The opening time of the spirit pool was fixed. Just by casually counting in their hearts, they knew when the spirit pool had opened. It was opened precisely 20 days ago. It seems like I'm standing out too much now, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself awkwardly as he touched his nose. However, since he had already come out, he did not plan to be discreet either. He returned to his residence in an ostentatious manner. Currently, there are still 2 months to go before the mystical sky mansion's St. Martial secret zone opens. I must research and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword in these 2 months. As for the remaining time, I'll go to the mystical sky mansion's library to have a look. As a quasi-third-rate force, there must be many things recorded in the books inside the library. Duan Ling Tian made plans for the next 2 months. Naturally, during this period of time, he still needed to compete with the Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace for a spot to enter the St. Martial secret zone. When Duan Ling Tian joined the Heaven Palace, apart from being granted entrance to the spirit pool, he did not receive any preferential treatment. However, to him, competing for the spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone was merely a formality. With this current strength, there might be no powerhouse below the age of 40 who could defeat him, let alone powerhouses below the age of 40 in the lower province. When Duan Ling Tian was still basking in his confidence over his own strength, a delicate figure suddenly materialized in his mind. The moment this delicate figure appeared, it made him jolt. It was as though a cold bucket of water had been poured on him from the top of his head. The owner of the delicate figure was a woman. Duan Ling Tian was extremely familiar with this woman's appearance since she looked identical to his fiancée Kur. Kur's sister is from the fire worship sect. I wonder how strong is she among the younger generation in the fire worship sect. At that time, although Kur's sister did not really make a move, Duan Ling Tian was certain about one thing now that he recalled the scene. Kua's sister must have most likely exceeded the eminent saint stage. In fact, on that day, even Diju, the 5-clawed golden dragon from the dragon clan, had to tuck his tail in front of her. Diju, on the other hand, must have been at the eminent saint stage. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was still unaware his father, Duan Rufeng, had already made a bet on his behalf. The bet would be a battle between him and Diju. If he won, he would be able to enter the saint land of the dragon clan, the dragon cleansing pool. That battle was to take place in less than 3 years from now. Duan Ling Tian must admit that after he had broken through to the refined saint stage, his confidence was greatly boosted the moment he recalled all sorts of means that he could rely on. He had a feeling as though he was completely invincible among the younger generation in the Dao Martial Saint Land. However, the moment he thought of Kua's sister, he returned to his senses again. If Kua's sister was here, he might not be able to defeat her even if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. Fire Worship Sect. It was due to this that Duanling Tian's heart currently felt heavy. If a young disciple from the Fire Worship Sect was already this powerful, he wondered just how powerful the high-ranking officials were. He instantly felt as though the burden on his shoulders had increased. Naturally, this did not make his determination waver. He was still determined to go to the Fire Worship Sect to find Kuer. No matter how hard the journey was, he still wanted to go to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and to the Fire Worship Sect so he could save Kuer and his son. Then, their family would be able to reunite. Duanling Tian took a deep breath before he finally shifted his attention elsewhere after a long while. After he had shifted his attention away, he took the Jasper Celestial Sword out and began to research and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, Sovereign Heart Sword, through the Jasper Celestial Sword. Duanling Tian's target was the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. Throughout his journey, Duanling Tian had learned quite a few numbers of tactics. However, after he had obtained the Sovereign Heart Sword, he had devoted his heart and soul to the Sovereign Heart Sword. All of the other martial techniques had been thrown to the back of his mind for the time being. Perhaps those martial techniques he had cultivated before this had helped him a lot previously, but after obtaining the Sovereign Heart Sword, those martial techniques seemed to be of little value now. As the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, not only was the profundity contained in the Sovereign Heart Sword could be used in an offensive and defensive way, it even improved one's speed. Sitting quietly in the room, Duanling Tian comprehended the Sovereign Heart Sword. However, he was unaware of the commotion that had broken out again because of him. Ling Tian has come out after entering the spirit pool for only 20 days. Impossible, right? Don't tell me he has already finished absorbing the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just 20 days? If it was before, I might think it's impossible. However, I witnessed with my own eyes when he returned from our Heaven Palace's spirit pool's direction. When I saw him, I even calculated the opening time of the spirit pool, and it was exactly 20 days ago. He only spent 20 days before coming out from the spirit pool. That Ling Tian's cultivation speed is just too ridiculous, isn't it? No wonder his cultivation base is at the Mastery Refined Saint stage, even though he's not even 40 years old. As it turns out, his innate talent is ridiculously high. I wonder if he has broken through to the peak of the Refined Saint stage after coming out from the spirit pool. The Heaven Palace was bustling. All of the Heaven Palace's disciples were discussing about Duanling Tian. They all felt it was ridiculous that he came out from the spirit pool after just 20 days. Some felt it was ridiculous, and some felt that it was impossible. It's impossible. No matter how high his innate talent is, it's impossible for him to use only 20 days to absorb all of the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. I think he came out without finishing absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. That's possible as well. However, if you were him, would you come out before you finish absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool? That's right. Would you come out if it were you? No matter what, most people felt that Duanling Tian must have finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just 20 days. Although it was heaven-defying, there was no other possible reason for this. Naturally, they did not know if Duanling Tian had cultivated like how he usually did. It would have taken him 1 month even if he had 99 saint veins to absorb the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. It was all thanks to Elder Hua's guidance that after Duanling Tian had absorbed enough heaven and earth spirit energy to make a breakthrough after 20 days. He had used not more than 20 breaths to absorb the remaining heaven and earth spirit energy, in just one gulp to consolidate the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings in an extraordinary way. Due to this reason, from other people's point of view, it only took Duanling Tian 20 days to finish absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. Naturally, only Duanling Tian and Elder Hua knew the truth. The other people would never know about this at all. He has come out? When Wang Feixian learned that Duanling Tian had come out from the spirit pool, she was dumbfounded as well. I remember that he entered the spirit pool only 20 days ago, right? How could he have come out so fast? Wang Feixian remembered it very well. 20 days ago, she had followed Ling Tian to the spirit pool. Naturally, she was only allowed outside. Ling Tian was the only who was allowed to enter the spirit pool. She had also inquired about the mystical Sky Mansion spirit pool before. There was a total of 4 spirit pools in the mystical Sky Mansion. Among the 4, the one in Heaven Palace was the best. However, even if it was the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, it would take an ordinary person about 2 months before he or she could completely finish absorbing all the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Those whose innate talent was higher would take at least a month and a half. However, Ling Tian was only in there for 20 days before he came out. Don't tell me he came out before he finished absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy? The moment this thought appeared in Wang Fei Xian's mind, she immediately dismissed it. Indeed, it was a rarity to be able to enter the spirit pool, and there was no time limit either. Not only was the opening of the St. Martial secret zone still far away, but only an idiot would rush out of the spirit pool. Was Ling Tian an idiot? Wang Fei Xian quickly dismissed this possibility. I don't care. I'll just go and ask him. The moment she thought of this, she left her residence and went to find Duan Ling Tian. However, when she arrived at Duan Ling Tian's residence, she noticed that he was not there. It was as though he had hidden beforehand, causing her to be so furious she could only stomp her feet. That damn fellow! How did he hide so quickly? Does he really think I won't be able to find him just because he's hiding? It was a good thing Duan Ling Tian did not see this. Otherwise, he would be rendered speechless. Today, he had intended to research and comprehend the Sovereign Heart Sword, but due to the fact that he had just broken through to the refined saint stage, it was difficult to suppress his excitement, causing his mind to not be in a state of peace. Due to this reason, he gave up comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword for the time being and went to the library in the Mystical Sky Mansion instead. The Mystical Sky Mansion's library was split into 5 branches. Each of the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces had one. There was also one located in the suspended island above the 4 palaces. That library was also the biggest library in the Mystical Sky Mansion with books on every subject and all kinds of nature. Other than some secret records of the Mystical Sky Mansion, everything a force like the Mystical Sky Mansion knew about was there. Duan Ling Tian wanted to read more about the things that he did not know. The library on the suspended island was undoubtedly the best choice for him. Apart from being the residences of high-ranking officials, the suspended island was also filled with outstanding Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. As long as one could enter the Mystical Sky rankings set by the Mystical Sky Mansion, one would be able to obtain a spot on the suspended island and an exclusive cultivation place. Usually, those who made it to the Mystical Sky rankings were those who were at the Eminent Saint stage or above. There was usually no Eminent Saint stage powerhouse in a 6th-rate force, and they were usually high-ranking officials in a 5th-rate force. In a 4th-rate force, they would be given a position even though the position would not be very high. However, if they were in a quasi-3rd-rate force, they were no longer considered special since there were many powerhouses who had exceeded the Eminent Saint stage in quasi-3rd-rate forces. Some of the outstanding disciples would break through to the Eminent Saint stage without fail as well when they had reached a certain age. For this reason, Eminent Saint stage was basically nothing in a quasi-3rd-rate force like the Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from those on the Mystical Sky rankings, every Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple would only be allowed to enter the main mansion once every 3 months. The main mansion was the suspended island located in the middle of the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. This time, Duan Ling Tian planned to use the opportunity every 3 months to enter the main mansion's library to increase his knowledge. He was not tempted at all by the other things in the main mansion. The main mansion had a better cultivation environment, and that was about it. The cultivation environment in his 7 treasures exquisite pagoda was far better than the Mystical Sky Mansion's main mansion. Due to this reason, it was not important to Duan Ling Tian whether he entered the main mansion or not. Whoosh! Along with the sound of wind whistling, a ghost-like figure approached the suspended island on the Mystical Sky Mansion's estate. Whoosh! 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 However, before this figure managed to get close to the suspended island, he was instantly blocked by a few figures. The owners of these figures were uniformly dressed Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, only a disciple on duty was allowed to wear the uniform. Ordinary disciples only needed to bring along their personal tokens. You're a Heaven Palace's disciple? The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who appeared swiftly were disciples on patrol. A middle-aged man was obviously the leader. His piercing gaze swept over the visitor's body to the personal token hanging on the waist of the visitor. The word Heaven was carved on the personal token. I'm Ling Tian, a Heaven Palace's disciple. Good day to all of you, senior brothers. The visitor was none other than Duan Ling Tian, who had come from the Heaven Palace. Faced with the group of disciples on patrol, Duan Ling Tian smiled as greeted them. The purpose of my trip this time is to go to the library in the main mansion. Ling Tian. However, the group of disciples on patrol did not seem to hear the second half of his sentence. Their attention was focused on the first half of his sentence. Ling Tian. They were no stranger to this name. Moreover, this name had shocked them twice. Ling Tian was a new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion, the Heaven Palace. When he first entered the Heaven Palace, he immediately came to a draw with Guo Lu, the Heaven Palace's disciple whose strength was ranked in the top 3 among all mastery-refined Saint Stage disciples in the Heaven Palace during a duel. That was their first time hearing the name Ling Tian. At that time, they were all baffled. This Saint Stage genius had already had such shocking strength even though he was not even 40 yet. How shocking would his strength be in the future? Today was the second time they heard of Ling Tian's name. Ling Tian had come out early in the morning today after entering the Heaven Palace's spirit pool 20 days ago. He seemed to have only spent 20 days to finish absorbing the liquefied heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. To those who had just entered the mystical sky mansion, they might not be that shocked. However, every veteran in the mystical sky mansion knew how shocking this news was. In the mystical sky mansion's history, there was no disciple below the eminent saint stage who could finish absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool in just 20 days. Let's not even mention the fact that the Heaven Palace's spirit pool was the best pool among all 4 spirit pools in the mystical sky mansion. In the history of mystical sky mansion, someone had spent 1 month and 3 days to completely finish absorbing all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool. However, that was the Yellow Palace's spirit pool, and it was still a little lacking compared to the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. However, this time, a new disciple who had just entered the mystical sky mansion not long ago had actually only used 20 days to finish absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. To them and to the entire mystical sky mansion, this was undoubtedly earth-shattering news. You're Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace? The middle-aged man in the lead was the first to regain his senses. His eyes brightened as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. Ha! Usually it was not a big issue to be stared at. However, Duan Ling Tian realized when this middle-aged man stared at him there was a hint of shock and hostility in the depths of his eyes. This puzzled him. This is my first time meeting him, so why would he be hostile? At the same time, the group of disciples on patrol behind the middle-aged man had also snapped back to reality and sensed the tension between the middle-aged man and Duan Ling Tian. They immediately began to whisper among themselves. I almost forgot. Senior brother Huang Tong's brother has gone into closed-door cultivation ever since he was humiliated by Duan Ling Tian. Rumor has it that he has announced that he won't come out until he breaks through to the mastery-refined saint stage. I heard it's Huang Ji who went knocking on the door to provoke Duan Ling Tian. Instead, he was shaved bald in the end. This matter has not only spread in the Heaven Palace, but it has even spread to the Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces as well. Huang Ji has become a laughingstock now. He is senior brother Huang Tong's only biological younger brother. How could senior brother Huang Tong not be angry that his younger brother was humiliated? That's right. It's still okay if Ling Tian didn't show up in front of senior brother Huang Tong since he still has to act reasonably and can't simply seek revenge. However, Ling Tian presented senior brother Huang Tong with a chance to seek revenge. If he doesn't do anything, he might be called a coward by other people if news of this spread out, since he doesn't even dare to seek revenge for his younger brother. The group of disciples on patrol continued to whisper among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Ling Tian heard their conversation clearly. Huang Tong. Huang Ji's elder brother? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian finally understood the situation. No wonder Huang Tong was so hostile toward him. As it turned out, he was Huang Ji's biological older brother. Naturally, Duanling Tian remembered who Huang Ji was. Almost a month ago, a group of Heaven Palace's disciples had gathered in front of his door because they were dissatisfied he was directly given the spot to enter the spirit pool. Huang Ji and another 2 men even wanted to break into his house. However, due to his timely appearance, they did not manage to break in. Although they did not manage to do that, they still provoked him verbally without any reservations. Huang Ji even took the initiative to challenge him. The moment Duanling Tian thought of Huang Ji's rudeness, he had shaved his hair out of spite. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy. Duanling Tian was a man who always returned kindness tenfold. Guolu, who was polite to him, was an example of that. Since Guolu scratched his back, he had scratched Guolu's back in return. Although he could easily defeat Guolu, he deliberately came to draw during the duel with Guolu to save him face. Duanling Tian only looked at Huang Tong calmly when he discovered he was Huang Ji's biological brother. He was initially slightly surprised, but that was it. He was not worried about Huang Tong seeking revenge. With his current strength, even if Huang Tong was an ordinary high-ranking official in the mystical Sky Mansion, he would not fear him at all, let alone the fact that he was only the leader of a group of disciples on patrol. With his strength, he was 90% confident he could kill eminent saint stage powerhouses if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword with all his might. "Did you hear what they say?" Huang Tong asked as he looked at Duanling Tian indifferently. "Yes, I heard it." Faced with Huang Tong's question, Duanling Tian nodded indifferently. In fact, he could not be bothered with the matter at all. "You're stronger than my younger brother, but you don't have the manner a powerhouse should have and humiliated my brother in such a way. Don't you think you've crossed the line?" Huang Tong asked with a grave expression. "Crossed the line?" Duanling Tian smiled. "You say that I've crossed the line. However, are you aware that your brother intended to break into my residence and interrupt my cultivation? When he saw me came out, he continuously provoked me and even issued me a challenge. What would you do if you were in my position? Be patient. Tell him I'm stronger so that he can retreat in the face of difficulties." Duanling Tian revealed the details of what had happened. In fact, Huang Tong had already known about what had actually transpired, and his brother was the one at fault. Otherwise, he would not have been so polite with his words after learning that the person before him was Ling Tian. Although Huang Tong might be aware of all the details, this did not mean the group of disciples on patrol was aware of it. The look in their eyes immediately began to turn strange. They only knew that Huang Tong's younger brother, Huang Ji's hair was shaved, but they did not know he was the one to blame for this outcome. Huang Tong took a deep breath before asking in a tone that was bordering on interrogative. "My younger brother is indeed in the wrong. However, don't you think you went too far by treating him that way in front of so many people? How's he going to face the others in the future?" "I don't think I went too far," Duanling Tian continued to reply indifferently. "It's a good thing we were in mystical Sky Mansion. Otherwise, if he had dared to break into my residence outside to disturb my cultivation, he would have died if not crippled." When Duanling Tian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed ruthlessly. He was not a kind person by nature. In his opinion, he had already shown mercy to Huang Ji, and the incident had already passed as well. However, someone was bringing up the incident again to look for trouble with him. This was undoubtedly a blatant provocation. "You!" Huang Tong did not expect Duanling Tian to be so extreme. Faced with Duanling Tian's lack of courtesy, his expression turned grave, and his eyes were gleaming with anger as though it would be able to burn anything. "Senior brother Huang Tong." When the group of disciples on patrol saw how both of them were on the verge of fighting, they began to panic immediately. They quickly stopped Huang Tong and advised him. "What a joke. If one were to investigate this incident, Ling Tian was definitely in the right. Even if Ling Tian was proven to be at fault, Huang Tong would still be the one punished in the end. With Ling Tian's high innate talent and prowess, he would definitely be the pillar of mystical Sky Mansion in the future when he grew stronger. It was not impossible for him to become the next mansion master of the mystical Sky Mansion as well. Let alone the future. Currently, the Palace Master of Heaven Palace must have already learned about Ling Tian's deeds. Moreover, even the mansion master of their mystical sky mansion might already be paying attention to Ling Tian. After all, his high innate talent and strength that he had displayed after coming to the mystical sky mansion were just too shocking. In terms of prowess, he was already on par with the strong disciples at the mastery-refined saint stage in the Heaven Palace. This alone was enough to prove his strength was at least at the mastery-refined saint stage and close to the peak of the refined saint stage. Most importantly, he was not even 40 years old yet. There were only a few mastery-refined saint stage powerhouses who were below the age of 40 in the history of Mystical Sky Mansion. Moreover, even those people were not as monstrous as he was. In terms of innate talent, it had only taken him 20 days to finish absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy inside the Heaven Palace's spirit pool. After all, the more powerful one's innate talent was, the faster the cultivation speed would be. Due to this reason, the speed of absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy would also be fast as well. Based on the Heaven Palace's spirit pool's incident, one could see Ling Tian's innate talent was monstrously high. This was enough to shock the entire mystical sky mansion. Even the group of disciples on patrol could think of this. How could Huang Tong have not thought about this as well? Due to everyone's persuasion, he began to calm down after glancing at Duan Ling Tian indifferently and left with the others. However, before he left, Duan Ling Tian did not miss the piercing gleam that flashed across his eyes. Still, Duan Ling Tian was not concerned since he did not take Huang Tong seriously at all. After entering the mystical sky mansion's suspended island, Duan Ling Tian was blocked once again. This time, the person who stopped him was a disciple guarding the suspended island. "You're Ling Tian from Heaven Palace?" When the disciple on guard duty was helping Duan Ling Tian to register, he flipped the token over and saw the two words Ling Tian carved on the back. He was instantly shocked. Perhaps Ling Tian from the Heaven Palace had only just joined the mystical sky mansion not too long ago. However, his name was like a bolt of lightning to them. The person who had risen to fame recently in the mystical sky mansion was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Yes, Duan Ling Tian smiled as he nodded. When the disciple on guard duty saw his smile, he felt refreshed immediately. His impression toward Duan Ling Tian rose as well. "Junior brother Ling Tian, I finished with your registration. Since you're not a disciple on the mystical sky ranking, you can only stay in the main mansion a month at the most. Before you leave, you'll have to come here and register again." "Thank you, senior brother." Duan Ling Tian quickly thanked the disciple on duty after he took back his personal token. "Junior brother Ling Tian, please take this jade token. The rules and warnings of entering the main mansion are recorded in it. There's a list of forbidden places as well where you won't be allowed to enter." The disciple on guard duty said kindly as he took a jade token out before passing it to Duan Ling Tian. After taking the jade token, Duan Ling Tian expressed his gratitude again before he left. When the disciple on guard duty looked at Duan Ling Tian's disappearing silhouette, he could not help but sigh emotionally. This junior brother Ling Tian possesses such high innate talent and is so strong, but he's not arrogant at all. How rare. Another disciple on guard duty chimed in, "That's right. The original few young geniuses in our mystical sky mansion are far from being comparable to him. Put aside the fact that their innate talent and strength are not as good as junior brother Ling Tian, their conduct is not as good as junior brother Ling Tian as well." Even Duan Ling Tian was unaware that he had given such a good impression to other people. At this moment, he was browsing through the content inside the jade token. Soon after, he learned about the forbidden places and the places he was allowed to enter in the main mansion. The main mansion was an island suspended in the air. The clouds above were foggy, making it look like a fairyland. Along the way, Duan Ling Tian could see richly decorated jade palaces and a few scattered figures. Some were disciples on patrol from the main mansion, and some were high-ranking officials and disciples cultivating in the main mansion. Duan Ling Tian did not forget his main intention of coming to the main mansion. He headed to the library immediately as soon as he arrived. There were many records and books that were passed down since the founding of Mystical Sky Mansion in the ancient time. These were called master copies. As for those other identical copies stored in the Heaven, Earth, Mystical, and Yellow Palaces, they were all rubbing editions. Due to the fact that the library only stored some books with all kinds of miscellaneous information without any cultivation or martial tactics, the surveillance here was not that strict either. Duanling Tian only needed to register before entering. After he had entered the library, rows and rows of bookshelves of different heights, arranged meticulously, entered his sight. So many books! How long will I take in order to finish reading all of them? When Duanling Tian saw the huge pile of books in the bookshelves, he could not help but click his tongue. I only have a month, so I'll have to be selective. The reason Duanling Tian came to the library was to learn about powerhouses who had surpassed the eminent saint stage in the Dao Martial Saint Land. He did not know much about these powerhouses. Naturally, this was because there were rarely people at this stage at the places he had been. It was different now since he had come to the mystical Sky Mansion. The mystical Sky Mansion was a force that stood at the top of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He could learn about many things here that he could not elsewhere. I'll just take my time. 1 month should be enough time for me. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he began to browse through the books in the library. He merely glanced through books he was not interested in before putting them back since he had no time to waste on them. As he continued to immerse himself in reading, the world after the eminent saint stage began to open its door to Duanling Tian. After the eminent saint stage is the divine saint stage. Once I make a breakthrough to the divine saint stage, I'll be able to use the divine ability. For instance, a divine saint stage Dao cultivator would be able to cast the duplicated embodiment divine ability. He can attach the divine ability on some item, and once someone activates the item, the Dao cultivator's duplicated embodiment would materialize. However, this duplicated embodiment can only protect someone, it's useless to oneself. When Duanling Tian saw the entry about the divine ability, he immediately thought about his golden crow's wings. According to Elder Hua, he had now consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings. As long as he made further progress, he would be able to use the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, when he entered the Eminent Saint stage. The Golden Crow's Wings was a divine ability. Elder Hua. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he could not help but awaken Elder Hua, who was in the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. I've learned from these books that only someone who's at the Divine Saint stage or above can master the divine ability in the Dao Martial Saint Land. Previously, you told me I'll be able to master the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, the moment I break through to the Eminent Saint stage. Is this true? Of course it's true. Elder Hua replied. Don't forget the true origin flowing inside your body is not an ordinary true origin, but the Sun true origin. You're now at the early refined saint stage, but your Sun true origin's force is comparable to the true origin of an ordinary eminent saint stage powerhouse. Once you've made it to the eminent saint stage, your Sun true origin will, naturally, be comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse's prowess. Divine ability relies on the strength of the caster. Do you understand my explanation? Elder Hua asked. Yes, I do now, Duanling Tian nodded. He would have no excuse if he still could not understand it by now. The divine ability relied on the strength of the caster. An ordinary martial, Dao and Devil cultivator would only be able to cast the divine ability when they reached the divine saint stage. He, Duanling Tian, on the other hand, would have strength that was comparable to a divine saint stage powerhouse when he reached the eminent saint stage. Due to this reason, it would not be a problem for him to cast the divine ability. Just like how there was a gap between a non-saint stage and a saint stage powerhouse, there was also a gap between an eminent saint stage and divine saint stage powerhouse. The divine saint stage was already so powerful that it could touch the divine ability. The divine ability was not like a martial tactic or a true origin consolidated weapon, true origin consolidated beast, and true origin consolidated territory. It was a standalone technique. The divine ability that ordinary divine saint stage powerhouses could master was all basic divine abilities. Just take a divine saint stage Dao cultivator as an example. As long as his cultivation base had reached a certain level, he would be able to master the duplicated embodiment divine ability easily through the guide his predecessors had left behind. This was because it was a very easy and commonly found divine ability. It was so common it could be found everywhere on the streets. As for divine saint stage martial cultivators, there was also a basic divine ability that belonged to them. Naturally, similar to the duplicated embodiment divine ability mastered by a Dao cultivator, The divine ability they were able to master was not powerful and basically useless in a battle. Duan Ling Tian was puzzled about the origin of the divine abilities. He asked Elder Huo again, where did these divine abilities come from? The divine abilities are a breakaway from the martial tactics in your Dao martial saint land. Moreover, it's also far superior compared to the martial tactics in your Dao martial saint land. The divine abilities can be mastered through many methods. The most common method is through the teaching of a predecessor. The second common method is mastering the divine ability through the relic left behind by the predecessor. It's similar to being taught personally by the predecessor as well. It's just like how I taught you the golden crow's wings. Elder Hua answered Duan Ling Tian's question thoroughly. Some of the divine abilities, on the other hand, are inherent abilities, just like my golden crow's wings. It's a divine ability that I was born with. When my cultivation base had reached a level where I could cast it, it naturally appeared in my mind immediately like an inherited memory. Naturally, there are also some powerful beings who could create their own divine abilities that can be handed down from generation to generation. Upon hearing that, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ponder over it. In fact, the True Origin Consolidated Beast, True Origin Consolidated Weapon, and True Origin Consolidated Territory that you mastered, they can be considered as divine abilities as well, loosely speaking. Naturally, these divine abilities are trivial and ordinary divine abilities. Due to the fact that they're pretty mediocre and average to the point that it can be easily mastered when one's cultivation base has reached a certain level, nobody in this world calls them divine abilities, Elder Hua continued to say. Duan Ling Tian finally had some understanding about the divine abilities. Due to this, he was excited about the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that Elder Hua had passed down to him, since it was not an ordinary divine ability. Instead, it was a powerful and useful divine ability. However, I'll still need to wait until I break through to the Eminent Saint stage before I can cast the golden crow's wings. With my progress, I think it'll take me at least 2 years or more, even with the help of the third level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. After all, I've just broken through to the Refined Saint stage recently. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of how he had just broken through to the Refined Saint stage recently, he felt as though a cold bucket of water had been splashed on him, and the enthusiasm in his heart subsided immediately. Duan Ling Tian focused his attention again and continued to learn about the powerhouses world above the Divine Saint stage. The Divine Saint stage was not the finishing point of cultivation. There were still the Exemplary Saint stage and the Quintessential Saint stage after the Divine Saint stage. Naturally, according to the books that Duan Ling Tian had read, there was no known Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. The strongest person here was only at the Exemplary Saint stage. Usually, Exemplary Saint stage powerhouses would only stay in quasi-third-rate forces or fourth-rate forces. Naturally, when it came to quantity, the number of Exemplary Saint stage powerhouses in fourth-rate forces was absolutely incomparable to the number of Exemplary Saint stage powerhouses in quasi-third-rate forces. It was not only the quantity, but even the strength was incomparable to the latter as well. Divine Saint stage, Exemplary Saint stage, and Quintessential Saint stage. The powerhouses standing at the apex of the lower province of Dao Martial Saint land are at the Exemplary Saint stage. Compared to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land, the lower province is like a small and remote village. If a top-tier quasi-third-rate force in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land is placed in the upper province, they would count for nothing at all. The moment Duan Ling Tian thought of this, he took a deep breath immediately. In other words, apart from having powerhouses at the Quintessential Saint stage and above, the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land might even have powerhouses who have surpassed the Quintessential Saint stage as well. A Divine Saint stage powerhouse can use the divine ability, so I'm sure the Exemplary Saint stage powerhouse is even more powerful. The Quintessential Saint stage is, naturally, superior compared to the Exemplary Saint stage, and it would be even more powerful. A powerhouse who has surpassed the Quintessential Saint stage, on the other hand. Duan Ling Tian did not dare to think about it any further. Even if he did continue his train of thoughts, he still would not know how strong exactly those powerhouses would be. Although he did not know how powerful those powerhouses were, Duan Ling Tian knew they would definitely surpass his imagination. The fire worship sect used to be the 3 colossuses in the Dao Martial Saint land, but in the end, they moved to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The strength of Kur's twin sister must be at least at the divine saint stage. As a disciple in the fire worship sect, she has already broken through to the divine saint stage at such a young age. This means those high-ranking officials in the sect must have surpassed the quintessential saint stage. Duan Ling Tian's heart felt heavy because he was absolutely certain of this. No matter how difficult the path in front of me is, no matter how terrifying the powerhouses in the fire worship sect is, I, Duan Ling Tian, will definitely save Kur and our child. Not only did the strength of the fire worship sect did not destroy Duan Ling Tian's determination and belief, but it even strengthened them even more. Throughout his journey, Duan Ling Tian had always encountered strong powerhouses, but his determination and belief had never wavered even once. It was the same as well this time. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there was a mysterious place. To be exact, it was an ancient and mysterious barren land. This barren land had mountains and water, but not a touch of green at all. In this barren land, except for mountains and water, what was most visible to the eyes was the color red. It looked like flowers from afar. However, it was not flowers. To humans, it was an extremely significant thing. One might not even survive without it. It was none other than fire. This red flowers occupied this ancient and mysterious barren land where the flames that humans depended on, particularly. In this barren land where the flames were covered with a mysterious and supreme veil. In this barren land, spacious sacrificial altars could be seen everywhere. In the center of these sacrificial altars was a large brazier that was lifted up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose up to the top as burning auras swept out, turning into a heat wave that affected the people around them and causing sweat to form on their foreheads. However, not only were these people not averse to it or feel uncomfortable, but they were kneeling on the ground, bowing at the brazier. To be more exact, they were bowing at the flames in the brazier. Upon closer inspection, one could see the reverence in their eyes as though the flames were their god, and they were the staunch worshippers. In fact, this was really the case. In this land that was completely ruled by the fire worship sect, one of the three greatest forces in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, everyone worshipped the flames. They were the most devout believers of the flames. In their eyes, the flames were everything. The world only existed because of the flames. This ancient and mysterious barren land was completely ruled by the fire worship sect. The southern area was filled with active volcanoes. The craters of the volcanoes were constantly spewing out hot lava. Every time it erupted, it would brighten up the surrounding as though the setting sun is lighting up the sky. There was no night in this place. Perhaps, when the active volcanoes stopped spewing lavas, night would finally arrive. The active volcanoes surrounded a gigantic volcano. This gigantic volcano was also an active volcano. Although the frequency of its eruption was not that high, only once a month, it would cause the surrounding volcanoes and the earth to quake and the mountains to sway every time it erupted. There were islands suspended in the air above the gigantic active volcano. A few buildings were scattered on these islands. The suspended islands surrounded a gigantic suspended island. Naturally, this gigantic suspended island was suspended at a higher altitude compared to the other suspended islands. It was obvious this was the main island. One could vaguely see figures flying across these suspended islands once in a while. Most of these people were wearing white hooded robes with a fiery red flame embroidered in the chest area. It was obvious it was some kind of emblem. The hoods of their robes were tied on their heads, leaving only their faces visible. If someone well-informed saw this costume, they would be able to tell these people were from the fire worship sect. On one of the inconspicuous suspended islands, there was an extremely quiet and vast mansion. In the spacious backyard, there was a woman with an appearance so beautiful she could topple a nation. She was sitting quietly in the gazebo as she continuously drew a series of identical portraits. Upon closer inspection, one would realize it was all the drawing of a young man. The only difference in the portraits were the expressions on the young man's face. "Young master, Kur really misses you a lot," the woman muttered to herself. A hint of longing and nostalgia could be seen in her eyes. "Mother! Mother!" Only when a childish voice resonated in the air that the woman finally regained her senses. She quickly turned to the source of the voice. A delicate little girl was holding onto a portrait that was even bigger than her as she jumped excitedly in front of the woman and asked in her childish voice, "Mother, look! Does this drawing resembles my father?" Her bright eyes made her look extremely innocent. The little girl was about 2 years old. She looked very cute with her rosy cheeks. As she stood in front of the woman, she passed her portrait to the woman as though she was fishing for compliments. When the woman looked at it and saw the doodles, she suddenly burst into tears as she said, "Very, very much. The drawing Si Ling drew resembles father even more than the one I've drawn." "Mother, why are you crying?" "Auntie told me those who like to cry are all cowards." "Si Ling is not a coward, and you're not a coward too," the little girl chimed in with her childish voice. At the same time, she tried her best to tiptoe as she extended her chubby hand to wipe the tears off the woman's face. "All right, you and I are both not cowards." The woman nodded before pulling the little girl into her embrace for a long time. She gazed into the distance as she thought to herself, "Young master, this is our daughter, and she's called Duan Si Ling. I'm sure you'll be happy if you can see how sensible she is." The woman was, naturally, none other than Kur. Ever since she had been brought away to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land by her twin sister, it had been arranged for her to stay in the fire worship sex estate. This was the residence of Kur's elder. Usually, nobody would visit here. Ever since Kua had arrived, her elder sister made her stay here and forbade contact with everyone. Even after she had given birth, up until today, apart from her own sister, the only other person she had any contact with since she came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was Zir, the saint beast that was her eldest sister's servant. It had been more than 2 years. She was certain her sister did not have any malicious intent toward her. Moreover, it seemed as though she was deliberately protecting her. However, she was baffled as to why her sister would bring her here just to confine her instead of letting her reunite with her family. She had asked her elder sister many times, but every time, the answer she obtained was the same. It's not the right time yet. If she was all by herself, perhaps, Kur would have been so bored that she would not know what to do with herself. It was fortunate that she had a cute daughter who was always by her side, helping her to alleviate her loneliness and sadness. This was the daughter of her and her man, Duan Ling Tian. Due to her yearning for her man, she had named her daughter Duan Si Ling. It contained the meaning, thinking about Ling Tian. Duan Si Ling blinked her huge and bright eyes as she looked at Kur and asked, "Mother, when are we going to see father?" Soon, soon. Although Kur had no idea when she would be able to see her man, she still reassured her daughter. At the same time, she secretly made up her mind. Her daughter was a 2-year-old child after all. After a moment of playing, she began to complain that she was tired. After putting Duan Si Ling into her bed and tucking her in, Kur began to look for her twin sister. Without beating around the bush, she asked, "What are you trying to do? You've brought me here from the lower province more than 2 years ago, but you've never allowed me to go out or meet any people. I've been wasting away in this place for more than 2 years, and I want to return to the lower province to look for my man." "Your man?" Upon hearing Kur's words, the woman who looked identical to Kur frowned immediately. "Kur, could it be that you actually think that I'm intentionally confining you here?" "Isn't it so?" Kur's expression was cold. "If you didn't take me away at that time, I'll be able to live happily with Si Ling and her father. How can I possibly separate the two of them? At that time, when you brought me away, I wasn't completely averse to following you since I also wanted to see my family. However, up until now, you've never brought to see any relatives no matter how many times I asked you. You'll always tell me it's not the right time. I really want to ask you today, when exactly is the right time going to come?" When Kur reached the end of her sentence, her delicate brows had also furrowed together. It was apparent that she was furious. "Why? Why would you just come into my life and separate me and my man? You're my twin sister, don't tell me you don't want to see me living happily." Kua asked in an accusing tone. At this moment, all the emotions Kur had been suppressing for over 2 years seemed to have erupted, causing her sister to be stunned. This was her first time seeing Kur losing her cool after all. How could she know that Kur had suppressed her gentle personality temporarily for the sake of her daughter? "Sister Kur, things are not as you think." At this moment, the purple-clad young girl who was standing by the side quickly explained, Elder sister is only. Kur's sister interrupted the young girl and said with certainty, "It's fine, Zir. I'll explain this myself. It's time for me to reveal some things to her as well. She also has the right to know about it. If she still wants to return to the lower province to look for her man after listening to my explanation, I won't stop her. Moreover, I'll personally escort her back to the lower province as well." Upon hearing her words, Ku's heart tightened for a moment. Could it be that her elder sister had some secret sorrow she could not speak about? The moment she thought of this, she could not help but feel a pang of guilt. She was originally a young and kind woman. Otherwise, she would not have stayed here submissively for over 2 years. It was only today, when she saw her daughter asking about her father, that she finally summoned the courage to question her elder sister. However, it seemed like things were not as she had imagined them to be. When you and I were just born, some big shot in the fire worship sect had taken a liking to us. In the end, it was planned that you'd become the saint girl of the fire worship sect. Although I wasn't chosen, I was still accepted as a direct disciple of my current master. I've worked hard to achieve my present accomplishment. Kur's elder sister began to speak. Saint girl. Kur frowned. She did not know what being the saint girl of the fire worship sect meant. Moreover, she also did not know why she was not in the upper province, since she had been selected as the saint girl of the fire worship sect. Not only was she stranded in the lower province, but prior to that, she was even left behind in a remote village on the mortal continent. The saint girl of the fire worship sect symbolizes holiness in the fire worship sect. One person would be picked every 100 years. At that time, I couldn't replace you to be the new saint girl since you've already undergone the ritual. After you've gone missing, a commotion broke out in the entire fire worship sect, and they had even sent out many people to look for you. Naturally, they only looked for you in the upper province initially. After several years, they began to shift their attention to the lower province, thinking that you might have gone to the lower province since they couldn't find any trace of you here. At that time, the higher-ups had given the order that if it's discovered you're no longer a virgin, you'll have to be brought back and be punished severely according to the sect's rules. Usually, a saint girl who has lost her virginity would receive a death penalty. It's because I was worried about you that I also went to the lower province to find you both openly and secretly. In the end, I finally found your trace and found you. When Kur's sister reached this part of her sentence, happiness could be seen on her face. Saint girl? Virginity? Death penalty? Ku's expression seemed to have turned cold again as she said gravely, "I've been wandering outside since young, and I've completely no memories of the past. Even if I'm the saint girl of the fire worship sect, isn't it their responsibility for losing me in the first place? What right do they have to mess with my life? How would I even know about my true identity? I know, but the sect's rules have always been ruthless. Those enforcement elders in the sect wouldn't care about all these things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have looked for you everywhere and prayed that you haven't found a man and is still a virgin." Kur's sister sighed. "However, when I sensed your aura on that man, I began to have an ominous feeling. As it turns out, my instinct is right. You're no longer a virgin, and you're even pregnant with his child. Do you know if those people who are looking for you discover this, what awaits you is the death penalty. At that time, not only would you and the baby in your tummy die, even your man wouldn't have survived. He has violated the saint girl of the fire worship sect, so the fire worship sect wouldn't have let him go." Kur's elder sister snapped furiously. Colors also drained from Kur's face at this instant. It did not cross her mind that her past identity was so complicated that it would even complicate her man's life. Perhaps, she did not understand the might of the fire worship sect when she came to the upper province more than 2 years ago. Although she did not have any contact with other people, she had learned from Zir, who was always by her elder sister's side, about things in the upper province. Based on that, she knew the fire worship sect was one of the 3 greatest forces in the upper province. In the Tao Martial Saint Land, the fire worship sect was a colossal force to be reckoned with. If the fire worship sect really wanted her man dead, he would not be able to survive. As for why I brought you back, it was also because I was worried you'd be found by the others. Originally, I planned to bring you to some other place to hide. However, after thinking about it carefully, I feel the most dangerous place is the safest place to hide. For this reason, I brought you back to the fire worship sect," Kur's sister continued to say. Although I hate your man since he has gotten you into this situation, I have never once had any malicious thoughts about his and your child. If she's only his child, I wouldn't have let her live. However, she's also your child. She's also my niece. How can I possibly hurt her? As for the family reunion you mentioned, I've also thought of that before. However, there are many fire worship sect spies among the relatives in our house. I dare not reveal your existence to other people since I'm not confident you and Si Ling will be able to live if you're revealed to the public. The moment Kuer's sister reached the end of her sentence, she sighed. As a fire worship sect's disciple, she was the clearest about the fire worship sect's way of handling things. Kuer's expression changed again and again. In the end, colors had completely drained from her face. She did not think things would turn out like that. I'm sorry, sister. At this moment, she had finally understood. It was her who had misunderstood her own sister. From the beginning until the end, her sister had only wanted the best for her. You're my sister. There's no need for you to be so polite with me. Kuer's elder sister shook her head before saying, I've already said what I wanted to say. If you still insist on leaving the fire worship sect and the upper province to search for your man in the lower province, I'll personally escort you and your daughter to reunite with him. No, I won't go anymore. Kuer shook her head. Although she missed her young master a lot and hoped that her daughter would be able to reunite with her father, the moment she thought of how she might put her young master in danger if she and her daughter returned, she instantly dismissed the idea. She would rather die than see something happen to her young master. In her opinion, her young master's life was even more important than her own life. He was someone she was willing to give up her life for. At the moment when Kuer's sister sighed in relief after listening to Kuer's words, an angry voice resonated high in the sky. Gan Ruyen, how dare you? Kuer's sister, Gan Ruyen, turned horrified instantly as soon as she heard this voice. She could tell whose voice it was just by listening to it. It was none other than Jiang Qin, one of the vice hall masters of the Enforcement Hall of Fire Worship Sect. Gan Ruyen saw 4 figures hovering in the sky when she looked up. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man. He had an ordinary appearance, but his eyes looked as sharp as an eagle's eyes, especially now that he was looking down at her. It sent chills up her spine immediately. The middle-aged man was none other than Jiang Qin, one of the vice hall masters of the Enforcement Hall of Fire Worship Sect. 3 people stood behind Jiang Qin. 2 of them were young men with an aloof expression. It was not difficult for Gan Ruyen to guess they were most likely disciples from the Enforcement Hall. However, her expression turned grave immediately when she the last person standing behind Jiang Qin. The final person was a sexy and beautiful young woman. Naturally, in terms of beauty, this woman was not as beautiful as Gan Ruyen. At this moment, hints of pleasure that was derived from Gan Ruyen's misfortune could be seen in that woman's eyes. At the same time, she said through voice transmission mockingly, Gan Ruyen, congratulations for finding your long-lost sister. However, I'm afraid that even your master, Guardian Qinghua, wouldn't be able to intervene and help you remove the sin of hiding the saint girl who has violated the sect rules. Right? Oh, I almost forgot, your good sister didn't only violate the sect rules by losing her virginity, but she even gave birth to a child as well. What a blasphemy to the fire worship sect. Both of you will be found guilty twice. At the end of the voice transmission, the woman's tone was filled with arrogance. Gan Ruyen was not sure how the woman found out about this matter. She could not help but ask through voice transmission, Wenyan, you're the one who went and looked for Vice Hall Master Jiang? Her tone was filled with anger. What do you mean by I went and looked for Vice Hall Master Jiang? Gan Ruyen, don't tell me you think I'm so petty as to take personal revenge in the name of public interest. The tone of Wenyan's voice transmission was smug. As a fire worship sect's disciple, all of us are obligated to uphold the sect rules. If you think I'm taking revenge because of a personal vendetta, you can always complain to Vice Hall Master Jiang and ask to bring his men away. The moment her words left her mouth, a spiteful smile appeared on her face. She and Gan Ruyen were both outstanding fire worship sect's disciples. But she had always been inferior to Gan Ruyen. She had been living in Gan Ruyen's shadow. This matter made her feel unwilling and angry. Some time ago, she had noticed Gan Ruyen secretly bringing someone back to the sect. After spending 2 years thoroughly investigating the matter, she finally discovered who that person was. She finally found a reason to strike at Gan Ruyen. Prior to this, she had never won against Gan Ruyen once. However, she had finally won today. Although the method of her victory was despicable and low, she did not care since she only cared about the outcome. Whoosh! A gust of cold wind blew past, accompanied by the sound of wind whistling in the air. Jiang Qin, the vice hall master of the enforcement hall of the fire worship sect, descended and soon arrived in front of Kur. His pair of keen eyes were gleaming terrifyingly as he stared at her intently. You look identical to Gan Ruyen. There's no doubt you're Saint Girl Yuyen who had been kidnapped last time. Kur was not unfamiliar to the name Gan Yuyen. She had learned about her original name after following her sister here. She was called Gan Yuyen, and her name was only one word different from her sister's name. I'm not Gan Yuyen, nor am I the Saint Girl. Ever since I can remember, I'm called Kur. Kur announced nonchalantly, faced with Jiang Qin's intense stare. At this moment, naturally, she knew somebody was trying to harm her sister. Due to this reason, she decided to feign ignorance. In fact, she was telling the truth. Ever since she could remember, she was called Kur. From her earliest memory, she and her mother had lived a difficult life and depended on each other for survival. She only met her young master after her mother died, and she planned to sell herself to give her mother a proper burial. Ever since then, she had risen from a pheasant to a phoenix, living a life she did not dare to dream of before. She was already satisfied enough by this. Hermf, do you think you can deny you're our fire worship sect's Saint Girl just because you feigned ignorance? Our fire worship sect's Saint Girl is Gan Ruyan's twin sister. This is something everyone in the sect knows. It's useless even if you don't admit it. Based on your appearance alone, it's enough to prove you're Gan Ruyan's twin sister, and also the Saint Girl of our fire worship sect, Gan Yuyen. At this moment, when Yen had also descended from the sky as she glared at Kur viciously, a sneer had already appeared on her face. It's unfortunate while you were wandering outside, you'd acted without self-respect. Not only did you lose your virginity, but you actually got pregnant with some unknown man's illegitimate child. What's even more preposterous is you actually gave birth to that illegitimate child. Illegitimate child? Upon hearing Wen Yan's words, Kur was, naturally, furious. Nobody could insult her daughter. Kur's outburst was similar to that of a tigress protecting her tiger cubs. However, how could she possibly be a match for Wen Yan with her meager strength? Wen Yan merely lifted a hand before she restrained her immediately. TSK. Previously, everyone kept saying the Saint Girl's innate talent is much higher than Gan Ruyen. That was why you were chosen as our fire worship sect's Saint Girl. I can't believe the outer world has turned you into such a waste. Any random disciple from the sect is 100 times stronger than you. Wen Yan. At this moment, an angry but delicate sounded before Gan Ruyen made her move. She instantly sent Wen Yan, who was unprepared, flying back with just a move. Gan Ruyen. Wen Yan did not expect Gan Ruyen to act so mercilessly to her. Her expression turned grave and she glared at Gan Ruyen angrily as she wiped the traces of blood on her mouth using the back of her hand. What? You've just been defeated by me and you still want to fight? Gan Ruyen mocked Wen Yan with a smirk. Although Wen Yan could be considered strong among the younger generation in the fire worship sect, she was not worth mentioning when compared to Gan Ruyen. Wen Yan's face turned green before it paled when she heard Gan Ruyan's words. Bring that child out, Jiang Qin ordered without any warning. The enforcement hall's disciples who had followed Jiang Qin here instantly charged into Gan Ruyan's residence and disappeared like two bolts of lightning. Vice Hall Master Jiang. She's only a child. Upon hearing that, Gan Ruyen was horrified. She wanted to make a move to stop the two enforcement hall's disciples, but was blocked by Jiang Qin instead. Gan Ruyen, you violated the sect rules for harboring the Saint Girl, who has also violated the sect rules. In consideration of the fact that your guardian Qing was last disciple, I won't make things difficult for you now. However, the enforcement hall wants an explanation from guardian Qing regarding this matter. Jiang Qin continued to say nonchalantly, as for the Saint Girl and her illegitimate child, I'll bring them to the enforcement hall. After I've consulted and discussed this with the sect leader, we'll deal with the matter according to the sect rules. The moment his words left his mouth, the two enforcement hall's disciples who had barged into Gan Ruyan's residence had also come out. One of them was hugging a child in his arms. Bastard! Let me go! I'll ask Gani to kill you if you don't let me go. My aunt is very powerful, the girl shouted in her childish voice as she struggled. Si Ling. Horror dawned on Kur's face. She made a move to rescue her daughter but was instantly stopped by Wen Yan. At this moment, Wen Yan was no longer angry from being humiliated. There was a smile on her face instead. Saint Girl, it's time for you and your beloved daughter to make a trip to the enforcement hall. Vice Hall Master Jiang, don't you have even a shred of mercy for this young child? Gan Ruyan's eyes brimmed with tears as she stared at Jiang Qin. Even her voice was trembling when she spoke. Although she was quite outstanding, she was still far from being comparable to the enforcement hall's Vice Hall Master. It was impossible for her to snatch the child away from his grip. Let's go! Jiang Qin ignored Gan Ruyan. The moment his words left his mouth, he instantly rose up into the air and raised a hand. An invisible force began to restrain and guide Kua as they flew away. The two enforcement hall's disciples followed closely behind. Elder sister, please save Si Ling. I don't care about what happens to me, but nothing can happen to Si Ling. She's only 2 years old and she hasn't even seen her father and her grandparents yet. Kua's almost desperate and trembling voice entered Gan Ruyan's ears clearly. Whoosh! Upon hearing Kua's words, Gan Ruyan's eyes instantly turned red. She could no longer hold it back as she stared directly at one of the enforcement hall's disciples. Specifically, the one who was holding Duan Si Ling. However, before Gan Ruyan managed to touch the enforcement hall's disciple, a horrifying wave of energy swept across the sky and struck her, sending her flying. An extremely cold voice sounded in the next moment. Gan Ruyan, if you continue to hinder the enforcement hall from carrying out its duty, we won't show you any mercy even if your guardian Qing was last disciple. Jiang Qin glanced at Gan Ruyan, who was sent flying coldly before he brought the two enforcement hall's disciples, Kur and her daughter, away. Wen Yan looked at Gan Ruyan and smirked. Gan Ruyan, why don't you take care of yourself first before taking care of others? Your sin this time is pretty big, you know? Usually Wen Yan would have left immediately if she had said such words. However, she was not in a rush to leave today. She looked at Gan Ruyan, taking pleasure in her misfortune. Currently, Gan Ruyan had been injured by Jiang Qin, the Vice Hall Master of the Enforcement Hall, so her strength was limited. Due to this reason, Wen Yan was not afraid at all. Elder sister. Zeus, the purple-clad young lady, had a worried and helpless expression on her face as she carried Gan Ruyan. She was worried about her elder sister, Kur, and Si Ling, and she felt helpless because she was too weak to do anything. Wen Yan, I'll remember what happened today. Don't ever fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, you'll wish you're dead instead. Gan Ruyan snarled as she glared at Wen Yan coldly. Initially, she was confident the most dangerous place would also be the safest place to hide in. It did not cross her mind that Wen Yan would spend 2 years just to investigate the situation before reporting it to the enforcement hall due to the enmity between them. She was unaware that Wen Yan hated her to such an extent. It was over 2 years. If it was not because the enmity was deep-seated, who would have the time and patience to plot against another person? If she knew Wen Yan was like that, she would not have brought her sister back to the fire worship sect. The moment Gan Ruyan thought of this, she was washed by a sense of guilt. She felt responsible for putting her sister in this situation. When Wen Yan heard Gan Ruyan's words, she threw her head back laughing and continued to say mockingly, Gan Ruyan, you can't even save your own ass now, and yet, you think you'll be able to seek revenge from me? How naive. I'll just wait for that day to come. Wen Yan was still laughing as she left after she finished speaking. Elder sister, what should we do now? Sister Kur and Si Ling will die. Zir's face was filled with worries. I didn't expect this to happen either. If I've known Wen Yan hates me so much, I would have long killed her. Now that things have escalated to this extent, we can only take one step at a time. I won't let anything happen to Kur. I only have one biological sister after all. Gan Ruyan's eyes gleamed coldly. It's time for me to return to the clan and tell Mother and the others about Kur. After that, I'll look for Master. Hopefully, she'll be able to plead for and save Kuer and Sealing's lives. She left the fire worship sect and returned to her own clan as soon as she made up her mind. Her clan was the Gon clan in the upper province of Dao Marshal Saint Land. Although it was only a second-rate clan, those powerful first-rate sects did not dare to simply look for trouble with them because of the complicated relationship they had with the fire worship sect. Gon Ruyen was the biological granddaughter of the current clan leader of Gon clan, and she was also a lineal disciple of the Gon clan. Kuer was Gon Ruyen's twin sister. Naturally, she was also a lineal disciple of the Gon clan. Naturally, Duanling Tian was unaware of the calamity that had befallen Kuer and their daughter, and they were on the verge of death. Although he was unaware of such things, he still inexplicably felt anxious. He was immersed in reading the books in the main mansion's library when he was overwhelmed by a sense of panic. It caused him to be unable to maintain his composure. What's going on? Did something happen? Horror dawned on Duanling Tian when he thought of this. He believed it was not an ordinary incident if it was capable of rousing such a sense of panic in him. Moreover, it had to be someone close to him. Is it Kuer or Tian Wu? Due to the fact that he knew Li Fei was by his parents' side, he did not take her into consideration. His first thought immediately went to his fiancée, Kuer, and Feng Tianwu. Duanling Tian took a deep breath, and with great difficulty, he suppressed the panic in his heart. After the panic had faded, it did not appear again. However, Duanling Tian had lost the mood to read the books. Coupled with the fact that he had learned almost everything he wanted to know and there was not much time left for him to stay in the main mansion, he decided to leave. After he left the library, he went to register again before he left. When the disciple on guard helped Duanling Tian to register, he noticed Duanling Tian's face was pale. Since he thought Duanling Tian was a decent person, he casually asked in a chatty manner, "Junior brother Ling Tian, you look a little pale. Did something happen to you?" "It's nothing. Thanks for your concern, senior brother." Duanling Tian shook his head. After he forced a smile on his face, he bade him farewell and left. The few disciples on guard looked at Duanling Tian's disappearing silhouette until it had completely vanished before they regained their senses. At the same time, they began to whisper among themselves. "Hey, do you think someone picked on junior brother? Otherwise, why would he look so pale?" One of the disciples on guard could not help but speculate. "It's possible." Another disciple on guard nodded in agreement. "Hermf. I really wonder which blind person actually dares to pick on junior brother Ling Tian. Perhaps he might not be extremely strong now, but how old is he currently? Given enough time, who among the disciples in our mystical sky mansion can compare to him?" "That's right. No matter who that person is, he's definitely going to get in trouble in the future for picking on junior brother Ling Tian. Junior brother Ling Tian is so nice, and yet, someone still looked for trouble with him. I'm certain the other party started it first. Isn't it obvious?" Duanling Tian was, naturally, unaware that his pale countenance had caused the few disciples on guard at the main mansion to imagine so many scenarios. After leaving the main mansion, Duanling Tian returned to the Heaven Palace and his own residence. There's still more than a month before the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. The competition to determine one's qualification to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone, on the other hand, will be held 10 days before the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. Duanling Tian thought to himself on his journey back as he tried to change the direction of his thoughts. However, he still felt a little worried in the depths of his heart. Naturally, no matter how worried he felt, he could only feel helpless since there was nothing he could do. "I hope this is just a coincidence, and nothing bad happens to both of them." Duanling Tian could only reassure himself. "You're finally back." The moment he returned to his own residence, he immediately heard a delicate cry. When he regained his senses, he instantly saw a delicate figure standing in his courtyard. The owner of the delicate figure was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Duanling Tian descended from the sky and landed firmly in front of her before asking with a frown, "You're looking for me? Where have you gone in over 20 days? Wang Fei Xian did not reply Duanling Tian's question. Instead, she pulled a long face and asked in return, "Do you know I've been looking for you for more than 20 days? These 20 days disrupted the progress of my cultivation. You've been looking for me for more than 20 days? Duan Ling Tian frown deepened. Is there a purpose in you looking for me? Of course. Wang Fei Xian nodded. Why would I look for you without a purpose? Tell me, how are you going to make it up to me for holding up my cultivation progress for over 20 days? I held up your cultivation progress? Upon hearing her words, Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel strange. Great young Miss Wang, it's you who didn't cultivate wholeheartedly, and yet you still want to put the blame on me? And I find it really hard to believe you would put your cultivation on hold for my sake. Your fame for cultivating in a frenzy did not only spread in the tyrannic Saber Mansion's district, but it has also spread to the mystical Sky Mansion, you know. Wang Fei Xian did not expect Duan Ling Tian would know so much about her. She was momentarily stunned, but she began to act shamelessly as soon as she regained her senses. I don't care. You still have to make it up to me no matter what. Otherwise, I'll bother you every day so you can't cultivate. This again. Duan Ling Tian was speechless. At the same time, his expression turned grave. Great young Miss Wang. Do you think it's fun playing like this? I'm merely cracking a joke, so why are you being so serious? When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Ling Tian's grave expression as though he was beginning to get angry, she stuck out her tongue cheekily before adding, All right, fine. I won't tease you anymore, and I'll stop pestering you to make it up to me. How petty. Petty? Duan Ling Tian was rendered speechless. However, after he heard her words, his expression gradually returned to normal again as he asked, Please tell me, why are you looking for me? Perhaps it was because she was scared by how solemn Duan Ling Tian was this time around. She no longer beat around the bush and answered bluntly, St. Martial's Secret Zone. St. Martial's Secret Zone? Isn't the opening of the St. Martial's Secret Zone in a month's time? Why did you come to me with this matter? Duan Ling Tian was baffled. Naturally, I know the St. Martial's Secret Zone will only open in a month's time. However, I'm looking for you regarding another matter, even though it has something to do with the St. Martial's Secret Zone as well, Wang Fei Xian replied. Please say what you have in mind then, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. Wang Fei Xian looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked, Before that, I want to ask you, how much do you know about the St. Martial's Secret Zone? I only heard there are many good items inside, and if we manage to stay longer inside, our cultivations will benefit from it. I don't really know much apart from that, Duan Ling Tian replied. Do you know why only a quasi-third-rate force possesses the St. Martial Secret Zone in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Wang Fei Xian asked again. No. Duan Ling Tian shook his head without any hesitation. He had only heard from other people that the St. Martial Secret Zones were something only quasi-third-rate forces possessed in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. As for other information, he was completely unaware of it. Think about it. What's it that a quasi-third-rate force has but not the other forces in the Dao Martial Saint Land have? Wang Fei Xian asked. What other forces don't have? Duan Ling Tian frowned. After pondering for a moment, his frown eased up. If we don't take powerhouses into consideration and merely take items into consideration, I only know the reserves that quasi-third-rate forces possess are different. The quasi-third-rate Saint Stone's reserves are only possessed by quasi-third-rate forces alone. Don't tell me the formation of the St. Martial Secret Zone is actually related to quasi-third-rate Saint Stone's reserves. When he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Exactly. Wang Fei Xian nodded. The St. Martial Secret Zones that quasi-third-rate forces control are built on the quasi-third-rate Saint Stone's reserves. And the St. Martial Secret Zones have existed for a long time. It's something that was found by powerhouses from quasi-third-rate forces a long time ago, and it's passed down generation to generation. It's said that the existence of the St. Martial Secret Zones mostly rely on formations, and these formations also need an endless stream of energy as support. Wang Fei Xian continued saying, As far as I know, the St. Martial Secret Zone's foundations will also accumulate a large amount of heaven and earth spirit energy. Every few years it'll open at a certain time. This is also the moment when the St. Martial Secret Zones open. It's precisely because of this the St. Martial Secret Zones will only be opened every few years. Duan Ling Tian finally understood. Moreover, in the St. Martial Secret Zones, there are also many items that even a powerhouse who has surpassed the eminent saint stage wants. When Wang Fei Xian's sentence reached here, her breathing also began to quicken. Items that even a powerhouse who has surpassed the eminent saint stage wants? When Duan Ling Tian heard her words, he was shocked as well. Yes. Wang Fei Xian nodded. Like what? Duan Ling Tian was extremely curious. He really could not figure out what exactly was inside the Saint Martial secret zones that only Saint stage geniuses below 40 years old could enter that would attract powerhouses that had surpassed the eminent Saint stage. Divine abilities. Wang Fei Xian spat out 2 words in a tone that was neither hurried nor slow as she looked at Duan Ling Tian. Divine abilities. Upon hearing these words, even Duan Ling Tian could not help but feel stunned. Perhaps the former him might not know what divine abilities were, but after he had consolidated the embryonic form of the golden crow's wings some time ago, he had already learned what the divine abilities were. The divine ability were techniques that only a powerhouse at the divine saint stage or above could master. It was far superior compared to martial tactics. Naturally, although most of the divine saint stage powerhouses could master divine abilities, 90% of the divine abilities they mastered were divine abilities that were worthless during actual battles. For example, the duplicated embodiment that almost every divine saint stage Tao cultivators had mastered. Other than being a protective talisman for the juniors, it had no other functions at all. It's normal for you to not have heard of divine abilities. It's a technique that only a powerhouse at the divine saint stage or above can master. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Ling Tian was stunned, she assumed it was his first time hearing about divine abilities. Due to this reason, she patiently explained it to him. The divine ability that an ordinary divine saint stage powerhouse masters are very ordinary. In the lower province of the Tao martial saint land, only the divine ability that's mastered by a powerhouse at the exemplary saint stage or above would be able to live up to its full potential in an actual battle just enough to be deemed useful. If an ordinary divine saint stage Tao cultivator is willing, he'd be able to master a divine ability easily. That divine ability is called the duplicated embodiment. Wang Fei Xian explained everything to Duan Ling Tian patiently and even gave him an example. Based on her words, it was obvious she was revealing everything she knew about divine abilities to Duan Ling Tian. Naturally, in the lower province of the Tao martial saint land, there's also a minority of divine saint stage powerhouses who have mastered useful divine abilities. These divine abilities are either comprehended from the relics that previous powerhouses left behind or directly passed down. However, even if you encounter a relic or someone is willing to teach it to you, it also depends on your innate talent and comprehension. Not just anyone can master a divine ability, Wang Fei Xian continued to say. Then, does this mean there are relics that contain divine abilities in the Saint Martial secret zone? Duan Ling Tian was not dumb. Based on Wang Fei Xian's words, he could guess what she was trying to say. That's right. Wang Fei Xian nodded. The relics the powerhouses left behind are the most valuable treasures in the Saint Martial secret zone. Although we can see the relics when we enter the Saint Martial secret zone, we can only memorize it since it's almost impossible for us to comprehend it. These relics can't be duplicated, so even if we obtain it, it'll be impossible for us to share it with other people. Only when one of us manages to break through to the divine saint stage, then only would we be able to master the divine ability and pass it down if we want to. Wang Fei Xian continued speaking. No matter which quasi-third-rate force it is, they place such high value in the Saint Martial secret zone is mainly because they place an even higher value on the divine abilities relics inside. As long as one powerhouse among those who enter could break through to the divine saint stage powerhouse and master a divine ability, then it'll be possible to share the divine ability. No wonder the mystical Sky Mansion wants to recruit for so many disciples even though they've already had so many saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. As it turns out, this is their plan. Duan Ling Tian finally managed to piece everything together. Divine ability relic. This was something that would tempt any quasi-third-rate force. Due to the fact that only saint stage geniuses below the age of 40 could enter the Saint Martial secret zones to look for divine ability relics. Each of the quasi-third-rate forces would seize the chance before the Saint Martial secret zones opened to recruiting saint stage geniuses below the age of 40. Naturally, it was still difficult for quasi-third-rate forces to obtain the divine abilities stored in the divine ability relics inside the Saint Martial secret zones. It was considered pretty good to have one person among all the Saint Stage geniuses who entered the Saint Martial secret zones to break through to the Divine Saint Stage. It would be almost impossible to ask for that person to also master the divine ability he had seen in the divine ability relic several years ago. Due to this reason, there were only a few divine abilities obtained from the divine ability relics inside the Saint Martial secret zones that had successfully been passed down in quasi-third-rate forces. In comparison to divine abilities, nothing else seems as important. I'm completely disinterested in the other items, Wang Fei Xian said as she looked at Duanling Tian. Get straight to the point, Duanling Tian said as he raised an eyebrow. There had to be a reason why Wang Fei Xian came looking for him in regards to the Saint Martial secret zone. It was not difficult for him to deduce this. When Wang Fei Xian saw how direct Duanling Tian was, she looked at him and said anticipatorily, I want to partner up with you. Partner up? How? Duanling Tian asked. To be honest, he knew nothing about the situation inside the Saint Martial secret zone at all. It was apparent Wang Fei Xian was somewhat knowledgeable about the Saint Martial secret zones. Due to this reason, he looked at Wang Fei Xian curiously, wondering what kind of partnership she had in mind. A place filled with people will definitely have battles. It's the same inside the Saint Martial secret zone. Wang Fei Xian seemed to know Duanling Tian knew nothing about the situation inside the Saint Martial secret zone. She instantly explained the situation to him. For example, some of the divine ability relics inside the Saint Martial secret zone would only allow one person to comprehend it. In that case, people who encounter it at the same time will definitely fight over it. Only those who survive in the end will be able to comprehend the divine ability relic. Naturally, it's a little too early to use the word comprehend since it's basically impossible for us to comprehend the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic without being at the divine saint stage. All we can do is just memorize the words, characters, and everything else in the divine ability relic. Moreover, we can only memorize the content of the divine ability relic. We won't be able to duplicate it. Even if we forcefully do so, we'll only be able to duplicate the item, not the content. It's impossible to pass on a divine ability from a duplicated divine ability relic. It was not difficult for Duanling Tian to understand this. Otherwise, each of the quasi-third-rate forces would not have recruited Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 without restraint. All they wanted was someone at the Saint Stage who was a genius to enter the Saint Martial secret zone to break through to the Divine Saint Stage, so that they could comprehend the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic they encountered in the Saint Martial secret zone. Once someone had successfully comprehended the divine ability, it also meant that he or she would be able to pass it on. Naturally, not everyone would be able to master the divine ability even if they were willing to pass it on, but at least there was hope. The divine ability relics inside the Saint Martial secret zones are also separated into various grades and ranks. For those lower-grade divine ability relics, the divine abilities contained inside are basically useless as well. It's at the same level as the duplicated embodiment and is useless in actual battles. A better divine ability would have a miraculous effect when it's coordinated together with a martial tactic. A powerful divine ability would even grant a powerful ability to the powerhouse who has successfully comprehended it. Mastering that kind of divine ability is equal to mastering a very powerful and terrifying martial tactic. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of the sentence, her eyes were burning with enthusiasm. A higher-grade divine ability relic is rarer in the Saint Martial secret zones. One would have to go through many trials in order to obtain them. Throughout this process, if one fails the test, one would be instantly kicked out of the Saint Martial secret zones. When Wang Fei Xian reached this part of the sentence, she looked at Duanling Tian. For this reason, I want to partner up with you. If you and I work together, we'll definitely be able to make it much further. It's not impossible for us to get our hands on the highest grade divine ability relic as well. The moment her words left her mouth, her gaze turned even more intense. What wishful thinking you have. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's words, Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled. Unfortunately, I'm not interested in partnering up with you. It did not cross Wang Fei Xian's mind that Duanling Tian would directly reject her. Her expression turned grim immediately. Why are you being like this? I intentionally came to look for you so that we can partner up, but you rejected me without even considering it. Don't tell me you think you won't benefit from our partnership. Well, I do feel that I won't benefit much from partnering up with you. Duanling Tian said bluntly after he sized Wang Fei Xian up. Put aside the fact that Wang Fei Xian was merely an early refined Saint Stage martial cultivator. Even if she was an intermediate refined Saint Stage martial cultivator, he still was not interested in partnering up with her. In his opinion, bringing Wang Fei Xian with him was akin to bringing an extra burden. If he was an ordinary man, he would have definitely agreed to Wang Fei Xian's request without even thinking about it, since it was difficult to reject a beautiful woman's request. However, to Duanling Tian, who had 2 fiancées and 1 girlfriend, he did not care about Wang Fei Xian at all. From the beginning until the end, he did not even feel attracted to her. After rejecting Wang Fei Xian, Duanling Tian returned to his room. He did not care that she was still standing outside and directly closed his room door. Speaking of partnering up, I can partner up with Lu Jian and Ren Fei. After returning to the room, Duanling Tian's heart leaped as he recalled Lu Jian and Ren Fei, who had entered the mystical Sky Mansion and Heaven Palace together with him. Lu Jian was from the Raging Wave Mansion, and he was also the nephew of Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion. Ren Fei, on the other hand, was from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. He seemed to have quite a good relationship with Renzhong, the vice mansion master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Whether it was Lu Hongguang or Renzhong, Duanling Tian had stood both of them up. Up until now, he still felt guilty about it. He kept thinking he had to return the favors if he was presented with an opportunity. After learning about the situation inside the St. Martial secret zone, Duanling Tian felt this would be a good chance to return their favors. If he worked together with Lu Jian and Ren Fei, he could let the 2 of them comprehend the highest grade divine ability relic inside the St. Martial secret zone. This could be considered as him returning both Lu Hongguang and Renzhong's favors. Duanling Tian had never liked owing people favors. Naturally, it would be best if he could return it. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to Wang Fei Xian that I learned about the situation inside the St. Martial secret zone. Since I'm already planning to work together with Lu Jian and Ren Fei, having an extra person on board is not that big a deal. The moment Duanling Tian thought of this, he opened his room door again. He discovered Wang Fei Xian was still there. However, it seemed as though she had lost her soul as she stood there. She did not regain her senses for a long time. Wang Fei Xian was the biological granddaughter of the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion and was the eldest miss of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. In the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, everybody treated her like a little ancestor, particularly the young disciples in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion who even fought with each other to serve by her side. One could say that she was God's favored daughter in the Tyrannic Saber Mansion. Even if she walked out of the Tyrannic Saber Mansion, nobody would dare to look down on her as well because of her background. Her peers would stick to her like putty when they were with her. If she had any request, they would carry it out for her as well. However, after coming to the mystical Sky Mansion and meeting Duanling Tian, Wang Fei Xian was subjected to blows again and again. All these blows came from the Saint Stage genius named Ling Tian, who was also the most outstanding person among the Saint Stage geniuses who had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion. Today, she had finally met Ling Tian. Originally, she thought Ling Tian would instantly agree to her request of partnering up. Who knew he did not seem to care at all about working together. Although she understood the reason why, it was still difficult for her to accept it. She knew she would not be much of a help to Duanling Tian with her strength. The reason it was so difficult for her to accept this was due to the rejection from a man still full of vigor and vitality, even though she, a beautiful woman, had taken the initiative to ask him to partner up. If she did not know he already had 3 women, she might have thought he detested women. Hey! Just as Wang Fei Xian was going crazy in her heart, that annoying voice entered her ears in a timely manner, took her by surprise. She immediately looked toward the source of the voice. That fellow she hated had somehow appeared in front of her again. What? Wang Fei Xian was not a clingy woman. Since this man had rejected her, she, naturally, would not be so cheap as to cling on to someone who had given her the cold shoulder. I agree to your request of partnering up, Duanling Tian said indifferently when faced with Wang Fei Xian's cold countenance. He was not bothered by it at all. The moment his words left his mouth, Wang Fei Xian was dumbstruck again. This fellow who had rejected her request earlier was agreeing to it now. It was said that women were capricious, but why did she feel that this guy was actually much more capricious than a woman? However, I have a condition. The voice entered Wang Fei Xian's ears again, causing her expression to turn grave as she stared at Duanling Tian spitefully. If you think you can force me to submit to you and take advantage of me, then you're sorely mistaken. Although I want to join forces with you, I'm not desperate enough to sell myself. Humph. After she finished speaking, she turned and left without waiting for Duanling Tian's response. Her movements were graceful and cool like floating clouds. Duanling Tian was dumbfounded. This woman actually thought he would make that kind of request? Did he look like that kind of person? However, Duanling Tian knew if he kept quiet now, it would be no different from admitting he had such thoughts. Due to this reason, he quickly called out to Wang Fei Xian. Wait a minute! Wang Fei Xian came to a halt and turned around before glancing coldly at Duanling Tian without saying anything. Come on, great young Miss Wang. Aren't you too conceited? Do you really think I'm that kind of shameless bastard? Duanling Tian waved his hand and shook his head helplessly. To be honest, although you're pretty good-looking and has quite a good body, in my opinion, you're really not attractive. My 2 fiancés and 1 girlfriend are not inferior to you in every aspect. Wang Fei Xian was shocked the moment she heard Duanling Tian's words. She looked into his eyes and saw that he was being honest. She immediately realized she had misunderstood him. The eyes were the windows to the soul. The eyes would not lie. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian's delicate face turned red, making her appear particularly enchanting. What condition do you have? If it was not an over-the-top condition, she would accept it since she really wanted to partner up with Duanling Tian. Naturally, it sounded nicer to say she was partnering up with Duanling Tian, but it was more like riding on his coattails. She believed she had the highest chance of obtaining the high-grade divine ability relic by following Duanling Tian. I need you to help me to look for 2 people and ask them to join in our partnership, Duanling Tian told Wang Fei Xian. Upon hearing his words, her eyes lit up right away. Who? In her opinion, Duanling Tian had initially refused to cooperate with a saint stage genius like her, and now that he had taken the initiative to cooperate with 2 other people, these 2 must be far stronger than her. To her, this was undoubtedly a good thing. I can't believe this fellow has already made friends with the saint stage geniuses in the Mystical Sky Mansion, even though he has just entered the Mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. There seem to be only 2 people below the age of 40 whose strength is above mine in the Heaven Palace. Could it be that Duanling Tian wants me to go look for them? The moment Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she became excited. If that was the case, then she would be able to ride on 3 powerful people's coattails, and the chances of her getting the high-grade divine ability relic would be very high. Lu Jian and Renfei, Duanling Tian told Wang Fei Xian. The moment these words entered Wang Fei Xian's ears, it was as though a bucket of cold water had been thrown on her, washing away the enthusiasm in her heart. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the name Lu Jian and Renfei. She had even seen them a few times. They were both young geniuses who came from fourth-rate forces. Moreover, Renfei had even pursued her before. However, he had stopped his attempt after he was beaten into a pulp by her. Are you close to them? Wang Fei Xian asked with a frown on her face. She really could not figure out why this fellow would want to join forces with Lu Jian and Renfei. These 2 fellows were much weaker than her. Not only would they not be of any help, but they would even get in their way. I don't know them. Duanling Tian shook his head. Wang Fei Xian originally thought Duanling Tian wanted to work together with them and help them because he had a close relationship with them. However, when she heard his reply, she was rendered speechless immediately. You don't know them, but you still want to cooperate with them? Although they're young geniuses from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion. Did you know their cultivation base has not even entered the refined saint stage? Renfei, in particular, he's merely a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator. When Wang Fei Xian reached the end of her sentence, she was frustrated. Although I don't know them, I owe both their seniors a favor. I've decided to pay off the favors in the Saint Martial's secret zone, Duanling Tian replied. If you're unwilling to work with them, you can refuse. I can look for them myself if you choose to refuse. If you don't want to cooperate with them, then that means you won't be cooperating with me. Duanling Tian laid out the options for Wang Fei Xian. When she heard his words, she became even glummer. She had only wanted to join forces with him because she regarded Duan Ling Tian's strength highly and she felt he would be able to lead her to greater heights. However, currently, if she wanted to join forces with him, she would have to accept 2 excess pieces of baggage. To be honest, she felt extremely unwilling. So what's your decision? Great young Miss Wang, are you done considering it? Duan Ling Tian asked. All right, I agree to let them join us, but you must guarantee they won't get in our way. Wang Feixian said solemnly. What? You don't have confidence in me, great young Miss Wang? Duan Ling Tian smiled nonchalantly. Perhaps it was Duan Ling Tian's smile that had affected Wang Feixian and allowed her to sense his confidence, but she no longer said anything and immediately left to look for Lu Jian and Renfei. What? You want me to join your little group? With that Ling Tian as well? Originally, when Lu Jian saw Wang Feixian coming to find him, he was a little baffled as to why this young miss would look for him. When she told him of her intention, he was delighted. Wang Feixian and Ling Tian were the 2 most powerful people among the 37 people who entered the mystical sky mansion previously. It would be filled with hardship once one entered the Saint Martial's secret zone. He was just wondering if he should find a few people to join forces with. However, he did not expect before he could make his move, Wang Feixian had already come and made a request. If you're willing, then this matter is confirmed. Naturally, it's fine as well if you're unwilling. However, you'll need to follow me and explain yourself to that fellow. Otherwise, he'll think I'm lying to him about you being unwilling, Wang Feixian replied indifferently. I'm willing. I'm willing. I'm willing. The moment Wang Feixian's words left her mouth, Lu Jian quickly replied as though he was afraid that he would lose the chance of cooperating with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian if he was late to reply. What a joke! He had everything to gain and nothing to lose by entering the Saint Martial secret zone together with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian. Unless his head had been kicked by a donkey, he would not reject this request at all. Since you're willing, then it's confirmed. However, there's still one more thing you need to do. Wang Feixian nodded indifferently as she looked at Lu Jian and said, You should know Renfei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion, right? Yes, I do. Lu Jian quickly nodded. At the same time, he looked at Wang Feixian with a baffled expression. He thought to himself, don't tell this young miss actually wants me to teach Renfei a lesson to prove my loyalty as a condition to join her and Ling Tian? He had also heard of the matter of Renfei pursuing Wang Feixian in the past. He did not think Renfei would be successful, and he was proven right. It was just like he had expected. Renfei and those who had pursued Wang Feixian were all beaten to a pulp by her. Upon hearing Wang Feixian mentioning Renfei, his first thought was this young miss must have been dissatisfied with only beating him into a pulp previously and wanted him to beat him up again. Renfei! I'm sorry. Lu Jian quickly made up his mind. In order to cooperate with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian, he would turn against and offend Renfei. However, the words that left Wang Feixian's mouth next stunned him immediately. He realized he had misunderstood her intention. Go look for Renfei and ask him if he's willing to join our group of 3 as well. If he's willing, ask him to prepare himself and compete for the spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. If he can't even earn a spot, he's not qualified to join forces with us. If he's unwilling, bring him to Ling Tian so he can refuse Ling Tian directly, Wang Feixian said. Ask Renfei to join us as well? Lu Jian frowned. Renfei's strength was even worse than his. To be honest, if Wang Feixian did not come looking for him today, he would not have considered Renfei even if he was considering joining forces with other people. He was considering those saint stage geniuses who were on par or even more powerful than him. Naturally, those saint stage geniuses who were more powerful than him might not necessarily want to cooperate with him as well. After all, benefits were everywhere in the Saint Martial secret zone, so nobody would be willing to work with somebody weaker and let those weaker than them partake in their gains. It was precisely because of this that when Wang Feixian came to look for him to join forces, he was beside himself with joy. What? We didn't even look down on you, and you're looking down on Renfei. When Wang Feixian saw Lu Jian frowned, how could she possibly not know what he was thinking? An expression of disdain appeared on her face. Lu Jian felt a little guilty when she heard her words. Indeed, with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian's strength, they did not even look down on him. What right did he have to look down on Renfei? Miss Feixian. Lu Jian took a deep breath and finally asked after seemingly mustering up all his courage. With yours and Ling Tian's strength, both of you will definitely make a clean sweep of everything if you cooperate. Why would two of you join forces with Renfei and me? Moreover, bringing us along might even hinder both your progress. Can you please tell me why? As one of the two most powerful people among the younger generations in the Raging Wave Mansion, Lu Jian was naturally not an idiot. Ling Tian and Wang Feixian were not bringing them along out of the goodness of their hearts. There must be a reason behind it. He really wanted to know the reason. However, he did not think Wang Feixian and Ling Tian wanted to harm them either. Based on Wang Feixian and Ling Tian's strength, they did not have to go to such great lengths if they wanted to harm them. I'm not the reason. If it's up to me, I wouldn't be working with two excess baggage. Wang Feixian was a straightforward woman. Her words were very blunt. Lu Jian did not get mad either. Instead, he merely smiled wryly. Then, in this case, the reason must be Ling Tian. May I ask Miss Feixian if Ling Tian told you the reason? He didn't go into details, but he said he owes some favors to your seniors. Due to this reason, he wants to repay them by using this opportunity when we enter the Saint Martial secret zone. You two are really lucky. With him on your side, perhaps both of you might even encounter high-grade divine ability relic in the Saint Martial secret zone, Wang Feixian replied nonchalantly. Don't forget the thing I asked you to do. After leaving behind this message, she left after passing on the task of inviting Renfei into their group to Lu Jian. Naturally, Lu Jian did not dare to dally with the task that had been given to him by Wang Feixian. He instantly went to find Renfei and told him about joining forces with Wang Feixian and Ling Tian. Miss Feixian came to look for us to join forces? When Renfei heard Lu Jian's words, his eyes brightened immediately. He smiled so widely that his eyes could hardly be seen as he said, "Seems like Miss Feixian still thinks about the old times. As it turns out, my efforts in pursuing her are not in vain. With Miss Feixian's care toward me, it seems like she has me in her heart. Maybe if I was a little more persistent previously, she might already be my woman. However, it doesn't seem like it's too late now. Since she looked for me to join forces, then it must mean she's interested in me. Perhaps, if I put in more effort, I'll be able to pierce through the last layer of her defense and make her mine," Renfei muttered to himself. His eyes were as bright as the stars in the sky. His voice was so loud that Lu Jian could not help overhearing his words, causing the corner of his lips to twitch. This fellow was just too conceited, right? However, in order to avoid infuriating Wang Feixian and missing the opportunity of joining forces with them, Lu Jian could not help but say, "Renfei, please don't think too much. The reason we're asked to join forces is not Miss Feixian's wish." According to her words, she had no intention of bringing us two excess baggage along at all. It's not Miss Feixian's wish? Lu Jian's words were akin to a pail of cold water that was splashed on Renfei, causing him to wake up from his dream immediately. It's that Ling Tian's wish? But I don't know him. I don't know him either. Lu Jian smiled wryly. However, according to Miss Feixian, it seems like he owes our seniors a favor. Due to this reason, he plans to repay the favor when we enter the Saint Martial secret zone. I see. Renfei finally understood. In this case, this is a good thing. With Ling Tian's prowess, if we cooperate with him, we'll definitely obtain a divine ability relic that's not too bad. Indeed, Lu Jian expressed his agreement. Time continued to pass by quietly. Perhaps, it was due to Renfei and Lu Jian's joining forces with them that pressured Wang Feixian. She actually successfully broke through to the intermediate refined saint stage before the day to compete for a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone arrived. After she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was naturally greatly boosted. Even in the entire mystical sky mansion, there were only a few people who were at the intermediate refined saint stage below the age of 40. Currently, she was also on that list. Due to this reason, she could not help but feel a little proud. "Lingfellow, I've just made a breakthrough, so let's have a friendly match." After making a breakthrough, Wang Feixian immediately went to look for Duan Lingtian. "You've made a breakthrough?" Duan Lingtian was also slightly surprised over Wang Feixian's breakthrough. He already knew she was an early refined saint stage martial cultivator before this. A martial cultivator at the early refined saint stage martial cultivator who was below the age of 40. Moreover, she was a female cultivator. This could be considered rare. However, Wang Feixian had made another breakthrough? Duanling Tian had to admit that among all the young females he had seen, Wang Feixian was only inferior to Kuer's sister. If I don't make a breakthrough, I'm really afraid that too excess baggage might drag us down. Wang Feixian snorted. Looks like you still don't believe in me. Duanling Tian shook his head and smiled before asking again, Are you sure you want to have a friendly match with me? Of course. I also want to know how wide is the gap between us now that I've made a breakthrough. Wang Feixian nodded eagerly. Come then. Duanling Tian nodded and welcomed Wang Feixian's attack with a calm expression. Wang Feixian was not modest as she made the first move. After her territory had consolidated, typhoon-like attacks charged at Duanling Tian as it covered the sky. It was as though she intended to defeat him in one blow. Faced with Wang Feixian's attack, Duanling Tian smiled indifferently as he mobilized the Sun True Origin inside his body in movement that was neither hurried nor slow. Soon after, Sun True Origin appeared on the surface of his body before transforming into faint golden sword rays that revolved around him as they flew swiftly. This was a defensive technique cast using Duanling Tian's Sun True Origin, the Sovereign Heart Sword, and the defensive martial tactic, Colossal Arrow Bell, that he had cultivated previously. Naturally, the defensive technique he was using now was much more powerful than the plain Colossal Arrow Bell. He had intentionally chosen a name for this defensive technique, Colossal Sword Bell. It sounded the same phonetically, but it was a completely different word. As he stood there, his body emanated a faint golden light as golden sword rays revolved around him as they continued flying swiftly, looking like streaks of golden amulets from afar. They formed a layer of powerful defensive light shield that seemed to be able to defend against everything. Finally, Wang Feixian's overwhelming attack landed on Duanling Tian. Boom! 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 Wang Feixian was an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator currently. Her attacks slashed through the sky and caused a series of explosions in the air. Her attacks crashed onto the golden light shield on the surface of Duanling Tian's body violently like a typhoon. Crack! At this moment Wang Feixian gave a delicate shout. Her attack turned even more intense. Boom! 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 Meanwhile, the golden light shield on Duanling Tian's body surface began to tremble as well. However, upon closer inspection, one would see that the streaks of golden rays that were flying rapidly were still flying in their original trajectories despite the trembling earlier. Moreover, their speed did not seem to be affected at all. Although Wang Feixian knew from the beginning she was no match for Duanling Tian, she still wanted to see how wide the gap between them was. Before she broke through to the intermediate refined saint stage, she did not even have the courage to have a duel with Duanling Tian since his ability was at the mastery refined saint stage. Moreover, he was not an ordinary powerhouse at the mastery refined saint stage. Coupled with the fact that Duanling Tian had gone to the spirit pool to cultivate, his ability must have been greatly boosted as well even if he did not break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Now that she had broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage, her confidence was greatly boosted. Due to this reason, she wanted to have a friendly match with Duanling Tian. How's this possible? However, when she saw the attack she had unleashed unreservedly, did not even leave a scratch on the defensive shield on Duanling Tian's body. She was shocked. Her confidence that had been greatly boosted from her breakthrough crumbled into nothing at this moment. You've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? She asked bluntly as a scary thought appeared in her mind at this moment. What happened could only be explained if he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. No matter how strong a person at the mastery refined saint stage was, it would still be impossible for him or her to block her attack that had been unleashed with all her might so easily. Originally, Wang Feixian was already wondering whether this fellow had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after coming out of the spirit pool. Now that they had a duel, she could finally confirm that he had broken through. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to be so strong. Faced with Wang Feixian's question, Duanling Tian merely shrugged and smiled indifferently. He did not say anything. In Wang Feixian's eyes, it was as good as him admitting to it. If Duan Lingtian could read Wang Fei Xian's thoughts, he would be rendered speechless. He had chosen not to give an answer because he was worried he would scare Wang Fei Xian if he had told the truth. Moreover, she might not even believe him. In fact, his true cultivation base was only at the early refined saint stage. It was not even comparable to the current Wang Fei Xian. Naturally, it was only his cultivation base, not his prowess. Duan Ling Tian's current prowess was no longer restricted by his cultivation base. Even if he did not rely on his powerful brute strength and external forces, just his true origin alone was comparable to an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. After Wang Fei Xian received a heavy blow from Duan Ling Tian, her confidence had also crumbled. She no longer wanted to remain here, so she left in a haste after saying, in 3 days' time, the competition to earn a spot to enter the St. Martial's secret zone will take place. At that time, I'll look for you, and we'll go together. In 3 days' time, we'll compete for a spot. 13 days later, the St. Martial's secret zone will open. I'm looking forward to entering the St. Martial's secret zone, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he looked at Wang Fei Xian's disappearing silhouette. Duan Ling Tian did not know that while he was waiting for the competition to qualify and entering the St. Martial secret zone to arrive in 3 days' time, news of Ling Tian, his other identity, had already begun to spread and reach the ears of the few quasi-third-rate forces. Ling Tian was a saint stage genius below the age of 40. The moment he entered the mystical sky mansion, he came to a draw in a duel with a powerhouse at the mastery-refined saint stage in the Heaven Palace. Apart from that, it had taken him only 20 days in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool to finish absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy. Such a saint stage genius was a rarity in the other quasi-third-rate forces, let alone the mystical sky mansion. Just take the Mountain Shade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion as examples. The two were leading forces among the quasi-third-rate forces in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land's lower province. And although they had such young geniuses as well, they only had one each. Moreover, they were far inferior to the mystical sky mansion's Ling Tian. It was precisely because of this when news regarding Ling Tian spread to the Mountain Shade Black Market and Azure Cloud Mansion, it had caused quite a commotion. At Mountain Shade Black Market's headquarters, the highest leader, Dugu, finally heard the news. You've confirmed it? Dugu asked calmly. His gaze was calm as well when he looked at the polite black-clad old man standing below. Yes, Lord Leader, the black-clad old man replied respectfully. This news came from the spy we've planted in the mystical sky mansion, so it's not fake. Lord Leader, that Ling Tian is absolutely a prodigy with a rare talent in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If he joins our Mountain Shade Black Market, our Mountain Shade Black Market will still be able to maintain its glory for several hundred years even after you leave to the upper province, Lord Leader. Looks like you have quite a high opinion of him. However, do you really think he's more powerful than Heiying? Dugu asked again. Lord Leader, I suspect this Ling Tian from the Mountain Shade Black Market is already at the peak of the refined saint stage now. Although Heiying is also a rare genius in our Mountain Shade Black Market, he's already 39 years old. He'll be in his 40s when he breaks through to the peak of the refined saint stage, the black-clad old man replied again. In the Dao Martial Saint Land, those who were below the age of 40 were considered young. Only after they had passed the age of 40 they would no longer be considered young. How old is Ling Tian? Dugu asked again. It's said that he's not even 38 years old, the black-clad old man replied. Not even 38 years old? Dugu's eyes brightened immediately. Then, does this mean Ling Tian is not inferior to Li Feng, who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district previously? Perhaps he's slightly inferior to Li Feng, but the gap is definitely not huge. The black-clad old man's eyes gleamed as he continued to say, however, Li Feng disappeared as soon as he appeared. Many people think he's from the upper province. Ling Tian, on the other hand, is different. If he's from the upper province, it'll be easy for him to join those powerful sections. There's no need for him to come to the lower province to join a quasi-third-rate force. Good. Very good. Dugu nodded. Make a trip there personally, and do everything you can to bring Ling Tian back. If he's unwilling, kill him. If the mystical sky mansion has him, they'll definitely ride above our Mountain Shade Black Market's head in 100 years' time. I don't wish for the mystical sky mansion to become the second Azure Cloud Mansion. Understand? Yes. Upon hearing that, The black-clad old man nodded his head solemnly before he retreated. Ling Tian. This name sounds a little familiar, Duga muttered to himself after the old man retreated before he was hit by a pang of realization. That's right. Duan Rufeng's sons called Duan Ling Tian. Although the name of the son of Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, was similar to the genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion, Dugu, the leader of Mountain Shade Black Market, did not put two and two together. This was because he did not think it was possible for Duan Rufeng's son to be so highly talented. Second, if Ling Tian was really Duan Rufeng's son, he would have gone to the Azure Cloud Mansion since the Mystical Sky Mansion was far from being comparable to it. Since the Mountain Shade Black Market had received the news, the Azure Cloud Mansion, whose strength was on par with the Mountain Shade Black Market in the lower province of the Dao Marshal Saint Land, naturally had also received the news. On a suspended island that looked like a fairyland, in a gigantic palace, a blue-robed middle-aged man was sitting in the main hall. The two jade beads in his hands that he kept rotating gave off a faint sound that was particularly piercing in the quiet hall. Finally, the blue-robed middle-aged man, who was none other than Duan Rufeng, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion, looked at one of the old men standing below him and asked, "Elder Yuan, did you say the genius in the Mystical Sky Mansion is called Ling Tian?" "Yes." The old man Duan Rufeng was looking at was none other than Rong Yuan, Duan Rufeng's right-hand man. In the Azure Cloud Mansion, he was someone who shared equal fame with Kumi. When he heard Duan Rufeng's question, he nodded solemnly. At this moment, Kumi, who was standing at the side, chimed in, "Lord Mansion Master, this Ling Tian from the Mystical Sky Mansion seems as though he had appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, his name is identical to young Mansion Master as well. Could it be that he's actually young Mansion Master? Tianer?" When Duan Rufeng heard Kumi's words, his eyes gleamed brilliantly. In fact, he had also thought about this. However, he did not dare to believe his son's cultivation base had already reached the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, how long has it been since his son had come to the Dao Marshal Saint Land? If he's really Tianer, then he might stand a chance in fighting Diju, that five-clawed golden dragon from the Dragon Clan, and snatch the opportunity to enter the dragon cleansing pool. But is he really Tianer? However, Duan Rufeng felt it was very unlikely. "I really don't think so." Rong Yuan shook his head. 2 years ago, when young Mansion Master left the Windfall Nation with the Devil Seal Tablet, he was only at the paramount mortal shedding stage. How's it possible for him to reach the peak of the refined saint stage from the paramount mortal shedding stage in just over 2 years' time? Perhaps it's impossible for an ordinary person, but he's our young Mansion Master, Lord Mansion Master's son. Kumi chimed in confidently. Based on his words, it seemed like he was brimming with confidence for the young Mansion Master whom he had never even seen before. Naturally, this was because he had taken Duan Rufeng's innate talent into account. As the saying went, the apple never falls far from the tree. Upon hearing Kumi's words, Rong Yuan glanced at Duan Rufeng before he fell silent. The rise of this Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion was absolutely legendary. If his son inherited his talent and only spent over 2 years to reach the peak of the refined saint stage from the paramount mortal shedding stage, then it was not completely impossible. Upon sensing Kumi and Rong Yuan's gaze, Duan Rufeng shook his head. Only he knew about his own meteoric rise. The main reason he had risen in such a short time was mostly due to the powerful devil cultivator, Black Nether. At that time, in order to raise his own ability, Black Nether had taken a lot of shortcuts, and that was not a cultivation journey that any ordinary martial or Dao cultivator could copy. Due to this reason, only he knew that unless his son had a similar fortuitous encounter, it was impossible for him to rise to the peak of the refined saint stage from the paramount mortal shedding stage in just a short span of over 2 years. After a long while, Duan Rufeng looked at Kumi and said, "Elder Ku, please make a trip to the Mystical Sky Mansion to have a look. It doesn't matter if he's Tianer or not." 3 days passed by in just a blink of an eye. The Mystical Sky Mansion's St. Martial Secret Zone would open in 10 days' time. At that time, only 30 people would be allowed to enter to train. Naturally, it was more apt to say treasure-seeking instead of training. There were many valuable items inside the St. Martial Secret Zone, and the thing that was the most valuable was none other than the various divine ability relics hidden inside. These divine ability relics were ancient relics left behind by powerhouses in the past. Not many of these powerhouses were from the mystical Sky Mansion, since the mystical Sky Mansion only rose to become the quasi-third-rate force after that. The reason the mystical Sky Mansion took great pains to recruit Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40 was so they had more people. If somebody successfully broke through to the Divine Saint Stage after coming out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone and comprehended the divine ability contained inside the divine ability relic that they had seen in the Saint Martial Secret Zone, it would be the greatest gain ever. In the history of the mystical Sky Mansion, there were only a handful of people who managed to break through to the Divine Saint Stage after coming out of the Saint Martial Secret Zone and comprehended the divine ability contained in the divine ability relic. However, the number of these divine abilities that were passed down were very few. The Saint Martial Secret Zone would open after 10 days. Due to the fact that only 30 people were allowed inside, they would need to compete for a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Out of the 30 spots, 10 spots were given to the Heaven Palace. The remaining 20 spots were shared by the other 3 palaces. Although the Heaven Palace were given 10 spots, the disciples who were qualified to compete for entrance to the Saint Martial Secret Zone were not happy at all. If it was possible, they would rather go to one of the 3 palaces to fight for a spot. Although the 3 palaces were only given an average of 7 spots each, the number of outstanding young disciples in the other 3 palaces were less than half compared to the Heaven Palace. The competition was extremely fierce in the Heaven Palace even though they were given 10 spots. There was a vast and boundless platform on the summit of the steep peak where the Heaven Palace was located. The competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone for the Heaven Palace would be held there. For this reason, early in the morning, many people, including those from the 3 palaces, made their way over to watch the show. Although there would be competitions to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in each palace, it would not be as interesting as the competition in the Heaven Palace. This was why many disciples from the Earth, Mystical, and Yellow palaces who were unqualified to participate in the competition had come to the Heaven Palace early in the morning to join in the fun. The spots that are given to our Heaven Palace aren't a lot. One of the Heaven Palace's disciples sighed emotionally. That's right. Although the spots given to our Heaven Palace is more than the other 3 palaces, and the last Heaven Palace's disciple who obtains the spot might be the weakest here, he's definitely going to be stronger than the weakest disciples who obtain the spots in the other 3 palaces, another Heaven Palace's disciple chimed in. Isn't that a given? Put everything else aside, in the Heaven Palace, we already have 4 powerhouses who are above the refined saint stage. 2 months ago, when our Heaven Palace recruited new disciples, we managed to recruit Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian, who were both at the refined saint stage as well. Currently, our Heaven Palace has 6 refined saint stage powerhouses below the age of 40. The 6 of them will definitely obtain the spots to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone today. The fight for the remaining 4 spots is going to be very fierce. I suspect those who don't have a cultivation base at the peak of the refined saint stage would most likely not stand a chance in securing a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The recruitment of so many saint stage geniuses of our mansion has also given quite a huge pressure on those who originally fit the requirements. That's right. Initially, I was indifferent when they announced they were recruiting saint stage geniuses outside, since I didn't think they'll be able to recruit anyone at the refined saint stage. However, it did not cross my mind that not only were they able to recruit powerhouses at the refined saint stage and above, but both of them actually chose to join our Heaven Palace. We can put Wang Fei Xian aside since she's the biological granddaughter of the Mansion Master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, and she's already pretty famous in our mystical Sky Mansion. However, Ling Tian, on the other hand, appeared out of nowhere. He's the strongest among all mystical Sky Mansion's disciples below the age of 40. Previously, Ling Tian was capable of coming to draw during the duel with Guolu. His cultivation base must be quite near the peak of the refined saint stage. After that, he was granted entrance to the spirit pool. It only took him 20 days to finish absorbing the heaven and earth spirit energy inside. Do you all think it's possible for him to have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Well, isn't it obvious? I'm sure he has. I'm pretty sure he has as well. At the surrounding of the vast platform, each of the Heaven Palace's disciples buried their heads together in discussion. Their topic had changed from the spots granted to enter the Saint Martial secret zone to Duan Ling Tian. Almost 80% of the Heaven Palace's disciples felt Duan Ling Tian must have made a breakthrough to the peak of the refined saint stage. At the corner of the crowd, Guolu stood quietly with an indifferent smile on his face. Only he knew that junior brother Ling Tian had already long broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. The spirit pool cleansing was merely a push for junior brother Ling Tian on his journey to the eminent saint stage. Naturally, he thought this way because Duan Ling Tian had shown him mercy. Due to this reason, he felt that Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base at that time must already be at the peak of the refined saint stage. After immersing himself in the spirit pool, perhaps, he might not have made a breakthrough, but his cultivation base had definitely been further strengthened. It was due to this that he did not participate in the discussion around him. Guolu, do you also think Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Two figures suddenly appeared by Guolu's side. They were two young men. Their appearance was identical and they were both dressed in white. Not only were both of them handsome, but they appeared elegant and graceful as well. The person who had spoken was the white-clad young man standing on the left side. It was not difficult to distinguish the two white-clad young men. One of them had a red cinnabar mole between his brows, and the other had a black mole between his brows. The person who had spoken to Guolu was the one with the black mole between his brows. I don't know. Guolu frowned when he saw these two men. Although these two fellows did not have much enmity with him, they liked to flaunt their strength. After he was defeated once by both of them, they would always come to challenge him without showing any mercy. Moreover, there was once he had admitted defeat, but they still did not show any mercy, causing him to be bedridden for 2 weeks. Due to this reason, Guolu did not have a good impression of these two young men. The two identical white-clad young men were disciples at the Heaven Palace. They were at the mastery refined saint stage and were even stronger than Guolu. It was obvious they were twins. If they joined forces coupled with the chemistry between twins, they were even able to defeat some ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Due to this, they were extremely arrogant. The white-clad young man with a black mole between his brows was Luo He. He was the younger of the twins. He looked at Guolu disdainfully before he burst out laughing. Guolu, you've really been slacking. He's only a young pup, but you actually came to draw with him. How embarrassing. Luo Shan, the other white-clad young man with the red mole between his brows, said in a deep voice, you can embarrass yourself all you want, but please leave us out of it. It's all because of you that people began to speculate that none of us is a match for him after he came out from the spirit pool. You can just challenge junior brother Ling Tian if both of you are so eager to prove your strength. Why are you showing off in front of me? Guolu asked nonchalantly. Guolu, you're seeking death. Luo He's expression turned grave as true origin rose from his body. It was apparent he was eager to attack. Have I said something wrong? Guolu smirked. I admit that I'm inferior to both of you. You can make yourselves look good by defeating me, but doesn't that just show how timid both of you are? Only bullying the weak but fear the strong. Guolu did not bother to lower his voice when he spoke. His words immediately attracted the attention of many of Heaven Palace's disciples. A group of Heaven Palace's disciples instantly came up to them and curiously sized Guolu and the Luo brothers up. Humph! Luo He's expression turned grave when he saw Guolu deliberately attracting the attention of other people. If he attacked at this moment, it would just prove that Guolu's words were true. Face is as important to a man as bark is to a tree. Luo He really did not want to embarrass himself. Guolu, we'll show you that any one of us is stronger than that fellow. Luo Shan hissed with a grim expression. Anyone can boast. Why don't you come and boast to me after you've defeated junior brother Ling Tian? The smirk on Guolu's face turned wider. At this moment, the group of Heaven Palace's disciples who came up to them could roughly guess what was going on. At once, they began to whisper among each other. The Luo brothers want to have a match with Ling Tian? Any one of the Luo brothers is more powerful than Guolu, but there's a possibility Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. If they fight with him individually, they might not be a match for Ling Tian. That's right. The difference between a powerhouse at the mastery refined saint stage and the peak of the refined saint stage is not a joke. If Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, they won't be a match for him unless they join forces. Your words are ridiculous. It's your own speculation that Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Perhaps he has not even made a breakthrough. If he really has not made a breakthrough, then any one of the Luo brothers might stand a chance to win. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was naturally unaware he was being targeted by someone, and that someone was two of the strongest people among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. They were a pair of twins. Outside the steep mountain wall, Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian rose into the air together as they made their way to the summit. You've spoken to both Lu Jian and Ren Fei, right? Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at Wang Fei Xian. Yes. Wang Fei Xian nodded before she was hit by a pang of realization. I heard the competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone this time in the Heaven Palace will be extremely fierce. If both of them don't earn a spot, how are you going to repay their seniors? What if they can't earn a spot? Duan Ling Tian frowned when he heard Wang Fei Xian's words. He did not consider this possibility previously. However, now that he thought about it, he found this very likely to happen. The frown on Duan Ling Tian's face eased away quickly before he said indifferently, It'll be impossible for me to help them if they fail to earn a spot. I'll have to look for another opportunity to repay their seniors. Wang Fei Xian's eyes gleamed when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. I hope both of them fail to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone this time. Wang Fei Xian silently hoped. In her opinion, even if Lu Jian and Ren Fei were able to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, they would be the weakest among the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. This would mean both of them were like deadweights to her and Ling Tian. This was why she hoped both of them fail to obtain a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone today. Duan Ling Tian stayed silent even though he could tell what Wang Fei Xian was thinking judging by the eager expression on her face. He would cooperate with her since he had already agreed to it. As for the matter of helping Lu Jian and Ren Fei, that would depend on if they were capable of entering the Saint Martial secret zone. If they made it, he would help them to obtain a high-grade divine ability relic. Naturally, he could not make any guarantee since he was not sure of the situation inside the Saint Martial secret zone. He could only do his best. I'm here. Wang Fei Xian transmitted her voice to Duan Ling Tian after they leaped into the air and arrived at the peak. Shortly after, a pair of a young couple, as though they were a match made in heaven, landed softly on a wide platform. This naturally attracted many people's attention. Wang Fei Xian felt shy and began to blush when she noticed the eyes trained on her. It's Wang Fei Xian. It's really her, the young miss of Tyrannic Saber Mansion. I've seen her once in the past, but I didn't expect her to join the Heaven Palace in the mystical Sky Mansion. The rumors are true. Not only is the great young Miss Wang talented and powerful, but she's also blessed with a pretty face. God really gave her everything good. Only a few of her female peers will feel confident when faced with her. More and more people began to recognize Wang Fei Xian. They heaped even more praises on her. They were just short of saying she should just stay in heaven. Usually, Wang Fei Xian would not be affected by these praises. However, the person she liked was next to her. She could not help but feel proud when she heard the praises. At the same time, she instinctively looked at the man next to her. However, she was disappointed by what she saw. She discovered the man was completely unaffected by all the praises. You're as dumb as a log. Wang Fei Xian cursed inwardly. I don't know how he tricked 3 women into falling for him. Someone as dumb as a log is also capable of successfully courting girls. Wang Fei Xian, the great young miss of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, is already an early refined saint stage martial cultivator at such a young age. She's the most powerful among the younger female generation in mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from being extremely talented, great young Miss Wang is also very pretty and have a good background. The lucky guy who gets to marry her will be set for life. You're right. However, I heard young Miss Wang has a very high standard. She did not consider any of her past suitors at all. I guess it'll be difficult to find someone to her liking. As time passed, people continued talking about Wang Fei Xian. Great young Miss Wang is here with a man. Who's he? Oh my God. The great young Miss Wang is so close to him. Is this still the Ice Queen, young Miss Wang? Soon after, many people began to take notice of Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Wang Feixian. However, he continued walking as though he was not bothered by their looks. Wang Feixian noticed the surrounding gazes and Duan Lingtian's calm response. Then, she rolled her eyes as she smiled a scheming smile. She instantly hugged Duan Lingtian's arm under the watchful eyes of the crowd and continued walking. "What are you doing?" Duan Lingtian asked Wang Feixian with a frown. He immediately stopped walking as soon as Wang Feixian hugged his arm. "I didn't think you're so petty. I just hugged your arm. Is it necessary to act like it's such a big deal?" Wang Feixian felt a sense of grievance since she did not think Duan Lingtian would stop and question her over such a small matter. When did the great young miss of tyrannic Blade Mansion with countless suitors had ever felt such grievance for actively hugging a man's arm? The look on Wang Feixian's face at this moment was like a wronged little girl. It softened Duan Lingtian's heart. "You can hug it if you like." Duan Lingtian shook his head and no longer spoke. Who knew what she would do if he continued speaking? The onlookers were dumbfounded when they saw Wang Feixian hugging Duan Lingtian's arm as they walked. Who's that fellow? Great young Miss Wang is hugging his arm? I'm not imagining things, am I? Oh my God. No, you're not imagining things. I see it as well. When did the great young Miss Wang fall in love? So many young talents tried to court her in the past, but they were all rejected by her. However, she's hugging a man's arm now. I'm so envious. How I wish I'm that guy. Stop dreaming. The great young Miss Wang won't be interested in you with your looks. Many pairs of eyes stared at Duan Lingtian piercingly as though they were sharp knives. If looks could kill, Duan Lingtian would have been long dead. Wang Feixian was the dream girl of many men in the mystical Sky Mansion, and she was hugging another man's arm in front of them. Who's he? I've never seen him before. Although Duan Lingtian's alias, Lingtian, was famous in the mystical Sky Mansion, only a select few had seen him in person. Therefore, not a lot of people recognized him. Isn't he Lingtian? Someone cried out. Someone finally recognized Duan Lingtian, followed by several confirmations. This person's words were like a stone thrown into a still lake, causing ripples. Lingtian? He's Lingtian. He's the one that fought Guolu and came to draw with him? He's the one who completely absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the spirit pool after only 20 days. Lingtian's not only powerful, but who could have guessed he's handsome as well? My heart's beating so fast. I think I have a crush on him. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity and surprise when they looked at Duan Lingtian. There were many female disciples who made secret overtures to Duan Lingtian, revealing how willing they were as long as he was willing. Wang Feixian was momentarily stunned when she noticed Duan Lingtian had completely overshadowed her once his identity was found out. However, she felt happy about this. Apart from the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who lived in seclusion, everyone had heard of her, Wang Feixian. Although Lingtian had just recently appeared in the mystical Sky Mansion, his feats had amazed everyone. Lingtian's here? Let's go. Let's go and have a look. I haven't seen the Saint Stage Genius from Heaven Palace yet. Me too. I've only heard of him in the past. In the distance, more and more Heaven Palace's disciples rushed toward Duan Lingtian after they found out he had arrived. They all wanted to see Duan Lingtian. To be exact, they wanted to have a look at Lingtian's appearance. All eyes were instantly trained on Duan Lingtian, and he became the focus of the crowd as more and more people joined in, including disciples from the other palaces. All of them were curious about the monstrously talented genius from Heaven Palace and wanted to take a look for themselves. Naturally, Guolu knew Lingtian had arrived. He also went over immediately. He looked at the Luo brothers provocatively from afar as though he was asking them to challenge Lingtian now that he was here. The Luo brothers noticed the provocative gaze and their expression turned grim. Regardless, they had already planned to challenge Duan Lingtian. When they noticed the direction of Guolu's gaze, they also began to head in that direction. Junior brother Lingtian. Unlike the others, Guolu walked past the crowd toward Duan Ling and greeted him with a smile. Senior brother Guolu, Duan Lingtian replied Guolu with a smile since he had a good impression of Guolu. Junior brother Ling Tian, the Luo brothers plan to challenge you later. You can accept if only one of them challenges you. However, you should refuse if both of them challenge you. Both of them have defeated many powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage by joining forces since their chemistry, as twins help them to cooperate better. Guolu reminded Duan Ling Tian after greeting him. The Luo brothers? After listening to the voice transmission from Guolu, Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow. It seemed like he had heard of the Luo brothers somewhere before this. Great young Miss Wang, have you heard of the Luo brothers? Duan Ling Tian asked Wang Feixian through voice transmission when he could not recall where he had heard of them before. Isn't the Luo brothers the two strongest people among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace? They're even stronger than Guolu. It should be easy for you to defeat any one of them with your current cultivation base. However, if they join forces, you might not necessarily win since you've just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Duan Ling Tian rarely initiated conversations with Wang Feixian. She responded as fast as she could when she heard his question, as though she was afraid someone would beat her to it if she was slow to respond. At this moment, she had completely forgotten that Duan Ling Tian had communicated with her through voice transmission. Others would not be able to hear their conversation at all. I remember now. Duan Ling Tian finally remembered it with the help of Wang Feixian's answer. Previously, when news of him and Guolu had come to a draw was spreading in Heaven Palace, he had heard that Guolu was ranked top 3 among the mastery-refined saint stage disciples in the Heaven Palace. His strength was slightly inferior to a pair of twin brothers, the Luo brothers. However, he did not pay much attention to it because, in his eyes, the Luo brothers' strength was not much different from Guolu. If he wanted to, he could easily defeat them. The twin brothers are telepathic? Since Duan Ling Tian had only heard about them in passing, he did not know much about them. He was a little curious after hearing Guolu and Wang Feixian's words. Senior brother Guolu, I don't know the Luo brothers. Why would they challenge me? Duan Ling Tian asked through voice transmission. Guolu did not bother to hide it and reveal to Duan Ling Tian the enmity he had with the Luo brothers previously. He said apologetically, Junior brother Ling Tian, I'm sorry. I don't mean to involve you in this. However, both of them had gone overboard. Moreover, I believe it won't be difficult for you to defeat any one of them with your current strength. However, if they want to join forces, don't accept their challenge. Under those circumstances, no one would say anything even if you don't fight them. People would only say they're useless since they can only fight you if they join forces. Guolu said again to remind Duan Ling Tian. When Duan Ling Tian heard Guolu spoke about how eager the Luo brothers were to have a duel with him, he already had a bad impression of them. If they were eager to duel in general, it might be just them being eager in the pursuit of the martial Dao. However, the Luo brothers would not even let go of those who had lost to them. For instance, Guolu had already surrendered, and yet, they continued with the beating. Moreover, they also provoked him and forced him to attack just to humiliate him. He was disgusted by both their behaviors. Only a saint stage prodigy like Ling Tian is worthy of the great young Miss Wang of the tyrannic Saber Mansion. More and more people began to gather around. In addition to the Heaven Palace's disciples, there were also disciples from the Earth Palace, Mystical Palace, and Yellow Palace. The men were looking at Ling Tian enviously, and the women were looking at Wang Feixian enviously. Wang Feixian was attractive to the men who were present, but Duan Ling Tian was also quite attractive to the women who were present. Shortly after, a middle-aged Heaven Palace's disciple looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked with a smile, Junior brother Ling Tian, we're all curious about this. Is it true you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after coming out from the spirit pool? As soon as he finished asking his questions, all eyes turned to look at Duan Ling Tian in unison. They were all curious about this matter. This included Wang Feixian. 3 days ago, Wang Feixian had asked Duan Ling Tian if he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. However, Duan Ling Tian only smiled in response to her question. Although she was almost certain Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, she still wanted to hear the answer from Duan Ling Tian's mouth. Duan Ling Tian only smiled faintly when he was put on the spot. Is that important? Was it important? No one expected Duan Ling Tian's answer, and everyone fell silent. Most people even thought to themselves that Duan Ling Tian did not break through to the peak of the refined saint stage since he had answered that way. Humph! How mysterious! A loud voice resonated in the air abruptly just as the scene turned silent from Duan Ling Tian's reply. Following that, two tall figures emerged from the crowd and entered Duan Ling Tian's line of sight. They were two identical young men dressed in white. The person who had spoken had a black mole between his brows. He's the younger twin Luo He. At this moment, Guolu's voice transmission sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ear promptly. He said to Duan Ling Tian, "The one with a red mole between his brows is the elder brother Luo Shan." Luo Shan and Luo He. Duan Ling Tian nodded while he glanced at both of them coldly. He could sense the hostility in both their eyes. If it was not because of Guolu's explanation, he would have been baffled why these two people would look at him with such hostility. However, he was no longer surprised since Guolu had told him everything. It's the Luo brothers. This Luo He is rude. Does he have enmity with Ling Tian? I'm not sure. Judging by the look of things, I find it hard to believe there's no enmity between them. The spectators were surprised, but they were looking at the Luo brothers expectantly since they appeared in such a domineering and confrontational manner. Guolu stood shoulder to shoulder with Duan Ling Tian as he looked at Luo He with a grim expression and asked, "Mysterious? Luo He, what do you mean? Isn't that the act he's going for?" Luo He said mockingly, "If he has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, why won't he just admit it? In my opinion, although he has immersed himself in the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, he certainly hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. The peak of the refined saint stage is not so easy to enter after all. Guolu, you're living backward, aren't you?" Luo Shan looked at Guolu and sneered. "He's just a rookie who has just joined the mystical sky mansion. And yet, you're currying favor with him like a dog." Guolu did not expect Luo Shan to be so vicious with his words. His face instantly turned red in anger. "What crap are you talking?" "Crap?" The sneer on Luo Shan's face became even more apparent. "If I'm talking crap, why are you standing by him and standing up for him?" "He's my friend," Guolu said in a deep voice. "Friend? Hilarious," Luo Shan said dismissively. "As far as I know, you've only met him once before today. Moreover, you even fought the first time you met. Today's the second time you're meeting each other, and you say he's your friend? Are you trying to tell me that, out of blows, friendship grows?" "So what about it?" Guolu sneered. Just as Luo Shan opened his mouth to speak, a pa sound reverberated in the air. It was the sound of Duan Ling Tian's hand landing on Guolu's shoulder. "Senior brother Guolu, some people don't have friends. If you talk to him about friendship, it's as futile as a wolf howling at the moon." Howling at the moon. Once Duan Ling Tian finished his sentence, everyone present on the scene began to give Luo Shan strange looks. In the Heaven Palace of Mystical Sky Mansion, the Luo brothers indeed did not have many friends due to their arrogance. Even if they had friends, they were all just fair-weather friends. Duan Ling Tian's words landed where it would hurt the Luo brothers the most. Both their expressions instantly darkened. Howling at the moon. Haha, that's accurate. Many people in the crowd laughed. Most of these people were not afraid of the Luo brothers. Some of these people were from the main mansion. They were powerhouses on the Mystical Sky Mansion's Mystical Sky ranking. They were disciples at the eminent saint stage. The corner of Guolu's lips could not help but twitch when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. At the same time, he nodded solemnly and played along. "You're right, junior brother Ling Tian. I've cared too much. Ling Tian, everyone says you're strong and have a high innate talent. I didn't expect you to have such a glib tongue. You're widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation. Do you dare to fight me?" Luo He challenged Duan Ling Tian as he took a step forward. He glared fiercely at him with a dark expression on his face. Wah! Although most people expected this to happen, it still caused a commotion when it finally happened. Luo He had challenged Ling Tian. Everyone present, especially disciples from the Heaven Palace, was very familiar with Luo He. Luo He was a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator. His strength was ranked second among the Heaven Palace's mastery-refined saint stage disciples. He was second only to his twin brother Luo Shan. As the Heaven Palace's disciples, Luo He's strength was widely acknowledged. Even among all of the mastery-refined Saint Stage disciples in the mystical Sky Mansion, Luo He could easily be ranked 5th. Unlike Luo He, Ling Tian had only joined the mystical Sky Mansion 3 months ago. Although that might be the case, Ling Tian was more well-known compared to Luo He. In the Heaven Palace, perhaps everyone knew Luo He and Ling Tian. However, when it came to the entire mystical Sky Mansion, Ling Tian was more famous because he was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the younger generation. There were even rumors that the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion was interested in taking Ling Tian in as his direct disciple. However, Luo He had decided to challenge Duan Ling Tian today. Isn't Luo He afraid that Ling Tian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage? Many people looked at each other as they whispered among themselves. Just like Luo He said, based on Ling Tian's reaction earlier, likely, he hasn't broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Perhaps, that's why he dares to challenge Ling Tian. More and more people whispered among themselves. Certainly. If he's certain Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, would he have the courage to challenge him? If Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, both of them won't be a match for him unless they join forces. Yes, even if Ling Tian has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it must have been recent. Such martial cultivators who have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage could be defeated by the Luo brothers if they join forces. The problem is, Ling Tian might not have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, so he's in a precarious situation now. 2 months ago, before Ling Tian entered the spirit pool, he already managed to come to a draw with Guolu during the duel. Now that he had immersed himself in the spirit pool, his cultivation base must have been strengthened even further even if he didn't make a breakthrough. If he fights Luo He, he's still a match for Luo He and even stands a chance of defeating him. The disciples from Mystical Sky Mansion were busy discussing this. All of them were eager to watch the upcoming battle. From the beginning until the end, it did not occur to them that Duan Ling Tian might not even want to fight. Luo He saw the lack of reaction from Duan Ling Tian after he challenged him and instantly said mockingly, "Ling Tian, it can't be that you're afraid of fighting me, right?" Faced with the provocation from Luo He and the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly at Luo He and said leisurely, "Must I say yes? You can just make your move." He sounded extremely lighthearted, as though he did not see Luo He as a worthy opponent. And that was the truth of it. He indeed did not see Luo He as a worthy opponent. What did he have to fear against a mastery-refined saint stage martial cultivator? Ling Tian seems very confident. At this moment, most people saw how confident Duan Ling Tian was. This Ling Tian wouldn't have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, would he? Probably. Once he makes a move, we'll be able to see if he has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. A lot of people were looking forward to seeing if Duan Ling Tian's cultivation base was at the peak of the refined saint stage. If it was, then his confidence was naturally normal. Luo Shan frowned as his heart skipped a beat. Why is Duan Ling Tian so confident? Unless he has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. It was not only Luo Shan but even Luo He began to have his doubts. Duan Ling Tian's confidence made him somewhat uncertain about Duan Ling Tian's tactic. Was he intentionally being mysterious or was he really strong? However, based on the current situation, he had no other way out. After all, he was the one who issued the challenge. If he backed down now, he would definitely be the laughingstock of the entire Mystical Sky Mansion. He would never be able to lift his head up high in the Mystical Sky Mansion again. Ling Tian, I have to say that you're really arrogant. Luo He took a deep breath and looked at Duan Ling Tian with a darkened expression and said coldly, "I'll just have to see for myself where your confidence comes from." Once he finished speaking, he did not wait for Duan Ling Tian's reply. Luo He's true origin that had been brewing all this while rose from his body. In just an instant, in within 100-meter radius of Luo He, the air stirred as the ground began to quake. The spectators instinctively began to retreat, freeing up a vast amount of space. Wang Fei Xian, who had retreated in the distance, saw Luo. He made his move as a mocking smile involuntarily appeared on her face. A mere mastery-refined Saint Stage martial cultivator actually dares to challenge Ling Tian. This Luo, he really doesn't know his own strength. She knew Ling Tian's strength the best. Even when she fought with all her might, she could not even leave a scratch on Ling Tian's defensive technique. Based on that, it was likely that Ling Tian was at the peak of the refined Saint Stage. Due to this reason, she felt this battle had no suspense at all. Water attribute true origin? When Luo he consolidated his territory with the true origin, Duan Ling Tian could clearly feel the aura of water, and it was getting denser by the minute. This territory seems to be formed by water as well. However, the water in the territory is very aggressive. It's not your average water. As the thought flashed in Duan Ling Tian's mind, he discovered that a barrage of water had suddenly appeared in Luo He's territory. Before he could react, the water had transformed into a huge water dragon that instantly charged at him. Boom! 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 The water dragon shot across the sky and made the air tremble as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian with its teeth and claws bared. Dragon? Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw the water dragon that was transformed by Luo He's territory. In the next moment, the sun true origin in his body began to stir and flow through the 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, it covered his body in a layer of golden light. In just a flash, Duan Ling Tian's sun true origin surged out of his body and rose in the air like a blazing sun. It was extremely bright. Once the blazing sun appeared, it caught everyone's attention. What kind of true origin is that? Many people were dumbfounded. It was their first time seeing such an excessive true origin. This true origin. In the crowd, Lu Jian and Renfei, who were next to each other, frowned immediately before they looked at each other tacitly. Both of them communicated through voice transmission. This true origin seems to be fairly similar to Li Feng's true origin. According to my uncle, when Li Feng's true origin appeared, it was like the sun itself had appeared. Could it really be that Ling Tian really knows Li Feng? At this moment, no matter if it was Lu Jian or Renfei, both of them could not help but think of when Duan Ling Tian mentioned he knew Li Feng on the first day they joined the Heaven Palace. However, most people thought Duan Ling Tian was merely boasting. However, now that they had seen Duan Ling Tian's true origin, they felt Duan Ling Tian might have been telling the truth, and he was not boasting. It was possible he actually knew Li Feng and was related to him in some ways. The current Duan Ling Tian, naturally, did not know his true origin had already caught the attention of Lu Jian and Renfei. Naturally, even if he knew, he would not care about it. He knew his true origin would be exposed sooner or later, so it did not matter either way. Besides, nobody would think he was Li Feng who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district. He was very confident in his disguising secret tactic. Roar! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the water dragon transformed from Luo He's territory let out an angry roar. A few moments later, it arrived near Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. Wah! At the same time, they also saw that the blazing sun that hung above Duan Ling Tian expanded suddenly before it exploded. It blinded the mass of people temporarily, and they could not help but squint their eyes. In just a blink of an eye, a golden divine dragon with blood energy all around it appeared on top of Duan Ling Tian's head. Roar! The moment the golden dragon appeared, it also roared. Following that, its huge body charged toward the water dragon. In regards to size, the golden divine dragon was less than half the size of the water dragon. However, in regards to majesty, the golden divine dragon was far superior. True origin consolidated beast? After looking at the scene, many people could not help but feel shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian cast his true origin consolidated beast. This technique was one level lower compared to the true origin consolidated territory. Why would Duan Ling Tian cast the true origin consolidated beast under such circumstances? Does he know that he would be put at a great disadvantage? Many people were staring at each other. They were all confused by Duan Ling Tian's action. This guy actually did not cast his true origin consolidated territory and used his true origin consolidated beast instead. Luo he's not an intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator who can be easily defeated by him. Maybe a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator might not be a match for him, but the way he looks down on his opponent would bring about his misfortune. In the distance, Wang Fei Xian began to frown as well. She felt that Duan Lingtian was being too careless. "You're seeking death." When Luo he saw this, he sneered as he continued to infuse his true origin continuously into his territory, the water dragon. In just an instant, the size of the water dragon grew again. When it flew, it was as though dark clouds had covered the sun. It covered the sunlight wherever it flew. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, the earth quaked as the air trembled. It was the sound of the golden divine dragon with blood energy surrounding it crashing into the water dragon. The former was a true origin consolidated beast cast by Duan Lingtian, whereas the latter was the true origin consolidated territory cast by Luo He. The latter was a level higher than the former. Lingtian's too careless. Yes. Even if he's really a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, his true energy consolidated beast would most probably be on par with Luo He's true energy consolidated territory. If he's not a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, he'll probably fall into a disadvantageous position and lose. I really don't know what he's thinking. Most of the spectators did not know what Duan Lingtian was thinking. We'll know immediately if Duan Lingtian has already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. To most people, they thought the aftermath of the collision between the two divine dragons would expose Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. As the airwaves and wind from the impact gradually calmed down, everyone could see that both the golden divine dragon and the water dragon was gone. Lingtian and Luo He stood at their original positions unharmed. Obviously, the two forces crashing into each other was evenly matched. TSK. 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 After looking at how things ended, the entire scene fell silent momentarily before sounds of gasping filled the air. Lingtian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. There was only one possibility for things to end in such a way. Lingtian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for his true energy consolidated beast to be evenly matched with Luo He's true energy consolidated territory. Naturally, Duan Lingtian and Luo He's battle did not come to a real draw. After all, Duan Lingtian had only used the true origin consolidated beast, whereas Luo He had used his true origin consolidated territory. In fact, Duan Lingtian was holding himself back. Otherwise, with his current strength, he could have easily defeated Luo He just by using his true origin consolidated beast. He did not do so because he did not want to expose his trump card so early. Since so many people thought he had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, then he would maintain his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage with all his might. An ordinary martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage would not be able to defeat a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator by using the true energy consolidated beast technique. They would be evenly matched at most. The peak of the refined saint stage. Lingtian has actually broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. As it turned out, things were going according to Duan Lingtian's wish. After his first fight with Luo He, everyone present on the scene thought he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. This guy. It's fine if he has made a breakthrough, but he doesn't want to admit it. Wang Fei Xian shook her head and looked at Duan Lingtian shyly, although there was a tiny hint of resentment in her eyes. The peak of the refined saint stage. Luo He's expression changed dramatically. He did not expect Lingtian had already broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage was not someone he could fight alone no matter how ordinary or weak the martial cultivator was. Luo Shan, who was observing at the side, had a slightly more dignified expression on his face. Lingtian has actually made a breakthrough. Since Duan Lingtian had shown the public his strength at the peak of the refined saint stage, he did not intend to stop after one failed strike. He moved and shot toward Luo He like a specter. Luo He, be careful. Luo Shan's expression changed, and he quickly reminded in a timely manner. Even without Luo Shan's reminder, Luo He had already sensed the impending danger heading his way and intended to dodge it immediately. However, as a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator, how could he dodge a preemptive strike from a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage? Duan Lingtian was charging toward Luo He at the maximum speed a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage would possess. Bang! As the sound of a loud explosion sounded, under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Ling Tian appeared standing in Luo He's place. Luo He, on the other hand, had been sent flying before he fell to the ground. His appearance was disheveled. From the beginning until the end, the true origin in Luo He's body was suppressed by Duan Ling Tian's true origin. He could not mobilize it at all. Silence descended on the entire scene. Luo He was the one who provoked Ling Tian and issued a challenge to him. In the end, he was even sent flying with just a blow. If Ling Tian didn't fool around with Luo He by using the true origin consolidated beast in the beginning, I think Luo He would have been defeated in one move. Isn't it obvious? This Luo He is too overconfident. He brought this upon himself. Most of the disciples of Mystical Sky Mansion had hints of mockery in their eyes as they looked at the disheveled Luo He who finally stood up. They were not polite with their words at all. More and more people began to mock him until eventually more than 90% of the people present on the scene were doing so. Perhaps many of them were not a match for Luo He. However, so many people were mocking him, they were not afraid Luo He would retaliate. It was impossible for him to retaliate against everyone present after all. After Luo He stood up, his face turned purple before it turned pale. He could not say anything at all. At such a time, what else could he, as the loser, say? Ling Tian. At this moment, Luo Shan spoke up, successfully garnering everyone's attention. He looked at Duan Ling Tian and said in a low voice, "First, I have to congratulate you. After entering the spirit pool, you managed to break through to the peak of the refined saint stage. Since you've broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it's normal that my brother and I are not a match for you. However," before Luo Shan finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian interrupted him and said, "However, if I'm willing to accept a challenge from both of you joining forces and defeat both of you, then both of you will submit to me. Is that it?" Once Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, all the Heaven Palace's disciples threw Luo Shan a dirty look. If it was like Duan Ling Tian said, then Luo Shan was really shameless. In the Mystical Sky Mansion's Heaven Palace, who did not know that when the Luo brothers joined forces, they were able to defeat quite a number of powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Luo Shan frowned. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to know what he was going to say. However, he had no way out at this point, so he nodded and said, "That's right. Naturally, if you don't dare to accept the challenge, you can refuse it. Even if you refuse it, no one would say anything since you're indeed stronger than any one of us." No one expected Luo Shan to be so frank. Although it was shameless, it was very honest and blunt. Luo He, who had recovered slightly after consuming a few healing medicinal pills, looked at Duan Ling Tian and asked in a deep voice, "Ling Tian, do you dare to fight us brothers?" Since Duan Ling Tian was already at the peak of the refined saint stage, he was not ashamed of losing. However, if there was a chance for him to defeat Duan Ling Tian and break his spirit, he definitely would not pass up the chance. He did not care that it was despicable that he had to join forces with his brothers to do so. Ignore them. When Luo He finished speaking, a familiar voice sounded in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was Wang Fei Xian. These Luo brothers are strong individually. They're two of the strongest people among the Heaven Palace's mastery refined saint stage disciples. Once they join forces, someone who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is not a match for them. In the Heaven Palace, the number of disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage who's defeated by both of them are in double digits. Wang Fei Xian said solemnly. At this moment, another familiar voice was transmitted into Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was Guolu, junior brother Ling Tian. "They're as shameless as I thought they would be. You can just ignore them." Once he finished speaking, Guolu looked at Luo Shan and said mockingly, "Luo Shan, just say you want to win by numbers and cut the bullshit. Both of your ages would total up to more than 100, and yet you're not ashamed to say you want to join forces with your brother to challenge a new disciple who's below the age of 40. Once Guolu finished speaking, even more people looked at the Luo brothers with a peculiar look. Guolu's right. The Luo brothers are shameless. In my opinion, they aren't willing to submit and wants to seek revenge by joining forces. Shameless. So shameless. People whose age that totals up to more than 100 could bear to join forces to challenge someone who's not even 40 years old yet. Many people spoke up and mocked them. The Luo brothers' faces turned pale before it turned purple. Naturally, when they looked at Guolu, there were hints of coldness in their eyes. If it was not because there were so many people here and the strict rules in the mystical sky mansion, they would have exploded and hit or killed Guolu. Luo Shan took a deep breath before he looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, Ling Tian, I said you can refuse the challenge. Ling Tian, if you don't dare to accept, then you're a coward and a bastard. Ling Tian, if you don't accept it, you're not a man. Simultaneously, two voices were transmitted into Duan Ling Tian's ears. They were the voice transmissions from the Luo brothers. It was obvious they were trying to anger and provoke him into accepting the challenge. Humph! After listening to their voice transmissions, Duan Ling Tian snorted as his expression darkened. His cold eyes landed on the Luo brothers. Even if you didn't provoke or anger me through voice transmissions, I wouldn't have refused the challenge. Since you want to join forces and challenge me, then go ahead. Go ahead. When Duan Ling Tian's words were heard by the people present, it struck them like a bolt of lightning during a sunny day. Most people did not expect Duan Ling Tian to accept the challenge. You're being too reckless. Junior brother Ling Tian. At the same time, Wang Fei Xian and Guo Lu's voice transmissions entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. Both of them sounded anxious. They did not expect Duan Ling Tian would accept the Luo brothers' challenge even after they had advised him against it. Ling Tian, agreed to it? He's too reckless. Indeed, he's too reckless. Any one of the Luo brothers is almost invincible among the Heaven Palace's mastery-refined Saint Stage disciples, with the synergy between twins. When they joined forces, the numbers of disciples at the peak of the refined Saint Stage they defeated are in the double digits. It's impossible for someone who has just broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage to defeat the Luo brothers when they join forces. I'm afraid Ling Tian doesn't know this. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted the challenge. I think Ling Tian knows. He's close to Guolu, and Guolu must have reminded him. I guess he accepted the challenge because the Luo brothers provoked him through voice transmission. Earlier, he did say the Luo brothers provoked him through voice transmission. The Luo brothers are too shameless. To get Ling Tian to accept the challenge, they stooped so low. They're an embarrassment to the Heaven Palace. Even so, Ling Tian's too reckless. It's obvious what the Luo brothers' intentions are by provoking him. He's still too young. The crowd began to discuss among themselves. Many people looked at the Luo brothers disdainfully, and many shook their heads as they looked at Duan Ling Tian. All of them felt Duan Ling Tian was being too reckless. Haha. Good. Good. After hearing that Duan Ling Tian had accepted their challenge, the Luo brothers laughed happily, especially Luo He. He was so happy. It was as though he could already see Duan Ling Tian lying on the ground after being defeated by him and his brother. He actually agreed to it. It seems like this guy is just another idiot who's obsessed with martial arts. Luo Shan sneered inwardly. Regardless, since Duan Ling Tian had accepted the Luo brothers' joint challenge, things were settled now. Although Wang Fei Xian and Guo Lu's expressions did not look too good, they did not say anything else to Duan Ling Tian through voice transmission. Since the situation had developed to this stage, it was too late for Duan Ling Tian to go back on his words anyway. Could it be that he's confident he can defeat the Luo brothers even if they join forces? Wang Fei Xian did not know why this thought appeared in her mind. However, she dismissed the thought as soon as it appeared since she felt it was impossible. In the mystical sky mansion's Heaven Palace, none of the disciples who've just broken through to the peak of the refined Saint Stage was a match for the Luo brothers when they joined forces. The Luo brothers' strength is widely acknowledged. Let it be. He should suffer a bit so he wouldn't be so rebellious next time, and he'll learn to listen to the words of others. Naturally, Wang Fei Xian was displeased Duan Ling Tian did not heed her advice. He should know it was for his own good. Duan Ling Tian stood opposite the Luo brothers as the surrounding fell silent. Although there were many people present, everyone remained quiet. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle falling could be heard. What's happening over there? At this moment, a voice sounded from afar. It was the voice of a disciple from Heaven Palace who had just arrived. He had a confused expression on his face until he learned about what had transpired from the people around him. He immediately joined the spectators. This Ling Tian is too overconfident. Although he has broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, it hasn't been too long since then. He's not a match for the Luo brothers if they join forces. While Duan Ling Tian and the Luo brothers stood opposite each other, more and more people arrived. Suddenly, the attention of one of the Heaven Palace's disciples landed on a young man who had just joined the crowd. He greeted him humbly, "Senior brother Wang Pai." This young man was none other than Wang Pai, the direct disciple of Master Xiaoyi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace. He was also the person who led Duan Ling Tian to the spirit pool back then. "Junior brother Ling Tian, you're being reckless. I've heard about the Luo brothers. Ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage might not be their match, let alone the fact that you've just broken through not too long ago." Wang Pai sent Duan Ling Tian a voice transmission when he appeared. "Don't worry, senior brother Wang Pai. I won't do something I'm not certain about." Duan Ling Tian's response was filled with confidence. And Wang Pai was stunned by Duan Ling Tian's confident reply. He stared at him before he responded through voice transmission. "If that's the case, I shall eagerly await your performance, junior brother Ling Tian." Naturally, even if you're not a match for them, you don't have to worry about them secretly sabotaging your chance of entering the St. Martial secret zone. If there's a need, I'll make a move. "Thank you, senior brother Wang Pai." Although Duan Ling Tian did not think he would need Wang Pai's help, he still thanked him through voice transmission because of his good intention. Luo Shan, who stood next to Luo, he stared at Duan Ling Tian as he said in his deep voice, "Ling Tian, both of us won't bully you so you can make the first move." At this moment, the auras of the Luo brothers who stood together had fused together in a strange manner. The vibe it gave Duan Ling Tian was peculiar. It was as though he was facing one person, not two people. The Luo brothers joining forces is not as simple as it seems. Put everything else aside, just the ability to fuse their auras together like this is not something all twins are able to do. Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow in surprise. Naturally, he was not worried even if that was the case. With his current strength, even without using the Celestial Supreme Treasure, he was not even afraid of early eminent saint stage martial cultivators, let alone powerhouses at the refined saint stage. It was only natural the others did not know about this. After hearing Luo Shan's words, Wang Feixian was, naturally, annoyed. She said mockingly, "How funny! Even at this age, both brothers are teaming up to fight a single person. They are even shameless enough to say they're not bullying others. The Luo brothers' shamelessness has really broadened my horizon." Although she was not speaking loudly, everyone present on the scene heard her and agreed with her. It twisted the Luo brothers' expressions, but they could not refute her words. They could only glare at her. Wang Feixian was, naturally, not afraid of them. No matter what, she was still the great young Miss Wang of the tyrannic Saber Mansion. If it was possible, they did not want to offend Wang Feixian as well. "Are you sure you want me to make the first move?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he glanced at the Luo brothers indifferently. "What? Are you worried that my brother will cheat?" "Luo," he sneered. "Don't worry. I, Luo Shan, always keep my word. My words represent both of us." Luo Shan snorted. "If that's the case, I won't be polite then." Duan Ling Tian nodded after hearing their words. His eyes turned cold as the sun true origin in his body stirred and surged out through the 99 saint veins. In just a blink of an eye, a territory appeared within a 100-meter radius of Duan Ling Tian. His territory was, naturally, the 10,000 Swords territory. However, due to the sun true origin, his 10,000 Swords territory seemed to have transformed into a huge blazing sun that not only hid him from the people's prying eyes, but it also shrouded the Luo brothers. The sight of the people outside was instantly blocked. Nobody could see anything at all. "What's that? Seems to be a territory. What territory is that? I can't see what's happening inside at all." Outside the territory, many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples were in a frenzy. How could they not be when their sight was blocked during a crucial moment? They were anxious, but they also felt helpless. "This is his territory." Wang Feixian looked surprised. "What territory is this?" Although this was not the first nor second day of her meeting Duan Ling Tian, it was her first time seeing his territory. "This is the..." At the same time, Lu Jian and Renfei, who were in the crowd, looked at each other yet again and saw the shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. This territory, why is it so similar to what my uncle described as Li Feng's territory? I heard about it as well. After Li Feng formed his territory, it was like a huge blazing sun had appeared. Ling Tian's territory is actually so similar to Li Feng. Indeed, it seems like they have a close relationship. Both of them sent voice transmissions to each other, and they could hear the shock in each other's tones. Meanwhile, inside the 10,000 Swords territory, away from prying eyes, both the expressions on the Luo brothers' faces had changed. They had discovered that the true origin in their bodies seemed to have been suppressed. How's this possible? Impossible. Even if he's at the peak of the refined saint stage, the territory consolidated by his true origin shouldn't be able to suppress the true origins in our bodies. Only powerhouses at the eminent saint stage are able to suppress our true origins through the true origin consolidated territory. The Luo brothers began to panic. They did not know what went wrong. From the beginning to the end, it did not even cross their minds that Duan Ling Tian might be an eminent saint stage powerhouse. Duan Ling Tian was merely a youngster who had not even reached the age of 40. How could they relate such a youngster to an eminent saint stage powerhouse? Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was not an eminent saint stage powerhouse. The reason the territory consolidated from his true origin could suppress the Luo brothers' true origins was due to his Sun true origin. In terms of strength, the Sun true origin in his body was currently comparable to an ordinary early eminent saint stage powerhouse's true origin. That was why the Luo brothers' true origins were suppressed. It must be an extra ability of his territory, right? It must be his territory's ability that suppresses the true origins in our bodies. Luo Shan muttered to himself, and Luo He, who heard it, nodded in agreement. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Ling Tian still heard it. It rendered Duan Ling Tian speechless. He did not think they had such a good imagination. This should end now. Duan Ling Tian's eyes turned cold. Following that, the 10,000 solidified golden sword rays in the 10,000 Swords territory rapidly shot toward the Luo brothers. The air trembled as tens of thousands of swords flew. Just by looking at it caused one to feel pressured. Imagine being the focus of its attack. Wah! The swords were flying in from all directions. As they got nearer and nearer, Luo He was the first to crumble. His expression changed drastically due to the pressure, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Soon after, Luo Shan also followed in his footsteps. What territory is this? At this moment, both of them were trying their best to mobilize the true origins in their bodies. They could only stare at one another as they saw the panic and despair in each other's eyes. The pressure that the tens of thousands of sword rays brought forth was akin to tens of thousands of mountains falling on them. So useless. Duan Ling Tian smiled disdainfully when he saw how wretched they looked. He completely lost interest in playing with them. With just a thought, tens of thousands of swords rapidly condensed into a gigantic golden sword that swept across the sky. Crash! The body of the sword landed on them. The 10,000 Swords territory was consolidated from Duan Ling Tian's Sun true origin. In terms of force, his Sun true origin was currently comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. Naturally, the force produced from the strike of the gigantic sword formed from 10,000 sword rays that were formed in the 10,000 Swords territory was not ordinary. Bang! As the sound of a loud explosion sounded from the force of the gigantic sword landing on the Luo brothers, they were both sent flying. Due to their sights being blocked by the 10,000 Swords territory, the people outside could not see what was happening inside at all. However, just because they could not see what was happening inside, it did not mean they could not hear what was going on inside. Earlier, they heard the sound of sword whistling in the air. It was as loud as wind and thunder. They tensed up even more when they heard the sound of an explosion. In the next instant, they saw two figures shot out from the golden territory. After flying around 100 meters away, they fell and crashed on the ground. They were completely still. Those are the Luo brothers? Very quickly, someone recognized the two unconscious figures. He could not help but gulp immediately. They were sent flying out by Ling Tian? To think they even passed out. They are the Luo brothers, for God's sake. When the Luo brothers join forces, it's not possible for martial cultivators who have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage to defeat them. Who can tell me what's going on?
Ling Tian is just too strong, isn't he? He knocked the Luo brothers out so quickly even when they joined forces.
It's too bad Ling Tian's territory is too blinding. Otherwise, we would have been able to see how he defeated and knocked the Luo brothers out. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves after they gasped. Many of them were looking at the unconscious Luo brothers, while the remaining disciples were looking at the golden ball-like territory that was gradually fading away. They were eager to see the person inside.
They wanted to know if the person inside was injured since both the Luo brothers were passed out.
Freak! When the Luo brothers were sent flying out, Wang Feixian was stunned. Although she did think that fellow might have a chance of winning, it did not cross her mind that he would win in such a direct and ridiculous manner. The moment the territory appeared, it enveloped the Luo brothers. After a while, the sound of sword whistling in the air and an explosion sounded before the Luo brothers were sent flying out. Moreover, they were passed out like two dead dogs. Although Wang Feixian thought Duan Ling Tian might win due to the confidence he had shown, it was only a fleeting thought. Subconsciously, she did not think Duan Ling Tian would be able to defeat the Luo brothers. She did not think things would turn out this way.
Not only was this more than enough to prove that Duan Ling Tian had broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, but his prowess had also far surpassed ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. After all, defeating the Luo brothers when they joined forces was not something ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage could do. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian retracted his territory and revealed himself. Gasp! Gasp!
Gasp!
Gasp! Gasp!
Although many of them knew Duan Ling Tian was inside the territory, they still could not help but gasp when he showed himself. Powerful!
He's really powerful.
What kind of monster is Ling Tian? He has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage over 2 months ago, but he's already so strong. He even easily defeated the Luo brothers when they joined forces.
The Luo brothers probably thought that since Ling Tian has only recently broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage, he would be easily bullied. I guess it didn't cross their minds, not even in their wildest dreams, that his strength is comparable to those elite powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage, even though he had just recently made a breakthrough.
No wonder Ling Tian accepted their joint challenge. As it turns out, he wasn't acting recklessly, but he was truly confident. Humph!
The Luo brothers have really dropped a stone on their own feet this time.
The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples discussed among themselves. In their discussion, they praised Duan Ling Tian's strength and mocked the Luo brothers for overestimating themselves. I knew it. Junior brother Ling Tian doesn't seem like someone who acts recklessly. However, it didn't cross my mind that his strength is able to defeat the Luo brothers' joint challenge. Guolu sighed emotionally as he stood in the distance, watching Duan Ling Tian. When he met Duan Ling Tian for the first time, he came to a draw with Duan Ling Tian. He knew Duan Ling Tian was holding back his strength. At that time, he had already suspected that Duan Ling Tian was a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage. How Duan Ling Tian had deliberately held back and controlled his strength to come to a draw with him was not someone at the mastery refined saint stage could do. Only a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage and above could do that easily. It must be the cleansing from the spirit pool that elevated junior brother Ling Tian's strength. Guolu speculated to himself. In the distance, Lu Jian and Renfei exchanged glances with each other again. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. They even exclaimed in unison, "How powerful!"
Ling Tian's strength is most likely not inferior to Li Feng, who had previously appeared in the Rising Sky Mansion's district, Renfei commented with a glum expression.
That's right.
Li Feng's only at the peak of the refined saint stage, just like Ling Tian. If the two of them really battle it out, there's no saying who would win. Lu Jian nodded his head, agreeing with Renfei's words. Ling Tian's technique is very similar to Li Feng. Looks like he really knows Li Feng. Do you think the favors he wants to repay our seniors have anything to do with Li Feng? Lu Jian muttered as he looked at Renfei. This thought just popped up in his mind. Now that you mentioned it, it's possible. That time, Li Feng stood our seniors up. Since our seniors had taken care of him so well during the Rising Sky ranking battle, perhaps he feels guilty and owes our seniors a favor. Ling Tian must have quite a close relationship with Li Feng. It's possible that he has heard of this matter from Li Feng and plans to help him repay his debt. Renfei nodded his head in agreement. Lu Jian also felt this was a very likely reason after listening to Renfei. From the beginning until the end, they did not suspect that Ling Tian and Li Feng were the same people. This was because they were absolutely certain he was not disguising himself. During the Rising Sky Mansion battle, their seniors were also certain that Li Feng was not in disguise. Moreover, although they had not seen Li Feng in person, they had seen his portrait. Ling Tian and Li Feng looked completely different. Ling Tian looked dashing, unlike Li Feng who had an ordinary appearance. Do you think it's possible for Ling Tian and Li Feng to be disciples of the same master? Renfei looked at Lu Jian and speculated through voice transmission. It's possible. Lu Jian was unsure, but he felt there was a possibility as well. When Renfei and Lu Jian was guessing the relationship between Ling Tian and Li Feng, Wang Fei Xian was also comparing Ling Tian to Li Feng. With the current strength he displays, he's most likely not inferior to Li Feng. I can't believe the elevation of his strength would be this huge after he entered the mystical sky mansion. At the same time, the look in her eyes as she looked at Duan Ling Tian had subtly changed as well. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of it. At this moment, he was standing next to Wang Pai, who was exclaiming in shock over his earlier performance. Junior brother Ling Tian, I can't believe the trip to the spirit pool has elevated your cultivation base so much. Those Luo brothers are well known in our heaven palace. None of the disciples who have just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage is a match for them at all. Yet, you've broken their winning streak. When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, he was deep in his thoughts. There was a sense of admiration in his gaze as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. At the very least, he was far from possessing such terrifying strength when he was Duan Ling Tian's age. With Duan Ling Tian's innate talent, it would just be a matter of time before he surpassed Wang Pai if he did not die. Wang Pai had no doubts about this. Huh? What happened? Isn't that Luo Shan and Luo He? Why are they lying on the ground like that? It seems like they're injured. Soon after, even more disciples from the Heaven Palace and the three palaces arrived at the summit to watch the show. As soon as they arrived, they realized the atmosphere was not right. Many disciples from the Heaven Palace also saw the Luo brothers lying on the ground. They recognized them immediately. The Luo brothers could be considered as quite famous in the Heaven Palace. After all, they were two mastery refined saint stage disciples who could defeat a powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage if they joined forces. Although there were many disciples from the three other palaces that had heard of the Luo brothers, there were also some who had never heard of them. However, after the Heaven Palace's disciples filled them in, they finally knew who the two men lying on the ground were. Two mastery-refined saint stage disciples can actually defeat an ordinary disciple at the peak of the refined saint stage when they join forces? Are they really that strong? The three palaces' disciples who first heard of the Luo brothers were shocked by this. What happened to them, though? Isn't today the competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone for the Heaven Palace? Why are the Luo brothers lying injured on the ground? As far as I know, they're over 50 years old and are not allowed to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone. Why don't we ask those who were here before and find out what happened? The group of Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had just arrived asked around, and many Mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were here earlier earnestly explained to them what happened and emphasized on how Ling Tian had easily defeated the Luo brother. What? Ling Tian injured them and knocked them out? My goodness! Ling Tian has really broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage. That's not the point. The point is Ling Tian has just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage not long ago, and he's already capable of defeating the Luo brothers even when they join forces. This means Ling Tian's strength has far exceeded an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Far exceeds an ordinary powerhouse who's at the peak of the refined saint stage. That's right. Don't forget who the Luo brothers are. The numbers of people they had defeated at the peak of the refined saint stage numbers in 2 digits in the Heaven Palace when they joined forces. The disciples who had just broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage in less than a year are useless in front of them. They were all easily defeated. Exactly. Ling Tian must have made a breakthrough during the spirit pool cleansing. In other words, he has only broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage less than 3 months ago, but he still defeated the Luo brothers in such a forceful manner when they joined forces. I can't believe that other than having a high innate talent, Ling Tian's technique is this powerful as well. Indeed, without the technique, it would have been impossible for him to even come to a draw with the Luo brothers if he has only broken through 3 months ago, let alone defeating them. When the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples saw the results of the clash between the Luo brothers and Duan Ling Tian, they looked at Duan Ling Tian with hints of respect in their eyes. In this world where the strong ruled, it was only natural for people to respect powerful people. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had gained the respect of the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. Do you see this? Your innate talent and strength have been acknowledged by them. After this battle, I'm sure the Lord Mansion Master will come and look for you soon, Wang Pai said with a smile as when he saw the respectful looks trained Duan Ling Tian. Lord Mansion Master will come and look for me? Duan Ling Tian was shocked. Why would he look for me? Why else? Naturally, it's because of your innate talent and wants to accept you as his direct disciple. In fact, you'll probably be his last disciple. When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, there were hints of envy in his eyes as he looked at Duan Ling Tian. In the mystical Sky Mansion, the Mansion Master was the most supreme being, and at the same time the strongest person in the mystical Sky Mansion. If one were to become his disciple, one's future would be bright and limitless. Direct disciple? Last disciple. Perhaps an ordinary person would be delighted when they heard Wang Pai's words. However, his words only served to vex Duan Ling Tian. In the past, when he was on Cloud Continent, he had never taken anyone as his master before since he had the lifetime memory of the rebirth Martial Emperor. He did not think anyone was qualified to become his master. When he arrived at the Dao Martial Saint Land, since he met by Li Hong, he had gained a teacher, not a master. In the end, after obtaining the Supreme Sword Dao Mental Cultivation Method, Sovereign Heart Sword, Legacy, he had regarded Feng Qingyang as his master in his heart. He was the only master he recognized. Due to this reason, even if the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion wanted to take him as a direct disciple, or even to be his last disciple, he was not interested at all. In his heart, he only had one master. The master in his heart was the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang, whom he had never met before. After obtaining the Sovereign Heart Sword Legacy, he had regarded Feng Qingyang as his master. Moreover, he had also regarded himself as the only successor of the Fog Rain progeny. The attention of the disciples who were qualified to compete for a spot in entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone was undoubtedly on Duan Ling Tian. All over the place, in groups of 3s or 4s, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples looked at Duan Ling Tian from time to time as they discussed him. Ling Tian. At the same time, Lu Jian and Ren Fei, who were originally standing in the distance, walked toward Duan Ling Tian with a warm smile on their faces. After they had taken the initiative to greet him, they expressed their gratitude. Thank you for giving us a chance to ally with you. Before Duan Ling Tian could reply to them, Wang Fei Xian, who was standing next to him, snorted as she chimed in, "Don't be so eager as to thank him first. Who knows if both of you will be able to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. If you fail to earn a spot, there'll be no need for you to mention anything about allying yourselves with him." "You're right, Miss Fei Xian," Lu Jian nodded before saying solemnly, "I'll do everything in my power to earn a spot in the competition today. Even so, I'll still owe you a favor, Ling Tian." One had to say Lu Jian's words were neither arrogant nor humble. Even Duan Ling Tian could not help but admire him. "Me too," Ren Fei chimed in at this moment. "Humph. Among the 4 of us, you're the one with the least chance of earning a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone," Wang Fei Xian said after she snorted as she looked at him coldly. Upon hearing her words, Ren Fei felt a little awkward, but he remained quiet. He had once experienced how powerful this young miss was. However, it did not cross his mind this young miss was still holding a grudge over how disrespectful he was after so long. Ren Fei knew that remaining silent at this moment was the right decision. "You have a grudge with him?" Duan Ling Tian asked curiously through voice transmission when he noticed how tensed Wang Fei Xian was. "There's no grudge. I just don't like this guy," Wang Fei Xian replied coolly through voice transmission. Duan Tian was rendered speechless when he heard her words. Luo Shan has regained consciousness, someone exclaimed at this moment in a loud voice. Everyone, including Duan Tian, shifted their attention to Luo Shan, who was lying on the ground. After regaining consciousness, Luo Shan consumed the healing medicinal pill as he struggled to sit up. Then he shook Luo He to wake him up. The two brothers sat cross-legged to digest the healing medicinal pill. As time went by, colors returned to their pale faces, but they still appeared very weak. They managed to stand up with many difficulties by supporting each other. When they sensed the mocking gazes around them, they were too ashamed to lift up their heads. At this moment, only regrets were left in their hearts. How good would it be if they did not try and look for trouble with this fellow on their own accord? At the very least, they would not have fallen to such a place. The Luo brothers turned to leave the summit after they glanced at Duan Tian fearfully. TSK. Both of you are going to leave now. At this moment, Wang Fei Xian, who was standing next to Duan Tian, flew out and blocked the Luo brothers' path with a mocking smile on her face. Luo Shan's expression turned grave, but he did not do anything. Instead, he asked in his deep voice, "Is there anything you want to say, Miss Fei Xian?" With Wang Fei Xian's background, she was not someone he could afford to offend. Even if he did not take her background into consideration with his weakened state, he was not a match for her at all. Due to this reason, he did not dare to act recklessly at all, even though he was furious. Both of you are so dumb, there's nothing I have to say to you at all. I'm just curious whether you know both of you look like abandoned dogs now. Wang Fei Xian replied nonchalantly. The moment her words left her mouth, Luo Shan's expression turned grave while Luo He's body trembled from being so infuriated. He pointed a finger at Wang Fei Xian as he said, "Why you?" Perhaps he was too furious, but he could not finish his sentence at all. "Do you believe I'll break your dog paw now if you don't retract it immediately?" Wang Fei Xian snarled as a vicious light gleamed in her eyes. Before Luo He realized what was going on, Luo Shan had already made his move at lightning speed. At the same time, he bowed at Wang Fei Xian. "Miss Fei Xian, my younger brother doesn't know any better. As his elder brother, I'll apologize on his behalf. Please forgive us." As the saying went, it's difficult to slap someone who's smiling. Luo Shan had already given in so much so Wang Fei Xian's anger had also mostly disappeared. Due to this reason, she did not intend on making fun of them any longer. When the Luo brothers disappeared from everyone's sights, Wang Fei Xian returned to stand next to Duan Tian. "You're really unforgiving." When she returned, Duan Tian shook his head with a smile on his face. "Wasn't I just trying to seek revenge for you?" Wang Fei Xian replied. "Previously, they kept provoking you. When one of them couldn't defeat you, they issued a joint challenge. The outcome was a great one, though. Both of them were knocked out by you in just a blink of an eye." When she reached the end of her sentence, her eyes gleamed brilliantly. "Come on. Can you just tell me your secrets? What's the current level of your strength?" The moment her words left her mouth, Wang Pai, Guolu, Lu Jian, and Ren Fei immediately shifted their attention to Duan Tian. They were curious about this matter as well. "If I tell you that I'm invincible against all those below the eminent saint stage, will you believe me?" Duan Tian asked with a smile. "Of course not." Wang Fei Xian rolled her eyes at Duan Tian. "Do you really think that nobody at the peak of the refined saint stage is your match since you've defeated the Luo brothers? Let me tell you, the Luo brothers are completely not a match to a real powerhouse at the peak of the refined saint stage. Okay. Moreover, you might even be defeated in a wretched manner like the Luo brothers if you fight with them." When Duan Tian saw Wang Fei Xian, thought he was merely bluffing. He only shook his head and smiled without further explaining himself. This filled Wang Fei Xian with arrogance since she thought she had struck at Duan Tian's weak spot, since he did not refute her words. As for Wang Pai and the others, they naturally did not believe Duan Tian like Wang Fei Xian. Invincible against all those under the eminent saint stage. These 9 words sounded simple, but it was not as simple as it sounded in real life. As time passed by, Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, finally showed himself. He was the moderator for the competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone today. When he arrived, Wang Pai bade farewell to Duan Ling Tian and the others before he went to stand next to Xiao Yi. He also recounted what had transpired to Xiao Yi and emphasized on the powerful strength Duan Ling Tian had shown.
What? When Xiao Yi heard this, he was baffled. He defeated the Luo brothers in just a span of a few breaths, even though they joined forces? As the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, Xiao Yi naturally knew about some people in the Heaven Palace, and this included the Luo brothers. He remembered the Luo brothers because they had defeated many of Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the refined saint stage when they joined forces. When two martial cultivators at the peak of the mastery refined saint stage joined forces to defeat a person at the peak of the refined saint stage, even if the latter was not an elite among powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage, it was still something very astonishing and worth paying attention to since the latter managed to win. The Palace Master of Heaven Palace rarely concerned himself with the matters in the Heaven Palace. Usually, Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master, was the one in charge of Heaven Palace. Due to this reason, it was only natural he knew about the Luo brothers. Due to the fact that he knew the Luo brothers' strength when they joined forces, he was extremely shocked when he found out Duan Ling Tian was able to defeat them in just a span of a few breaths. This fellow's already so strong after coming out from the spirit pool 3 months ago? Xiao Yi looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing in the distance with astonishment in his eyes. Although he knew Duan Ling Tian's innate talent and abilities were powerful, he did not expect him to be able to defeat the Luo brothers' joint challenge, even if he had suspected Duan Ling Tian to have broken through to the peak of the refined saint stage after coming out of the spirit pool. As far as he was concerned, someone who could defeat the Luo brothers when they joined forces could be considered as an elite among the powerhouses at the peak of the refined saint stage. Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi was the one who gave Duan Ling Tian the opportunity to enter the spirit pool previously. Due to this reason, when he saw Xiao Yi had shown up, he instantly went to him and greeted him with a smile.
Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to become so powerful. With your current strength, I'm afraid you're already on par with Li Feng, who had appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district previously. Xiao Yi sighed emotionally.
Although he had known Duan Ling Tian's future would be boundless when he entered the Heaven Palace, it did not cross his mind that Duan Ling Tian's strength would be elevated so greatly in such a short period of time. It's all thanks to Vice Palace Master, who gave me the opportunity to cultivate in the spirit pool. Otherwise, I might have been defeated by the Luo brothers today. Duan Ling Tian said courteously with gratitude.
Although he definitely would be able to defeat the Luo brothers even without the cleansing from the spirit pool, it was due to the spirit pool that he was able to break through from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage. Due to this reason, he was very grateful to Xiao Yi. When Xiao Yi saw how Duan Ling Tian did not forget he was the one who had given him the opportunity to enter the spirit pool, a smile appeared on his face immediately.
With your innate talent, it's only natural for me to give you the opportunity to enter the spirit pool when you chose to join the Heaven Palace. However, there are many people who had entered the spirit pool before you. None of their strength was elevated as greatly as yours. When Duan Ling Tian heard Xiao Yi's words, his expression appeared calm on the surface, but he was chuckling to himself inwardly. Actually, the benefits the spirit pool had granted him was the breakthrough from the early refined saint stage to the peak of the refined saint stage. As for the reason he had easily defeated the Luo brothers, it was all thanks to his own Sun True Origin. The Sun True Origin he currently possessed was comparable to the true origin of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse. When he defeated the Luo brothers, he had already held back by only using the blades. Although he had held back, the strength of an early eminent saint stage powerhouse was not something the Luo brothers were able to withstand.
Alright, let's talk about this later. The reason I came over today is to preside over the competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone.
After Xiao Yi smiled at Duan Ling Tian, he announced loudly to the saint stage disciples below the age of 40 to gather in the middle of the vast platform on the summit. As for those who came to watch, they were asked to retreat into the distance.
So many people? Soon after, Duan Ling Tian noticed there were 40 people remaining apart from Xiao Yi. In fact, there were only 10 people who entered Heaven Palace together with him. In other words, the Heaven Palace already had over 30 disciples at the saint stage below the age of 40.
Suddenly, a voice resonated by Duan Ling Tian's ears. You're Ling Tian?
Then Duanling Tian saw a young man with an ordinary appearance walking toward him with a smile on his face. Let's familiarize ourselves with each other. I'm Gao Peng. Gao Peng. This name was not unfamiliar to Duanling Tian. When he had just arrived at the Heaven Palace, he had already heard of this person. He was one of the 2 intermediate refined saint stage disciples below the age of 40 in the Heaven Palace. Before Duanling Tian appeared, Gao Peng and another disciple at the intermediate refined saint stage below the age of 40 were known as the 2 strongest people among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace. However, due to his appearance, the glory of these 2 people was shifted to Duanling Tian. If the most powerful person was mentioned among the younger generation in the Heaven Palace, every mystical sky mansion's disciple would definitely think of Duanling Tian and not Gao Peng or the other person. Ling Tian. Naturally, although Duanling Tian had heard of Gao Peng before, this did not mean he knew much about him. However, since Gao Peng had taken the initiative to greet him, it would not have been polite for him to ignore him. Due to reason, he smiled in response. Ling Tian, before you appeared, there's no one I admire among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion. I have to say I really admire your innate talent and strength from the bottom of my heart. Moreover, I'm far too lacking to even catch up to you, Gao Peng said emotionally as he looked at Duanling Tian. You flatter me. Duanling Tian smiled humbly. Humph. At this moment, a snort resonated in the distance, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. Duanling Tian turned around to look at the source of the sound. With just a glance, he saw a young man dressed in a fine robe making his way over from afar. There were 2 Heaven Palace's disciples following behind him. It was obvious they were his lackeys. Like stars twinkling around the bright moon, they attended to him as he made his way over. The young man was quite handsome. His hawk nose was particularly striking, making him look dashing. It was obvious he was the one who had snorted earlier. Soon after, the finely dressed young man appeared in front of Duanling Tian. He looked at him from top to bottom and there was a hint of dread in his eyes. However, he looked at Duanling Tian arrogantly as though Duanling Tian was one of his subordinates. Intermediate refined saint stage? After activating his divine eye, Duanling Tian could easily see the cultivation base of this person. Among all those who were standing here, apart from Wang Feixian and Gao Peng, there was only one person at the intermediate refined saint stage. Yao Ji. In the Heaven Palace, Zhao Ji shared the same fame with Gao Peng. He was the other intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivator who had not even reached the age of 40. However, unlike Gao Peng's ordinary background, Zhao Ji was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. His father was one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion, while his grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. The 2 great guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion were only inferior to the mansion master in the Mystical Sky Mansion. Zhao Ji looked at Duanling Tian domineeringly and snorted as he asked in an almost interrogative tone, "You're Ling Tian?" Faced with Zhao Ji, there was a hint of dread in Wang Feixian's eyes. Although her background could be considered powerful, she was still far from being comparable to Zhao Ji. Put everything else aside, just Zhao Ji's grandfather alone could annihilate the tyrannic Saber Mansion. If he was inclined to do so, he definitely had the might to do so if he had the patience. Duanling Tian could not be bothered with Zhao Ji's question. Duanling Tian only glanced at him once, and he no longer looked at him again. As Zhao Ji's expression turned grave, one of the Heaven Palace's disciples standing behind him said loudly, "How dare you? Ling Tian, did you not hear great young master Zhao Ji talking to you? Since when does a dog dare to shout and bark in front of its owner?" Duanling Tian looked at the Heaven Palace's disciple mockingly, causing the disciple's expression to turn glum as blue veins popped up on his forehead. However, there was nothing he could do since he was not a match for Duanling Tian at all. "Ling Tian, you must be crazy." Zhao Ji looked at Duanling Tian coldly as he said in a threatening tone, "Do you think you can treat others with contempt just because you have high innate talent and powerful abilities? You're only at the peak of the refined saint stage. Where do you think you stand in the entire Mystical Sky Mansion? What use will your high innate talent be if you die before you can grow any stronger?" When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, a terrifying killing intent could be seen in his eyes. The peak of the refined saint stage is indeed nothing.
However, at the very least, it's more powerful than your intermediate refined saint stage, right? Duan Ling Tian scoffed indifferently in front of Zhao Ji.
The mocking smile on his face became even more apparent, causing Zhao Ji's expression to turn grim immediately. He, Zhao Ji, had always behaved willfully and without a care in the mystical sky mansion. Prior to this, was there anyone who dared to talk to him in this manner? Excellent.
Excellent. Zhao Ji's eyes sparkled with killing intent as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. You're the first one in Mystical Sky Mansion who dares to speak to me in this manner. Ling Tian, Zhao Ji, will remember you. Duan Ling Tian shrugged indifferently. It was obvious he was not worried about Zhao Ji's threat. This caused Zhao Ji's expression to turn even grimmer. Ling Tian, you're too reckless. At this moment, a voice transmission resonated in Duan Ling Tian's ears. It was Gao Peng's voice transmission. Zhao Ji has an extraordinary background. Many powerhouses in the mystical sky ranking even have to curry favor with him. Moreover, his father is one of the vice mansion masters with a few eminent saint stage disciples. As for his grandfather, he's one of the 2 guardians in the mystical sky mansion. Most of his grandfather's disciples are elders in the mystical sky mansion.
When Gao Peng reached the end of his sentence, his tone was filled with dread.
Although he was not inferior to Zhao Ji in regards to strength, due to Zhao Ji's background, he had no choice but to lower his head in front of him. He did not dare to offend Zhao Ji at all.
Thank you for your reminder, but I've already known about all these, Duan Ling Tian replied through voice transmission.
You already knew? Upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words, Gao Peng was shocked. He had thought Duan Ling Tian treated Zhao Ji carelessly because he was unaware of Zhao Ji's background. He did not expect Duan Ling Tian to have already known about Zhao Ji's background prior to this. He already knows about Zhao Ji's background, but he still dares to treat Zhao Ji in this manner. What kind of backing does he have?
Don't tell me it's just based on his monstrous ability alone? Gao Peng thought to himself as he shook his head.
He acknowledged that Duan Ling Tian had a very high innate talent, but this did not mean he could fight with Zhao Ji. In the mystical sky mansion, the mansion master did not marry and had only taken 1 direct disciple. However, the disciple had died. Ever since then, the mansion master of the mystical sky mansion no longer accepted anyone as his disciple.
Due to this reason, Zhao Ji could be considered as having the highest position among the 2nd generation of the mystical sky mansion.
This was because his grandfather was one of the 2 great guardians in the mystical sky mansion, while his father was one of the few vice mansion masters in the mystical sky mansion. Other than the juniors directly below the mansion master's command, who else had a lofty position in the mystical sky mansion like him? Soon after, Gao Peng discovered that faced with the dispute between Duan Ling Tian and Zhao Ji, not only Wang Pai but even Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, had a calm expression on their faces. It was as though they were not worried about Duan Ling Tian at all.
This caused him to feel baffled.
As far as he knew, Wang Pai had quite a good relationship with Ling Tian. However, why were they not worried about Ling Tian? Could it be they think nothing would happen to Ling Tian even if he has a dispute with Zhao Ji? Gao Peng's heart jolted when he thought of this. Don't tell me. Soon after, a shocking reason appeared in his mind. If there were to be any disciple who did not need to fear Zhao Ji in the mystical sky mansion, it would be those with the mansion master's backing. Don't tell me the mansion master has taken a liking to Ling Tian. Gao Peng's heartbeat increased when he thought about this. Their mansion master was the most powerful person in the mystical sky mansion. His words carried a heavy weight, and he was the loftiest person in the mystical sky mansion. However, he had stopped accepting disciples due to his former disciple's death. Some said he was afraid of the death of his 2nd disciple. Some said he was only waiting for a young man whose innate talent was a match for his former disciple. As far as he knew, the former disciple of the mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion was only over the age of 20, but his cultivation base had already reached the pristine saint stage. If he was given another 10 years, it might not be certain he would break through to the peak of the refined saint stage, but it was definitely not a problem for him to break through to the mastery refined saint stage. Ling Tian's innate talent should be higher than Lord Mansion Master's former disciple, From Lord Vice Palace Master and Senior Brother Wang Pai's calmness. I guess they must know something. They probably know Lord Mansion Master has taken a liking to Ling Tian based on his innate talent and wants to take him in as his direct disciple. At this moment, even Gao Peng did not realize he had guessed the truth. I think Ling Tian must know he'll become the Mansion Master's direct disciple soon. Due to this reason, he dares to treat Zhao Ji in such a manner. Gao Peng thought to himself as he felt more at ease. He no longer felt worried for him when he thought about this. If Xiao Yi and his disciple knew what was going through Gao Peng's mind, they would be astonished by how accurate it was. On the other hand, if Duan Ling Tian knew about Gao Peng's thoughts, he would only smile since he had no intention of becoming the Mansion Master's disciple at all. Previously, he did not have a master on Cloud Continent due to the memories of the rebirth Martial Emperor. Not many people were qualified to become his master because of that. When he came to the Dao Martial Saint Land, due to the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, Sovereign Heart Sword, he had become the successor of Sword Saint Feng Qinyang, whom he had never met before. Due to the fact that he had gained so much from the Sovereign Heart Sword, Duan Ling Tian had also regarded Feng Qinyang as his own master. In his heart, there was only place for one master. Due to this reason, even if the Mansion Master came to find him personally to accept him as his direct disciple, he would reject it since he already had a master. It was fortunate nobody in attendance knew Duan Ling Tian's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been shredded into pieces. Among those in attendance, was there anyone who did not want to be the direct disciple of the Lord Mansion Master? How dare Duan Ling Tian had such thoughts? He actually wanted to reject the Lord Mansion Master if he asked him to become his direct disciple. Although only 40 over people witnessed the dispute between Ling Tian and Zhao Ji, every single one of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with a hint of pity in their eyes, since they did not think Duan Ling Tian would win against Zhao Ji. In the mystical Sky Mansion, particularly in the Heaven Palace, Zhao Ji was famous for his position. Even the Palace Master of Heaven Palace had to give face to Zhao Ji due to his father and grandfather when it came to matters regarding Zhao Ji. In their eyes, Ling Tian was a Heaven Palace's disciple who had high innate talent, but he had not grown into his full potential yet. He was someone who was unable to compete with Zhao Ji at all. Many eminent saint stage disciples would come to look for trouble with Ling Tian with just a few casual words from Zhao Ji. Perhaps Zhao Ji's influence alone was very limited. However, his father was one of the Vice Mansion Masters, and his grandfather was one of 2 guardians of mystical Sky Mansion. Both his father and grandfather had many powerful disciples. When Zhao Ji had left into the distance in his rage, Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duan Ling Tian's ears. "You're really too reckless. Zhao Ji's not an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple." Her tone was filled with a hint of worry. Duan Ling Tian felt a sense of warmth in his heart when he noticed the worry in her eyes. He could not help but tease her. "What? Our great young Miss Wang actually fears somebody?" If it was the usual, Wang Fei Xian would retort sharply. However, not only did she not do that, but she even said, "I know you're not afraid of Zhao Ji, and he's not a match for you at all. But his father and grandfather are no ordinary people. If they join forces, apart from the Mansion Master and the other guardian, nobody else in the mystical Sky Mansion is a match for them." When Duan Ling Tian saw how worried Wang Fei Xian was, he no longer teased her and told her directly, "I know who his father and grandfather are." "Then, earlier, why did you?" Wang Fei Xian was rendered speechless when she heard Duan Ling Tian's words. "What do you think I should have done then? Bow before him?" Duan Ling Tian shook his head with a smile. It was as though he was not concerned about the earlier incident. In truth, he really was not bothered by the earlier incident. Zhao Ji was nothing more than a good-for-nothing who took advantage of his powerful connections to bully others. Why should he, Duan Ling Tian, fear him? It was not that it did not cross his mind that Zhao Ji would most probably find other people at the Eminent Saint stage to teach him a lesson. Perhaps some powerhouses at the Divine Saint stage might even try to help him, but they would not do it in a direct way since the gap between their strength was too wide. If a powerhouse at that stage attacked him in the open, he would only invite gossip unto himself. At that time, the other high-ranking officials in the mystical Sky Mansion, including the Mansion Master, would not be able to turn a blind eye to the matter. As for those eminent saint stage powerhouses, he did not mind luring them to some secluded place if they really enraged him. He would then use his Jasper celestial sword to kill them. With his current prowess, Duanling Tian was more than 90% confident he could kill eminent saint stage powerhouses with the help of his Jasper celestial sword. This included most powerhouses at the peak of the eminent saint stage as well. I really wonder why he's so daring.
We're talking about one of the Vice Mansion Masters and the Guardian of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Wang Fei Xian was even more speechless when she saw the smile on Ling Tian's face.
Don't tell me you think his father and grandfather will personally seek revenge on his behalf and attack me? Duanling Tian asked indifferently. Is there even a need for his father and grandfather to personally take revenge for him? Many of the disciples under his father are eminent saint stage disciples in the mystical sky ranking. Any one of them is more than you can handle. Wang Fei Xian replied again. Naturally, she would not have said such a thing if she knew what Duanling Tian was thinking.
Duanling Tian offended Zhao Ji?
He's too reckless, isn't he?
We're talking about Zhao Ji for goodness sake.
It's most likely because he doesn't know about Zhao Ji's background. Otherwise, even if he's a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage and the most powerful person among the younger generation in our mystical sky mansion, he would not have acted so recklessly. That's right. I really don't think I've heard of anyone offending Zhao Ji in such a manner. Ling Tian's doomed.
The group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who had retreated into the distance had also learned about the dispute between Duanling Tian and Zhao Ji. They all broke out in cold sweat on Duanling Tian's behalf.
In their opinion, the outcome of the dispute between Duanling Tian and Zhao Ji was no different from a mantis trying to stop a chariot with the mantis being Duanling Tian. If it was Zhao Ji alone, perhaps the situation would have been different. However, the problem was Zhao Ji was not alone. He had a big web of connections behind him. There were many powerful powerhouses in mystical Sky Mansion among his connections. Apart from the innumerable eminent saint stage powerhouses, there were even many powerhouses at the divine saint stage. Perhaps this was just the beginning of Zhao Ji and Duanling Tian's dispute. However, to the people present on the scene, they were more interested in the competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone that was going to be held in Heaven Palace.
The reason they came today was for the competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone after all.
At this moment, Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, announced, "Now, every Heaven Palace's disciple who's qualified to enter the Saint Martial secret zone, rise up into the air to my level." Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by everyone, including Duanling Tian.
At once, over 40 Heaven Palace's disciples who fit the criteria rose up into the air one after another to Xiao Yi's level.
Duanling Tian's heart jolted when faced with this scene. There was a trace of confusion on his face. This scene seems a little familiar.
Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission entered Duanling Tian's ears in a timely manner. Don't you think this scene is similar to what we first went through to enter the mystical Sky Mansion?
Don't tell me the competition today is going to be similar to the previous time. Before Duanling Tian could finish his words, Xiao Yi had already risen up to an even higher spot. He announced in a timely manner, "Are all of you ready? I'll exert pressure on all of you soon. I'll only retract the pressure when 10 people remain at the same level I'm at." As I expected, Duanling Tian smiled wryly. It was indeed as he had guessed. The test was similar to before. Although the pressure test was simple and ruthless, one had to admit it was a very efficient test with an undeniable result. When Duanling Tian and the other Heaven Palace's disciples saw Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace, had risen up into the sky, a few of the remaining people had a grave expression on their faces as they mobilized the true origins in their bodies to cover the surface of their bodies.
They were preparing to endure the pressure that would appear at any time now.
Soon after, the pressure arrived. In the beginning, the pressure was not heavy. However, as time went by, it became more intense. As the pressure increased bit by bit, the spectators from afar could clearly see that among the 40 over people in the sky, many of their faces began to turn red as though they were withstanding great pressure. After a few moments, those whose faces had turned red fell from the sky due to the pressure. This also meant they had lost the chance to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. 5 people were eliminated in the first wave.
Now that 5 people had been eliminated, naturally it pressured the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples who were below the refined saint stage, such as Lu Jian and Renfei. Each of them had a grave expression on their faces as they resisted the ever-increasing pressure with all their might. As for those Heaven Palace's disciples at the refined saint stage like Duan Lingtian, Wang Fei Xian, Gao Pang, and Zhao Ji, they were hovering in the air as though they were not affected by the pressure at all. Since they were at the refined saint stage, the others' strength was far from being comparable to theirs. They did not feel the pressure like the others did. By the others now,
the faces of many disciples below the refined saint stage, including Renfei, had begun to turn red as well. Sweat even formed on some of their foreheads as their bodies trembled. It was apparent they could not endure any longer. Whoosh! Soon after, another Heaven Palace's disciple could no longer endure the pressure and fell from the sky. Naturally, this meant he had been eliminated and lost the chance to enter the Saint Martial secret zone.
This Renfei. Duan Lingtian hovered in the air easily. His gaze swept past a group of pristine Saint Stage Heaven Palace's disciples. In the end, it landed on Renfei. Duan Lingtian frowned. With just a glance, he could tell Renfei's situation was not too promising. He'll most likely be disqualified soon. At the same time, Wang Fei Xian's voice reverberated in Duan Lingtian's ears. It was apparent she had also noticed Renfei's current situation. Looks like he doesn't have the luck to enjoy your good intention.
Duan Lingtian nodded and instinctively looked at Lu Jian.
He was at the peak of the pristine saint stage after all, so his current situation was much better compared to Renfei, who was at the mastery pristine saint stage. Moreover, he was much better than many of the Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage too. Lu Jian should be able to pass this competition. Wang Fei Xian's voice resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears again. It was apparent that she had also checked out Lu Jian's situation after she looked at Renfei. Yes, Duan Lingtian responded. Even if Wang Fei Xian did not tell him, he could already see it for himself. He thought to himself, looks like I'll only be able to repay Elder Lu this time. As for Vice Mansion Master Ren, I can only return it next time if I have the chance. The Elder Lu mentioned by Duan Lingtian was none other than Lu Hongguang, the second elder of Raging Wave Mansion.
As for Vice Mansion Master Ren, it was Ren Zhong, the Vice Mansion Master of the Sky Hurdle Mansion. The two of them were the moderators for the Rising Sky ranking battle and had helped Duan Lingtian a lot during the Rising Sky ranking battle. He, originally, had the intention to join one of their forces to return their favors. However, it did not cross his mind when he left Nimble Valley to wait for Renzhong and Lu Hongguang. He had accidentally learned about the mystical Sky Mansion recruiting Saint Stage geniuses below the age of 40. Due to this reason, he had decisively stood both of them up. He had been feeling guilty about this and wanted to look for a chance to repay them. The mystical Sky Mansion's Saint Martial's secret zone seemed like a good opportunity for him to repay them. Unfortunately, in order to repay them in the Saint Martial's secret zone, he would also need their help as well. It was apparent it was impossible for Renfei from the Sky Hurdle Mansion to obtain a spot in entering the Saint Martial's secret zone. There was nothing Duan Lingtian could do about this even though he wanted to help. Just as how he and Wang Fei Xian had predicted, Renfei was eliminated soon after. After Renfei was eliminated, he looked at Duan Lingtian, who was hovering in the sky dejectedly, and sighed deeply. He knew he had lost a great opportunity. He would have been able to work together with Duan Lingtian if he could earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. With Duan Lingtian's help, he would definitely be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic inside the Saint Martial secret zone. However, he had failed to earn a spot in entering the Saint Martial secret zone. He was destined to have no fate with the divine ability relic inside the Saint Martial secret zone. God really played a big joke on me. He dangled a cookie in front of me, but I only realized it's inedible when I wanted to eat it. This was Renfei's current feeling. However, since Renfei had been mentally prepared to be eliminated from the beginning, he was not too dejected. He only felt regretful. After he had retreated to one side, he looked at Lu Jian, who was still hovering in the sky enviously. Judging by how at ease Lu Jian looks, I'm sure it won't be difficult for him to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. How enviable! I can just imagine the benefits he's going to reap by following Lingtian and Wang Fei Xian into the Saint Martial secret zone. Ren Fei's eyes seemed as though they were about to shoot fire when he thought about this. His eyes were filled with hints of envy and jealousy. He believed Lu Jian would certainly be able to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic under Duanling Tian's care. How useless! When Wang Fei Xian saw Ren Fei being eliminated, she could not help but curse under her breath even though she knew this was going to happen. Duanling Tian was not surprised since he was already used to this side of the great young Miss Wang. Renfei, I remember there's another person from your Sky Hurdle Mansion who has entered the mystical Sky Mansion. The other person seems to be at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. Between you and him, who's stronger? He seems to have gone to the mystical palace in the end. Do you think he stands a chance in entering the Saint Martial secret zone? Although Duanling Tian had planned to return Renzhong's favor another time, it would still be better if he could repay him earlier in the Saint Martial secret zone. It would lift a big burden off him as well. After Renfei was eliminated, he recalled that Renzhong had brought 2 men with him when he came to the mystical Sky Mansion. The other person was also at the Mastery Pristine Saint stage. His strength is slightly inferior to me. I'm not too sure either if he'll be able to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial's secret zone in the Mystical Palace's competition. Be that as it may, I believe he stands a greater chance than I did, although the spots given to the Mystical Palace are not as many as the Heaven Palace since the competition is not as stiff over there. Renfei replied through voice transmission when he heard Duanling Tian's question. His tone was a little sour when he reached the end of his sentence. At that time, he had joined the Heaven Palace because he was selected by Xiao Yi, the Vice Palace Master of Heaven Palace. He did not have the chance to choose where to go since he was neither Duanling Tian nor Wang Fei Xian. If he could have chosen, he certainly would not have picked the Heaven Palace. As the saying went, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. That's good. If I happen to meet him in the Saint Martial secret zone, I'll do my best to help him. Duanling Tian told him through voice transmission. Thank you. When Renfei heard his words, he immediately expressed his gratitude. However, he could not help but ask, Ling Tian, is it possible for you to tell me why you're helping us? I heard Lu Jian said you're repaying our senior's favors. Can you tell me what favor is it? Strictly speaking, it's not me who owes your senior a favor. It's a friend of mine. At that time, due to some urgent matter, he stood your senior up. For that reason, he has been feeling guilty about it. Half a year ago, he has broken through to the eminent saint stage and left the lower province. Before he went to the upper province, he told me to help him return the favor to your senior if I have the chance. Duanling Tian answered. He believed his words were enough to convince Renfei, the disciple from the Sky Hurdle Mansion, and Lu Jian, the disciple from the Raging Wave Mansion, that he had a close relationship with Li Feng, the strongest person on the Rising Sky ranking. After all, that Rising Sky ranking battle was presided by the Vice Mansion Master of Sky Hurdle Mansion and the Second Elder of Raging Wave Mansion. They must have described the techniques Li Feng had displayed previously to their juniors without missing any detail. This obviously included the Sun True Origin and the Bright as the Sun territory. For this reason, he seized the opportunity and implied that Li Feng was his friend. I was right. You're indeed connected to Li Feng. Renfei finally managed to confirm his suspicion, but a hint of bafflement could be heard in his voice as well. Earlier, you said Li Feng has broken through to the eminent saint stage half a year ago? His voice trembled slightly when he asked his question. Li Feng had not even reached the age of 40, but he had already broken through to the eminent saint stage. Renfei's innate talent was far too lacking compared to someone like that. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. Yes, Duanling Tian nodded. Can you please tell me what relationship you have with Li Feng? Why are both your true origins and territories so identical? Renfei could not help but ask. This was also the question that was bothering him the most. Strictly speaking, he can be considered as my senior brother, Duanling Tian replied through voice transmission. Our master is someone from the Dao Martial Saint Land. Many years ago, he came to the lower province to live in seclusion and took me and Li Feng as his disciples. Both of us were together since young, and we cultivated the same cultivation method. Even the martial tactics we cultivated are identical as well. In the end, even the territories we mastered are almost identical. Your master must be a powerhouse from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, Renfei said enviously. Perhaps, but he has already gone to the upper province 10 years ago. Even both of us have to rely on our strength to break through to the eminent saint stage and find him in the upper province. Duan Ling Tian replied. From the beginning until the end, there was no flaw in Duan Ling Tian's story at all. It was so convincing that Renfei did not doubt him at all. It was not unusual in the Dao martial saint land for two people to cultivate the same cultivation technique and martial tactics since young to have near-identical true origins and territories. For this reason, Renfei did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. Naturally, it would never occur to him even in his wildest dreams that these words by Duan Ling Tian were all false. As time passed by, the remaining refined saint stage Heaven Palace's disciples, apart from Duan Ling Tian, Wang Fei Xian, Gao Pang, and Zhao Ji began to sweat on their foreheads. As for the remaining Heaven Palace's disciples who were at the peak of the pristine saint stage, their bodies trembled constantly since they were just hanging by a thread. Even Lu Jian's face was extremely pale, and his body had begun to tremble slightly. Ha! Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace, did not miss the crowd's reaction. He found it normal that Duan Ling Tian, Gao Pang, and Zhao Ji to be calm since the two weakest among these three were at the intermediate refined saint stage. It was normal for an intermediate refined saint stage powerhouse to feel at ease with the pressure he was currently exerting. This was also another reason Renfei did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's words. However, the strange thing was Wang Fei Xian was as calm as the other two. As she has broken through? Xiao Yi was not an idiot, so it was easy for him to come to a conclusion. Moreover, this was the only possible explanation for Wang Fei Xian's situation. Previously, he had also heard that Wang Fei Xian's cultivation base was close to the intermediate refined saint stage. It was only logical that she had made a breakthrough. I can't believe that apart from Duan Ling Tian, there's another outstanding genius who joined our Heaven Palace. Wang Fei Xian's even younger than Gao Pang. With such an accomplishment, it can be said that her innate talent is not inferior to Gao Pang and Zhao Ji. When Xiao Yi thought of this, he was delighted. He was the one who had recruited Duan Ling Tian and Wang Fei Xian after all. In the end, a few more Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage could no longer withstand the pressure and began to fall from the sky. When there were only 10 people remaining at Duan Ling Tian's level, the pressure vanished immediately. The result of the competition was clear. If one were to pay close attention, one would definitely realize Duan Ling Tian was completely unaffected. He was not even panting. However, Gao Pang, Zhao Ji, and Wang Fei Xian's breathing had begun to quicken. The pressure earlier had also affected them to a certain extent. Naturally, it only affected their breathing a little. Congratulations, Lu Jian. Renfei looked at one of the 10 people who remained standing until the very end with slight jealousy as he congratulated him. Lu Jian, the disciple of the Raging Wave Mansion, one of the people Duan Ling Tian planned to help, had successfully earned a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Thank you. Although Lu Jian's face was pale, there were hints of joy in his eyes as well. After all, he had successfully obtained a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. He knew this meant he would be able to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone and comprehend a divine ability relic. With Ling Tian's help, he might even be able to comprehend one of those high-grade divine ability relic inside the Saint Martial Secret Zone. 10 of you, come back and gather here in 10 days' time. At that time, Lord Palace Master will personally bring all of you to the entrance of the Saint Martial Secret Zone and send all of you in there. Xiao Yi's divine consciousness stretched out and swept over the 10 people, including Duan Ling Tian as he memorized them. After Xiao Yi finished speaking, he left as fast as he had appeared. I can't believe that it's over so fast. Many people sighed emotionally. Just a little bit more. In the end, I still let the chance of entering the Saint Martial Secret Zone slipped away. The few Heaven Palace's disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage who was eliminated toward the end shook their heads. Hints of unwillingness could be seen in their eyes. However, there was nothing they could do even if they felt unwilling, since they really could not withstand the pressure and were eliminated before the other disciples at the peak of the pristine saint stage. If only they could endure for a span of a few more breaths, they might not be the ones who were eliminated. All in all, it was their own strength that was still lacking. Some people were sad while some were delighted. Ha ha! I'm coming. Saint Martial's secret zone. Many of Heaven Palace's disciples who obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial secret zone exclaimed in happiness. Wang Pai had appeared next to Duan Ling Tian. He looked at Wang Feixian in shock as he asked, Wang Feixian, YUV broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage as well? Earlier, he had also witnessed Wang Feixian's performance. She was in no way inferior to Gao Peng or Zhao Ji at all.
Yes. Although Wang Pai already knew this, he was still shocked when Wang Feixian nodded her head in confirmation. He congratulated her. Congratulations.
Thank you, senior brother Wang Pai. Faced with Wang Pai, she did not dare to be rude since he was not only Xiao Yi's direct disciple, but he was also an eminent saint stage disciple in the mystical sky mansion.
A powerhouse at the eminent saint stage was somebody worthy of her respect. Wang Feixian has made a breakthrough? Gao Peng, who was standing not far away, heard the exchange between Wang Pai and Wang Feixian. For a moment, he was dumbstruck as well. He had heard of Wang Feixian before and knew that she was widely acknowledged as the strongest female powerhouse among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky District. He had also heard about her joining the Mystical Sky Mansion some time ago. Although Wang Feixian was powerful, she was only at the early refined saint stage at that time. He did not expect her cultivation base was not inferior to his Zhao Ji's after 2 months had passed. She was not even 40 years old yet, but she was already at the intermediate refined saint stage. In the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, such innate talent could be considered as quite outstanding. Although there were not many men with such innate talent in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were still quite a number of them. However, it was extremely rare for a female to possess such innate talent. After all, females were born slightly weaker than men.
Wang Feixian. Zhao Ji's gaze landed on Wang Feixian as a hint of lust and desire flashed across his eyes. Although he had heard of Wang Feixian before this, he had never seen her before, so he thought the rumors were all exaggerated. This was because he did not believe a female martial cultivator with such innate talent would possess such a beautiful appearance. He did not think there would be such a perfect woman in this world. However, now that he had seen Wang Feixian, he realized there was indeed such a perfect woman in this world. God seemed to have given her the best of everything. Innate talent, looks, and body. Every positive point about Wang Feixian aroused an intense sense of desire to conquer her from the bottom of his heart. I, Zhao Ji, must have this woman. Miss Feixian has broken through to the intermediate refined saint stage. Soon after, the spectators learned about Wang Feixian's breakthrough, and it set off another commotion. Miss Feixian, senior brother Ling Tian, I've done it. Lu Jian came to stand next to Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian. Colors had begun to return to his face, and his eyes were filled with excitement.
Congratulations. Wang Feixian nodded casually.
Duan Ling Tian did not say anything and nodded in response. What's this? Wang Pai was confused. He did not know why Lu Jian would come to find Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian and said such words after obtaining the spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. Senior brother Wang Pai, the three of us plan to work together when we enter the Saint Martial secret zone. Duan Ling Tian explained. The three of you are planning on working together? When Wang Pai heard his words, his eyes turned as wide as saucers. He looked at Duan Ling Tian before he looked at Wang Feixian. If both of you join forces, you'll be able to roam unfettered in the Saint Martial secret zone with your current strength. However, if you bring him along, he'll just drag both of you down. Right? When Wang Pai reached the end of his sentence, he even glanced at Lu Jian. However, Lu Jian did not feel awkward at all since he felt the same way. He was lucky for being able to ally himself with Duan Ling Tian and Wang Feixian. Working together? Gao Peng heard Duan Ling Tian's words, and his eyes lit up immediately. He looked at Duan Ling Tian with slight excitement in his eyes. Ling Tian, can I join the three of you?
When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, he felt a little awkward. He had a good impression of Gao Peng, but that did not mean he wanted to bring an additional person with him in the Saint Martial secret zone. Most importantly, he was not even friends with Gao Peng. In the Saint Martial secret zone, let alone Gao Peng and Wang Feixian, who were intermediate refined saint stage martial cultivators, even if a mastery refined saint stage martial cultivator were to follow him,
it would only drag him down. There was a reason for him working together with Wang Feixian and Lu Jian. Wang Feixian could be roughly considered as a friend, and he wanted to repay Lu Hongguang through Lu Jian. At this moment when Duan Lingtian was placed in an awkward position, Wang Feixian, who seemed to have seen through his awkwardness, looked at Gao Peng and said, "Senior brother Gao Peng, I'm afraid you can't. The number of people in our alliance has reached its limit. After all, we don't even know if the three of us will be able to find 3 or more divine ability relics inside. Due to this reason, it might not be advantageous for you to follow us, senior brother Gao Peng. Moreover, with your prowess, I'm sure you'll be able to find quite a good divine ability relic even if you don't join us." When Wang Feixian this part of the sentence, she looked at Lu Jian before saying again, "We're only bringing Lu Jian because Ling Tian wants to repay a favor by Lu Jian Sr. If we manage to find a high-grade divine ability relic inside the Saint Martial secret zone, we'll give him the priority to comprehend it first. I'm sure you're unwilling to do that, right?" "You're giving him a priority in comprehending a high-grade divine ability relic?" Gao Peng was still calm when he listened to the first half of Wang Feixian's sentence, but he could not fathom the second half of her sentence. In his opinion, Lu Jian was merely a martial cultivator at the peak of the pristine saint stage, and he would definitely be a hindrance to them in the Saint Martial secret zone. However, they're planning to give someone like that the priority to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic? In fact, not only was one person allowed to comprehend the divine ability relic inside the Saint Martial secret zone, but after that person had comprehended it, the divine ability relic would disappear along with its formation and would be impossible to be found again. Due to this reason, only one person would be able to comprehend each divine ability relic that was found. Gao Peng no longer mentioned working together again after he flashed an apologetic smile to Duan Lingtian. He could not accept that Lu Jian would be given the priority to comprehend a high-grade divine ability relic first, since he thought Lu Jian was just a hindrance. From the beginning until the end, he acted as though he was in the wrong in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded at Gao Peng before he turned to look at Wang Feixian and said through voice transmission, "Great young Miss Wang. Not bad." His tone was filled with admiration. Not only did Wang Feixian manage to dismiss Gao Peng with just a few words, but it also removed Duan Lingtian from the awkward position he was in. She even managed to evoke guilt in Gao Peng. He sincerely admired her technique. Even if you reject him, he wouldn't have dared to say anything or hold any grudge. Wang Feixian replied through voice transmission as well as she rolled her eyes at Duan Lingtian. Indeed, with Duan Lingtian's prowess, Gao Peng would not dare hold any grudge even if Duan Lingtian had rejected him directly. Upon hearing her words, Duan Lingtian smiled awkwardly. "Fei Xian." At this moment, a voice called out. Duan Lingtian and the others were not strangers to the voice. It belonged to Zhao Ji. When Duan Lingtian heard this, he frowned. He looked at Wang Feixian with a look in his eyes as though he was asking if she knew him. When Wang Feixian saw the question in his eyes, she shook her head. At the same time, she turned around with a solemn expression on her face and looked at Zhao Ji, who brought his 2 lackeys with him. He approached them and she said, "Do you know me?" When Zhao Ji approached them, he ignored Duan Lingtian completely. His burning gaze was solely focused on Wang Feixian as he said, "Feixian, don't tell me you've forgotten me. I'm brother Zhao Ji. Don't you remember I followed by my father to visit your father at the tyrannic saber mansion, once when you were 3 years old?" When she heard his words, she replied indifferently without any consideration for his feelings, "I don't remember this, and I don't remember my grandfather mentioning this before." She should be wary of Zhao Ji, but when she saw him trying to woo her in such a manner, it only aroused a sense of disgust in her. Moreover, she even showed her displeasure through her words. She only had one thought in her mind. She hoped that Duan Lingtian would not misunderstand things. Besides, she really did not know Zhao Ji at all, and her grandfather really did not mention him to her at all. She was also uncertain if Zhao Ji's words were true or not. What? When Zhao Ji heard Wang Feixian's words, he was shocked. "Don't tell me your grandfather has never told you there's a marriage arrangement between us? The marriage agreement was agreed upon when you were 3 years old." Marriage arrangement. As soon as Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, the entire place broke into an uproar. When the crowd shifted their eyes to Wang Feixian, Duan Ling Tian also shifted his gaze to her. He did not expect there was a marriage arrangement between Wang Feixian and this good-for-nothing disciple. No way. Zhao Ji and Miss Feixian actually have a marriage arrangement. Why haven't I heard of this before? That's right. Nobody has heard of it at all. If Zhao Ji really does have a marriage arrangement with Wang Feixian, I'm sure this news would have long spread out in the mystical sky district long ago. How could we possibly not know about it? Could Zhao Ji be lying? The group of mystical sky mansion's disciples in the surrounding whispered among themselves. Many of them looked at Zhao Ji skeptically. Marriage arrangement? Upon hearing Zhao Ji's words, Wang Feixian burst out laughing instead. Zhao Ji, are you dreaming? If I really have a marriage arrangement with you, there's no way I wouldn't know about it. Moreover, would my grandfather not tell me about it? What a joke! The moment her words left her mouth, even more people were certain Zhao Ji was lying. I said we have a marriage arrangement, so there's definitely a marriage arrangement. Faced with everyone's skeptical looks, Zhao Ji sneered. After some time, when my father comes out of closed-door cultivation, I'll ask him to personally visit the tyrannic saber mansion to propose marriage. I believe your grandfather won't reject a marriage proposal from our family. When he reached the end of his sentence, a hint of craze could be seen in his eyes. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Wang Feixian. Wang Feixian, you're lucky that I fell for you. Upon hearing his voice transmission, hints of disgust were apparent in Wang Feixian's eyes as she made her stance clear by saying, You want me, Wang Feixian, to marry you? You wish. I'm afraid it's not up to you to make the decision. Zhao Ji's evil-looking sneer turned whiter. Judging from his gaze as he looked at her, it was as though he already had her in his palm. When Wang Feixian heard his words, her expression turned grave immediately. If Zhao Ji's father really went to their tyrannic saber mansion to propose marriage, it would be indeed difficult for her grandfather to reject it. If he rejected it, it would offend Zhao Ji's father, the vice mansion master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Apart from that, they would also offend Zhao Ji's grandfather, one of the two guardians of the Mystical Sky Mansion. Although the Mystical Sky Mansion would never make things difficult for the Tyrannic Saber Mansion due to Zhao Ji's personal affair, and her grandfather was not afraid his father at all. Her grandfather still had to be wary of his grandfather since he was an elite powerhouse in the Mystical Sky Mansion. His strength was only inferior to the Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion. At this moment, many people were looking at Wang Feixian with a sympathetic gaze. Suddenly, a voice said, How noisy! The crowd only saw a flash before their eyes as though they were blinded by the sun for a moment before they heard the sound of an explosion reverberating in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a specter-like figure appeared at the spot Zhao Ji was originally standing at. Meanwhile, Zhao Ji was sent flying into the distance. He appeared extremely wretched as he was sent flying and threw up a mouthful of blood that decorated the sky like red roses. Silence. The crowd shifted their eyes silently to the figure that was standing at Zhao Ji's original spot. Boom! Along with a loud sound, Zhao Ji fell violently to the ground. He rolled on the ground a few times before his true origin finally freed itself from the restraint and helped stabilize him. When Zhao Ji stood up, his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. However, his expression was extremely grim, and his eyes gleamed terrifyingly. Ling Tian, how dare you sneak an attack on me? You're seeking death. Zhao Ji stared at the young man who sent him flying. The look in his eyes and the tone of his voice was filled with killing intent. Sneak attack? When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, he smiled nonchalantly. Then, does this mean you're unhappy with my sneak attack? How about this? Let's fight this out fair and square. I'll allow you to make the first 3 moves. Fight it out fair and square. Letting him make the first 3 moves. The moment Duan Ling Tian's words left his mouth, the crowd regained their senses. Many of them looked at Zhao Ji mockingly. Based on what they knew, Zhao Ji was only an intermediate refined saint-stage martial cultivator, even though his background was extraordinary. If he really fought with Ling Tian in a fair fight, it would be equivalent to him digging his own grave. Who was Ling Tian? He was the stronger person among the younger generation in the Mystical Sky Mansion. He had not even reached the age of 40, but his cultivation base was already at the peak of the refined saint stage.
With Zhao Ji's strength, how could he be a match to someone like that? Even if Ling Tian allowed Zhao Ji to make the first 3 moves, and he only used defensive techniques, it would still be impossible for Zhao Ji to break his defense. The gap between their strength was just too wide. Faced with Duan Ling Tian's challenge, Zhao Ji's expression changed drastically. His face turned green before it paled. He was not an idiot. There was no way he would accept Duan Ling Tian's challenge. Even if Duan Ling Tian allowed him to make the first 3 moves, he would only be digging his own grave. Since everyone's attention was focused on Zhao Ji, nobody realized that one of the 2 Heaven Palace's disciples who followed Zhao Ji had left quietly. After he left the summit and the Heaven Palace, he went to the main mansion. As expected, he cares about me. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Ling Tian seeking revenge on her behalf, a huge smile appeared on her face. Her eyes were gentle as she looked at him. Zhao Ji stared coldly at Duan Ling Tian as he asked in a deep voice, "Ling Tian, don't be too arrogant. I didn't look for trouble with you. Is there a need for you to injure me?" "Why did I injure you?" Duan Ling Tian smiled. "Don't tell me you really don't know why I injured you? If you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this matter go. Don't think you can do as you wish in the mystical sky mansion just because you're strong and have high innate talent. Let me tell you, there are many people in the mystical sky mansion who are even more powerful than you. Any one of my father's direct disciples is able to make sure you die a terrible death." When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he threatened Duan Ling Tian. "You bullied a weak woman under everyone's watchful eyes, and yet you're acting so righteous." Duan Ling Tian smirked. He was calm from the beginning until the end. He was not afraid of Zhao Ji at all. In fact, it seemed like he did not pay any attention to Zhao Ji's threats at all. "So you were seeking revenge for her?" Zhao Ji's eyes shifted from Duan Ling Tian to Wang Fei Xian before he smirked. "I've made up my mind to make you mine, so you'll definitely be mine. I believe your grandfather, the mansion master of Tyrannic Saber Mansion, would agree to my marriage proposal. After we're married, and I'm done playing with you, I'll find 100 burly men to play with you." Naturally, Zhao Ji only said this to Wang Fei Xian through voice transmission. "Even if I, Wang Fei Xian, have to die, I'll never marry you." Wang Fei Xian replied bluntly through voice transmission. Even if her grandfather gave in to his demand, she would not marry Zhao Ji. She would rather die than marry him. "Good. Very good. Let's wait and see then." Zhao Ji's voice transmission this time seemed to be filled with rage. In the end, he added again after he had calmed down, "My man has already gone to the mystical sky mansion to invite my senior brother over. When my senior brother arrives, I'll let you witness with your own eyes the tragic outcome of that fellow who sought revenge on your behalf." Wang Fei Xian was not afraid of death, but she would never put Duan Ling Tian in danger for her own sake, no matter what. "Hurry up. Tell senior brother Wang Pai that we need Vice Palace Master Xiao Yi. Zhao Ji has already asked one of his men to invite his senior brother from the main mansion over. I suspect his senior brother is his father's direct disciple and an eminent saint stage disciple on the mystical sky ranking." Wang Fei Xian warned Duan Ling Tian immediately through voice transmission. Her tone was filled with anxiousness. The eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking from the main mansion. Upon hearing Wang Fei Xian's voice transmission, Duan Ling Tian's gaze turned cold. When it shifted to Zhao Ji again, a terrifying killing intent could be seen in his eyes. Originally, he had only attacked because he wanted to teach Zhao Ji a lesson to let him know that not everyone could be bullied by him. At the very least, not his Duan Ling Tian friends. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he had already regarded Wang Fei Xian as a friend in his heart. How could he possibly tolerate it when he saw his friend being teased and bullied in front of him? If he could tolerate such a sight, he would no longer be Duan Ling Tian. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Ling Tian disappeared from where he was standing. "Junior brother Ling Tian." Wang Pai's expression turned grave as he tried to stop Duan Ling Tian, but it was too late. Slap! The crisp sound of a slap resonated in the air. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Ling Tian had appeared in front of Zhao Ji, and one side of Zhao Ji's face was already swollen. A clear palm print could be seen on his face. Zhao Ji's expression turned grave as he glared at Duan Ling Tian viciously.
He opened his mouth to say, Ling. However, before he could finish his words, the sound of another slap resonated in the air. Duan Ling Tian had slapped him another time on the other side of his face until it was swollen as well. The killing intent in Zhao Ji's eyes intensified, but he did not dare to say anything anymore. He was worried the man in front of him would make a move again if he spoke. Be patient, Zhao Ji. You must endure it. A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. You'll definitely get your revenge in the future. You'll definitely make this guy die a horrible death. Zhao Ji repeatedly thought this in his mind as he tried to suppress the anger in his heart. It was only natural he felt so enraged that he was on the verge of going crazy. In his entire life, this was his first time being slapped on the face. Moreover, it was by someone who was almost his age. This was a humiliation to him, and it had been engraved deeply in his heart and bones. If this person in front of him did not die, he would not be able to live in peace. Gasp! 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 Meanwhile, the sound of people gasping resonated in the air. The crowd of people began to return to their senses one by one. They were completely shocked by what Duan Ling Tian had done. Junior brother Ling Tian's really, Wang Pai smiled wryly. He did not try to stop Duan Ling Tian earlier because he also did not like Zhao Ji's behavior. However, when Duan Ling Tian made his move again, he wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Ling Tian's too ridiculous, right? Zhao Ji's not an ordinary Heaven Palace's disciple. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples muttered among themselves, shocked. It was truly a shock to them both visually and mentally. They knew very well of Zhao Ji's background. In the mystical Sky Mansion, even those high-ranking elders in mystical Sky Mansion did not dare to simply offend Zhao Ji, let alone the disciples. However, Zhao Yi was beaten by a disciple who had not even reached the age of 40, and had just entered the mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. Moreover, he was even slapped twice. What a good fellow! Where does Ling Tian get his courage from? Who's the one giving him this courage? He's really doomed for offending Zhao Ji to such an extent. I don't think so. Don't forget that Ling Tian's also not an ordinary disciple in our mystical Sky Mansion. He's the strongest among the young generation in our mystical Sky Mansion and is the future hope of our mystical Sky Mansion. If he's in danger, I think even Lord Mansion Master will come out to protect him, right? You have a point. However, don't forget it's easy to kill someone in the mystical Sky Mansion without alerting Lord Mansion Master. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. They felt Duan Ling Tian was digging his own grave by treating Zhao Ji this way. Junior brother Ling Tian, don't be too rash. Wang Pai transmitted his voice to Duan Ling Tian. The first lesson you taught Zhao Ji can be considered as reasonable. However, the 2 slaps you've given him is only humiliation to him publicly. It's a little out of line. Wang Pai said that because he was unaware that Zhao Ji had already sent one of his men to the main mansion to look for eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking to help him seek revenge from Duan Ling Tian. When Wang Fei Xian saw Duan Ling Tian gave Wang Fei Xian 2 slaps, she was also shocked. She only managed to regain her senses after a while. When she thought about Zhao Ji's background, she was overwhelmed with a sense of fear as she broke out in cold sweat on Duan Ling Tian's behalf. Your 2 slaps are too rash. Wang Fei Xian transmitted her voice to Duan Ling Tian. Her tone was filled with worry. By doing so, you've completely angered Zhao Ji. It looks like only one of you will be able to survive in the mystical Sky Mansion in the future. Although she knew the reason for the 2 slaps Duan Ling Tian had given Zhao Ji, she still felt he was being too rash. Naturally, she only felt this way because she was worried about him. Rash? When Duan Ling Tian heard her words, he did not explain himself. He knew Zhao Ji's background was extraordinary. However, it was not his style to stay meek and submit to being oppressed. In Duan Ling Tian's martial Dao's path, there was no space for fear at all. No matter how difficult the path in front of him was, he would still travel through it to rise and stand at the peak. At this time, Gao Peng had retreated into the distance. It was as though he was afraid he would be somehow implicated in this mess. I've only joined the mystical Sky Mansion not too long, so there's no one in particular that I admire. However, I must say that I really admire Ling Tian. Somebody shouted. Although his voice was not extremely loud, many people heard his words. I agree. Put aside the consequences he might face later. Just his courage alone is admirable. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples chimed in. Some of them admired Duanling Tian for his courage, naturally. There were also some that felt he was just seeking death. Ling Tian really thinks that he can act as he pleases in the mystical Sky Mansion because of his high innate talent? Why doesn't he take a look at his current cultivation base? There are many more people who are stronger than him in the mystical Sky Mansion. That's right. The person he had offended is not someone ordinary. It's Zhao Ji. Everyone knows of Zhao Ji's background. This time, Zhao Ji has suffered such humiliation. I'm sure the Vice Mansion Master and the Guardian won't let this matter go if they find out about it. Exactly. Perhaps the Vice Mansion Master and Guardian Elder might not personally make a move. However, it'll still be too much for Ling Tian to handle if they ask their subordinates to make a move. Perhaps the Vice Mansion Master and the Guardian's men might not dare to kill him openly in the mystical Sky Mansion. However, who can guarantee they won't find an opportunity to kill him? Even if his innate talent is high, he's like floating smoke and passing clouds before he grows into his full potential. More mystical Sky Mansion's disciples felt it was unwise of Duanling Tian to offend Zhao Ji to such an extent. Naturally, Duanling Tian heard their words, but he was not bothered by it. He knew even if he did not make a move against Zhao Ji now, Zhao Ji still would not let matters go due to their earlier dispute. He was quite confident of his judgment of people. With just a glance, he could tell Zhao Ji was a petty person. He was the type to turn a molehill into a mountain. Due to this reason, Duanling Tian did not regret his actions at all. Whoosh! 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 Without warning, the sound of 3 gusts of wind whistling in the air reverberated in the distance. Soon enough, 3 figures appeared on the summit of the Heaven Palace. One of them was the person who had left quietly earlier. He was Zhao Ji's lackey. At this moment, he was standing behind 2 young men. Between the 2 young men, one was clad in white while the other was clad in black. As they hovered in the sky side by side, they looked like the black and white impermanence that came from hell to claim one's life. Zhao Baiju, Zhao He too. When the white-clad and black-clad young men appeared, it naturally attracted many people's attention. Wang Pai was the first to regain his senses. When Wang Pai saw them, his expression turned grim immediately. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to Duanling Tian, who was standing not far away. Junior brother Ling Tian, come to my side. Hurry! Wang Pai's tone was filled with urgency. At this moment, Duanling Tian had also noticed the newcomers. He was not too surprised since Wang Feixian had warned him earlier. When he heard Wang Pai's words, he did not refuse Wang Pai's good intention. With just a flash, he appeared next to Wang Pai. When the 2 young men appeared, Zhao Ji, who was slapped by Duanling Tian until his face was swollen, finally dared to speak. He moved quickly to the 2 young men as he called out, Senior Brother Baiju. Senior Brother He too. Perhaps, Zhao Ji felt more secure now that he was standing next to the 2 young men. He glared at Duanling Tian with killing intent again. Senior Brother Baiju? Senior Brother He too. It's him. He's Ling Tian. Not only did he injure me, but he even slapped me twice in front of everyone. He didn't only humiliate me by slapping me publicly, but he has humiliated my father as well. Zhao Ji's expression twisted in anger when he finished speaking. After listening to Zhao Ji's words, the 2 young men's expressions turned grave immediately. They glared at Duanling Tian with killing intent as well. That person in white is called Zhao Baiju, while the one in black is called Zhao He Tuesday. These 2 are disciples that Zhao Ji's father had taken in a long time ago. Since they're both orphans, they had taken Zhao Ji's father's surname, Zhao. Although their strengths considered ordinary among all of Zhao Ji's father's disciples, their loyalty is not something the other disciples can compare to. Wang Pai's voice resonated by Duanling Tian's ears. Zhao Baiju. Zhao He too. Duanling Tian nodded. The 2 of them are eminent saint stage disciples who were on the mystical sky ranking. They are both early eminent saint stage martial cultivators like me. Wang Pai continued to add through his voice transmission. Early eminent saint stage. When Duanling Tian heard his words, his eyes brightened immediately. With his current strength, it could be considered as him bullying the weak if he fought with those below the eminent saint stage.
It would be a most welcomed opportunity if he could fight a powerhouse at the eminent saint stage.
Zhao Baiju's expression was grim when he stared at Duan Lingtian and asked in a cold voice, "You're Lingtian?" Faced with Zhao Baiju's almost interrogative tone, Duan Lingtian merely glanced at him indifferently before ignoring him. Even if Zhao Baiju was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage, he, Duan Lingtian, would not fear him at all, let alone the fact that he was only an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator. If Duan Lingtian was really angry, he could have brandished his Jasper celestial sword and killed him instantly.
It's Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too. Soon after, many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples on the scene began to recognize them. They exclaimed, "They're the eminent saint stage disciples on the mystical sky ranking and usually cultivates in the main mansion."
Isn't the man behind both of them Zhao Ji's lackey? Since when did he leave?
Seems like he went to look for Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too and asked them to come over.
No wonder Zhao Ji swallowed the humiliation silently earlier. As it turns out, he had already sent someone to look for his backup. At this moment, everyone could also guess the reason for Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too appearing here. They must have been asked by Zhao Ji to come and deal with Ling Tian.
In our mystical sky mansion, only eminent saint stage disciples are qualified to be ranked on the mystical sky ranking. Be it Zhao Baiju or Zhao He too, both of their cultivation bases must have already entered the eminent saint stage since they're on the mystical sky ranking.
Duan Lingtian's doomed now that they're here. I know this Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. They're both Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. It's said that they're orphans and have been taken in by Vice Mansion Master Zhao to be nurtured since young. In their hearts, Vice Mansion Master Zhao is no different from a father. As the saying goes, if you love the owner, you'll love his or her dog as well. Zhao Ji is Vice Mansion Master Zhao's only biological son. For this reason, they regard Zhao Ji as their own biological younger brother. So they're actually Vice Mansion Master Zhao's direct disciples. No wonder Zhao Ji sent someone to look for them. TSK, they're two eminent saint stage powerhouses. I wonder how Ling Tian's going to deal with them.
Although Ling Tian's powerful and he's the strongest among the younger generation in the mystical sky mansion, he's still far from being comparable to Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday.
That's right. Perhaps Ling Tian might be able to reach Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu's level in a few years' time. However, currently he's no match for them. As the discussion went on, many people were afraid for Duan Ling Tian.
When Wang Fei Xian heard the discussion in the surrounding, she learned about Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu's background. Her expression turned grim as she muttered under her breath, "Shameless." At the same time, hints of worries could be seen in her autumn eyes. She was really worried about Duan Ling Tian's safety.
The reason Duan Ling Tian got involved with Zhao Ji was all due to her. For this reason, she felt extremely guilty.
No wonder you dare to injure little junior brother. You're indeed bold. Zhao He Tu's gaze also landed on Duan Ling Tian when he saw how Duan Ling Tian had ignored Zhao Baiju. His eyes were terrifyingly cold and filled with killing intent. It made Duan Ling Tian feel as though he was being targeted by a poisonous snake.
However, throughout his life, he had seen many people looking at him with such a gaze. Due to this reason, he was completely immune to it now.
Zhao Ji stared at Duan Ling Tian intently. His swollen face had a ferocious expression as he glared at Duan Ling Tian spitefully. He said through clenched teeth, "Senior brother Baiju, senior brother He Tu, I want him to kneel down and apologize to me."
Although he was extremely angry, it was not to the point where he had lost his sanity. He itched to kill Duan Ling Tian, but he knew it was impossible now. Otherwise, he would be doomed. Despite his impressive background, he would still be punished for violating the Mystical Sky Mansion's rule if he dared to kill somebody in public in the Mystical Sky Mansion. At that time, even his father and grandfather might not be able to save him. Even if he managed to survive by luck, he would still be expelled from the Mystical Sky Mansion.
To Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tu, the master who brought both of them back to the Mystical Sky Mansion was like a parent to them. He was someone they respected the most. Today, the only son of their respected master, Zhao Ji, the little junior brother whom they loved on account of his father, had not only been injured but also publicly slapped twice. He had been humiliated. How could they not feel furious?
For this reason, the moment Zhao Ji's words left his mouth, Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too rose up into the air in unison. In just a blink of an eye, they appeared near Duanling Tian. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of 2 gusts of wind whistled in the air. Wang Pai and another figure had appeared in front of Duanling Tian, shielding him. If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through my Wang Fei Xian, dead body. A determined voice resonated from a delicate figure who shielded Duanling Tian. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. The owner of the delicate figure had a sexy and seductive body with the face of an angel. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian. At this moment, she was shielding Duanling Tian behind her as though she was a tigress protecting her cubs. She stared defiantly at Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too as though she was not afraid of death. When everyone regained their senses, they broke into an uproar. They did not expect Wang Fei Xian to act so ridiculously to the point of risking her life for Duanling Tian. Not everyone possessed such courage.
Do you think you can stop the 2 of us? After Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too heard Wang Fei Xian's words, they looked at Wang Fei Xian in shock.
After they had gotten over their shock, they dismissed her since they did not think too highly of her. They could tell from their divine consciousness that this female disciple was only at the intermediate refined saint stage. She did not have the ability to stop them at all. When Wang Fei Xian was standing opposite Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too, a domineering male voice said, "I don't have the habit of letting a woman protect me." Duanling Tian appeared in front of Wang Fei Xian, shielding her.
He was planning to step out earlier. However, Wang Fei Xian's action had taken him by surprise, shocking him for a moment. This was the reason he was late in stepping out.
When Wang Fei Xian stepped out and shielded him, as he looked at her slender and graceful figure, the last of his prejudice toward her disappeared as well. He was touched by her action and had fully acknowledged her as a friend in his heart. "I was the one invited trouble. I'm not going to fold my arms and stand idly by the side."
When Wang Fei Xian saw Duanling Tian appearing in front of her, she hastily said, "Don't worry. They won't dare to kill me."
Unfortunately, her words were ignored by Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian knew very well that even without Wang Fei Xian's incident, a petty person like Zhao Ji would not have let him go that easily. The outcome would be the same in the end. Wang Fei Xian's incident was only a catalyst and expedited things. Due to this reason, he did not feel his dispute with Zhao Ji had anything to do with Wang Fei Xian at all. As Duanling Tian stood in front of Wang Fei Xian, he looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao He Tuesday. His expression was calm, as though the 2 people standing before him were not at the eminent saint stage but somebody he could easily defeat. "Not bad. You're manly enough. However, sometimes you need to pay a price for showing off in front of a woman. Naturally, even if you didn't show off, the price you'll have to pay is hefty as well." Zhao He too smiled. His smile was a little chilling that it sent shivers up people's spines. Zhao Baiju glanced at Duanling Tian coldly and said in a commanding tone, "Didn't you hear what my little junior brother said? Kneel down and apologize." Zhao Baiju, Zhao He Tuesday. At this moment, Wang Pai took a few steps forward in the air and stood next to Duanling Tian. He looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too solemnly. "I'm sure both of you know very well who's in the wrong in today's incident. Don't cross the line."
"What? You're going to help him and make a move, Wang Pai?" Zhao He too smiled sinisterly. "I seem to recall you lost to me previously, right?" When Wang Pai heard his words, he could sense all the eyes in the surrounding shifting to him. His expression turned grim as he replied, "Zhao He too, junior brother Ling Tian's different from me. It's better for you to mentally prepare yourself if you want to lay your hands on him."
"What do you mean?" Zhao Baiju asked with a frown as he looked at Wang Pai.
"I'm sure both of you have heard of junior brother Ling Tian's innate talent prior to this. As far as I know, even Lord Mansion Master has learned about his existence." At this moment, Wang Pai spoke to Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too through voice transmission, so nobody else knew what he was saying.
"Lord Mansion Master."
The moment Wang Pai finished speaking, Zhao Baiju and Zhao He too's expressions turned grave immediately.
They knew what Wang Pai's words meant. If Lord Mansion Master had learned about Duanling Tian's existence, he must be paying attention to him as well. Moreover, he might even take him as his direct disciple. He could possibly be his last disciple. Both of you are smart, so there's no need for me to spell things out for you, right? Wang Pai added through voice transmission.
Upon hearing that, Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu exchanged a glance before they looked at Zhao Ji and told him what Wang Pai had told them. Lord Mansion Master? When Zhao Ji heard Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's words, he could not help but frown as well. However, his frown eased up again very soon. He smirked as he said through voice transmission, Senior Brother Baiju, Senior Brother Heitu, both of you don't have to bother with this. Wang Pai has a good relationship with Ling Tian. It's only natural for him to defend Ling Tian. As for what he said, perhaps it's true. But so what? Even if Lord Mansion Master plans to take Ling Tian as a direct disciple, it'll be some time in the future. Don't tell me that Lord Mansion Master is going to seek revenge from us in the future after he accepts Ling Tian as his disciple? When Zhao Ji looked at Duan Ling Tian again, his eyes were shining with terrifying killing intent. Moreover, if he kneels down and apologizes to me publicly today, Lord Mansion Master wouldn't accept him as a disciple no matter how much he has taken a liking to his innate talent. How's it possible for Lord Mansion Master to take such a person who has been humiliated as his disciple? Zhao Ji finished in one breath as a sinister smile appeared on his face. When Zhao Ji's words were transmitted into Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's ears, it seemed to have given them a boost and a calming effect. Indeed, if Ling Tian kneeled down and apologized to Zhao Ji publicly, the incident would definitely spread out in the mystical sky mansion after today. Under such circumstances, nobody would have a high regard of Ling Tian anymore, no matter how high his innate talent was. Even if Lord Mansion Master had the intention to take him as his disciple, he would most likely change his mind after this incident. Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu felt at ease immediately. They ignored Wang Pai's words. Wang Pai's expression turned grim when he saw the murderous gleam in Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu's eyes. He realized they did not fear his warning. He instantly transmitted his voice to them again. Zhao Baiju, Zhao Heitu, I know both of you want to protect Zhao Ji, but are you really willing to take this risk? Wang Pai, stop bluffing and trying to scare us. Zhao Baiju mocked him through voice transmission. If Ling Tian kneels down and apologizes to little junior brother today, do you think Lord Mansion Master will still take a liking to him when news of this spreads out? Wang Pai did not expect Zhao Baiju to think like this. His expression turned even grimmer. Do you think junior brother Ling Tian's going to kneel down and apologize to Zhao Ji? You're dreaming. You'll find out very soon if I'm dreaming or not. Zhao Baiju smirked. Wang Pai, I warn you, it's better to not meddle in this matter. You should know the consequences of offending our Zhao clan's progeny. At that time, even your master, Vice Palace Master Xiaoyi, wouldn't even be able to protect you. What a blatant threat. Faced with Zhao Baiju's threat, Wang Pai's face turned shades of green and white. He knew Zhao Baiju spoke the truth. Due to the presence of the Guardian and the Vice Mansion Master in the Zhao clan could be said to own the entire mystical sky mansion. Whichever mystical sky mansion's disciple who offended somebody from the Zhao clan would usually end up badly. Wang Pai, think carefully. Do you really want to go against our Zhao clan's progeny for the sake of a new disciple? Zhao Heitu looked at Wang Pai and smirked. Senior brother Wang Pai, this incident has nothing to do with you. There's no reason for you to become enemies with them because of this. Duan Ling Tian looked at Wang Pai, who was standing next to him, and smiled. No matter what, I still need to thank you for standing by my side at this moment, senior brother Wang Pai. However, you can just stand at the side and watch how I deal with this myself. When Duan Ling Tian reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Wang Pai confidently. However, faced with Duan Ling Tian's confidence, Wang Pai thought Duan Ling Tian was merely acting, so he would feel at ease and not feel worried. Junior brother Ling Tian, do you think that I, Wang Pai, am the type of person who would abandon my friend in the face of danger and escape on my own? Wang Pai replied with a discontented expression. Based on his words, there was no doubt he intended to stand with Duan Ling Tian. Don't forget me as well. Wang Fei Xian chimed in, wanting to step forward. However, Duan Ling Tian waved a hand and forced her to take a step back. Why do you want to join in the trouble? Duan Ling Tian turned to glance at Wang Fei Xian with discontentment in his eyes. When he saw how worried she was, he had no choice but to transmit his voice to her. Don't worry. It's only 2 early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. I can still handle them. When she heard his words, she was stunned as though she had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Only 2 early eminent saint stage martial cultivators? If it was another martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage who said this, the first thing that would come to Wang Fei Xian's mind was, what a high-handed comment. However, when these words were uttered by Duan Ling Tian, it gave her a different feeling. Although she had only known Duan Ling Tian not too long ago, she understood him. She knew if he was not confident, he would not have said such words. A martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage can deal with early eminent saint stage martial cultivators. Wang Fei Xian still could not help but feel this was unbelievable. She felt this was impossible. Even so, Duan Ling Tian's confident gaze still made her believe in him. When Duan Ling Tian saw Wang Fei Xian no longer insisted on stepping out, he turned around again. He instantly looked at Wang Pai and smiled. Senior brother Wang Pai, I know you have good intentions, but these 2 pieces of trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking are really beneath my notice. This 2 trash at the bottom of the mystical sky ranking. The moment these words left Duan Ling Tian's mouth, the entire scene fell silent. If these words were uttered by those mystical sky mansion's disciples who were ranked at the top of the mystical sky ranking, most people would not feel anything was out of the ordinary. However, these words were uttered by a mystical sky mansion's disciple who had yet to enter the mystical sky ranking. This gave them a different feeling. What a high-handed comment. Zhao Ji was the first to regain his senses. He said with a smirk, you're a new disciple who has yet to enter the mystical sky ranking. How dare you look down on the powerhouses on the mystical sky ranking? How presumptuous. Zhao Ji looked at Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu before saying with a vicious expression, Senior brother Baiju, Senior brother Heitu, since he looks down on both of you, why don't you 2 teach him a lesson before making him kneel down and apologize to me? Don't worry, little junior brother. After I let him taste the pain, I'll make him kneel in front of you and obediently apologize to you. Zhao Heitu licked his dry lips as a ruthless smile appeared on his face. He glared at Duan Ling Tian fiercely. Boy, I really have no idea where you get your confidence from. Do you really think you can be mentioned in the same breath with an eminent saint stage powerhouse after breaking through to the peak of the refined saint stage and defeating the Luo brothers when they joined forces? When he was on his way here, he had also learned about the incident that had taken place earlier from Zhao Ji's lackey. Zhao Heitu was also a Heaven Palace's disciple, so he had heard of the Luo brothers before. Whoosh! The moment his words left his mouth, Zhao Heitu's figure flashed before it charged directly at the place in front of Duan Ling Tian. He came to stop, standing closely before him. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, 2 sounds of wind whistling in the air sounded. One of the sounds came from Wang Pai moving his body. His figure charged toward Duan Ling Tian, intending to deal with Zhao Heitu for Duan Ling Tian. Although Duan Ling Tian was confident, Wang Pai felt Duan Ling Tian was merely trying to put him at ease. He did not think a martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage could fight against an early eminent saint stage martial cultivator at all. These 2 people were at a completely different stage from him. When the latter and the former clashed, the latter could easily crush the former. However, despite Wang Pai's fast speed, there was another person who was even faster than him. When he noticed the person who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian, Wang Pai came to a halt in the distance. At the same time, he stared at the person who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian in bewilderment. Why him? Don't tell me junior brother Ling Tian knows him as well? The person who appeared in front of Duan Ling Tian was a young man with a huge build with pleasing features on his face. Although he did not look particularly dashing, he gave off a sense of unwavering determination. With just one glance, one could tell this was a brave and unyielding young man. Senior brother Guli? When Zhao Heitu saw the sturdy young man appearing in front of Duan Ling Tian, his expression turned grave immediately. There were hints of dread in his eyes. Why you know Ling Tian? Guli. Duan Ling Tian was baffled over the appearance of the stranger in front of him. Moreover, it seemed as though he was helping him. He did not know this person and he was sure he had never seen him before. When he heard Zhao Heitu's words, only then did he learn the sturdy young man's name was Gu Li. Senior brother Gu Li? Zhao Baiju's expression turned grave as well when he saw the sturdy young man appearing in front of Duanling Tian, shielding him. Senior brother Gu Li? Senior brother Gu Li. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene, including Wang Pai, bowed at Gu Li respectfully. When the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples saw Gu Li, they were even more polite and respectful than when they were faced with Xiao Yi, the vice palace master of Heaven Palace. Upon seeing this, Duanling Tian was astounded. It did not cross his mind that the sturdy young man who appeared to be shielding him had such a high position in the eyes of the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples. He could see that when the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples bowed at Gu Li, they had sincerely conveyed their respect to him. Damn it! How does he know Gu Li? When Zhao Ji saw this, his face turned a little pale. Although Zhao Ji was known as the strongest person among the second generation in the mystical Sky Mansion, that was merely the nickname other people gave him due to his background, since his grandfather was one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion, and his father was the vice mansion master of the mystical Sky Mansion. However, there was one person he dreaded among his peers in the mystical Sky Mansion. That person was Gu Li. Gu Li was the son of the other mystical Sky Mansion's guardian. Due to the fact that he only had a son in his old age, the mystical Sky Mansion's guardian was extremely fond of his only son. As long as it was something within his power, he would give it all to this son of his. Gu Li did not fail to live up to his expectations as well. He was the #1 genius to appear in the mystical Sky Mansion in these several hundred years. Naturally, this was before Duanling Tian came here. Duanling Tian's innate talent was even more monstrous than Gu Li. One could say that he had completely snatched the glory away from Gu Li for being the #1 genius in mystical Sky Mansion as soon as he arrived. Gu Li was in his early 50s. However, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage. Gu Li was completely worthy of the title of the strongest person on the mystical Sky Mansion's mystical sky ranking. In the mystical Sky Mansion, as long as a mystical Sky Mansion's disciple had broken through to the divine saint stage from the eminent saint stage, his name would be removed from the mystical sky ranking and would become an elder. Gu Li was the strongest person on the mystical sky ranking. This meant he invincible to all those below the divine saint stage in the mystical Sky Mansion. When did senior brother Gu Li arrive? I didn't notice. Judging from senior brother Gu Li's stance, it seems like he intends to shield Ling Tian. As it turns out, Ling Tian actually knows senior brother Gu Li. No wonder he's so calm before this. This is his trump card. The mystical Sky Mansion's disciples who were standing by the side whispered among themselves. They thought Ling Tian was so calm since the beginning until the end because he knew Gu Li would appear and help him. When Ling Tian heard the whispers in the surrounding, he was naturally rendered speechless. Prior to this, not only did he not know Gu Li, but he did not even hear anyone mentioning his name before. Meanwhile, Ling Tian took a good look at Gu Li. Gu Li was a sturdy young man who was 1.9 meters tall. He wore a slightly tight robe that displayed his almost perfect muscles. It was visually impactful. Moreover, the determined expression on Gu Li's face gave him a masculine charm. This could be seen in the love-struck looks that many female disciples were giving him. The strongest person on the mystical sky ranking? He's only in his early 50s, and yet, his cultivation base has already reached the peak of the eminent saint stage. Ling Tian learned about this from whispering around his surroundings. For a moment, he was shocked as well. However, what was more shocking was the latter part of the discussion. The only son of the other mystical Sky Mansion's guardian? Only then did Ling Tian realize that other than having a high innate talent and powerful abilities, Gu Li's background was not simple at all. As it turned out, he was the only son of one of the two great mystical Sky Mansion's guardians. The two great guardians of mystical Sky Mansion were powerhouses who were widely acknowledged in the mystical Sky Mansion. They were only inferior to the mansion master. Although Gu Li's background was slightly inferior to Zhao Ji, there was not much difference between them. After all, Zhao Ji only had an additional vice mansion master as a father. Naturally, Ling Tian could tell the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples respected Gu Li not because of his background but because of his prowess. Yao Ji's background was slightly more powerful compared to Gu Li, but just how many respected him? Zhao Baiju looked at Gu Li and asked slightly anxiously, "Senior brother Gu Li, do you know Ling Tian?" Although he really wanted to stand up for his little junior brother and seek revenge for him, he was overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness when faced with Gu Li. If Gu Li really wanted to protect Duan Ling Tian, he and Zhao Heitu would not be able to do anything. For this reason, he could only pray in his heart that Gu Li merely wanted to watch the show and had no intention of helping Ling Tian. Although he felt the chances of that happening was zero, he still could not help but hope. "No, I don't." Gu Li's calm reply made Zhao Baiju's eyes brighten immediately. Even Zhao Heitu's eyes brightened as well. Gu Li did not know Ling Tian? The gloomy clouds that hung over Zhao Ji's head seemed to disperse immediately when he heard Gu Li's words. A bright smile immediately appeared on his face. Since Gu Li doesn't know him, why would he appear so suddenly? Just to announce to everyone he's here. Yao Ji felt a little discontented. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Ling Tian? When Gu Li's words left his mouth, the group of mystical Sky Mansion's disciples, except for Duan Ling Tian, was dumbfounded as well. They originally thought Gu Li was Ling Tian's trump card. It did not cross their minds that Gu Li would say he did not know Ling Tian. "It seems like we're wrong. Senior brother Gu Li is not Ling Tian's trump card." When senior brother Gu Li appeared, I thought Ling Tian would be able to escape this misfortune. I can't believe senior brother Gu Li is not here for Ling Tian. Since senior brother Gu Li doesn't know Ling Tian, there seems to be no reason for him to help Ling Tian. Perhaps senior brother Gu Li just wanted to reveal himself and watch the show? He probably has no intention of helping Ling Tian. Many mystical Sky Mansion's disciples whispered among themselves. Their eyes were filled with pity as they looked at Duan Ling Tian again. In their opinion, since Gu Li did not know Duan Ling Tian, he was definitely not here to help him. Without Gu Li's help, Ling Tian, naturally, would be unable to fight Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu even with senior Wang Pai's help. Senior brother Gu Li doesn't know junior brother Ling Tian? Wang Pai had a horrified expression on his face. His entire person seemed to deflate like a balloon. It felt as though he had fallen from heaven to hell. Although he intended to help Duan Ling Tian, he knew his own capability very well. Even with his help, he would be unable to block Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu. Gu Li's appearance at this moment was like the light that appeared in the dark that lit up his heart. If Gu Li was willing to help junior brother Ling Tian, he would definitely be able to emerge safely from this perilous situation. When Wang Pai saw Gu Li appeared, he had thought Gu Li knew his junior brother Ling Tian. However, he did not expect Gu Li to not know his junior brother Ling Tian at all. Since he did not know him, there was no reason for him to help him. Similar to Wang Pai, when Gu Li appeared, Wang Fei Xian also breathed a sigh of relief, thinking Gu Li was Duan Ling Tian's friend, and he would help him. Otherwise, why would he appear for no reason? However, a horrified expression appeared on her face the moment Gu Li said he did not know Ling Tian. Regardless, when she saw how calm Duan Ling Tian was from the beginning until the end, standing there indifferently as though the matter had nothing to do with him, she could not help but calm down a little as well. Based on this fellow's expression, it seems like he doesn't know Gu Li as well. Then, this must mean the confidence he had before had nothing to do with Gu Li. Don't tell me he really has a way of dealing with early eminent saint stage martial cultivators, even though his cultivation base is only at the peak of the refined saint stage. When Wang Fei Xian thought of this, she could not help but look forward to it deep in her heart, even though she still found it unbelievable. She looked at Duan Ling Tian with bright eyes as she muttered to herself, "I hope you're not bluffing. As it turns out, you don't know him, senior brother Gu Li." Zhao Heitu looked at Gu Li and smiled before his expression turned slightly sour. "Senior brother Gu Li, this Ling Tian is very arrogant. Not only did he injure my little junior brother, but he even humiliated him in front of everyone today. If you can make things easy for us, our Zhao clan will owe you a favor." Slap! As soon as Zhao Heitu's words left his mouth, the crisp sound of a slap reverberated in the air. Nobody saw Gu Li made a move, but Zhao Heitu's head suddenly turned to the side and was swollen. "Senior brother Gu Li, why you?" Naturally, Zhao Heitu was furious since he was slapped for no reason. However, he did not dare to show it in front of Gu Li, so he could only stare at Gu Li at a loss and with a wronged expression. Gu Li looked at Zhao He-tu mockingly as he asked indifferently, "Who are you to think that you can put on a sour face in front of me? Who are you to think that you can ask me to make things easy for you? Who are you to think that you're even worthy to represent the Zhao clan?" When everyone else, including Duan Tian, saw this, they were dumbstruck. None of them knew what Gu Li's intention was. He obviously did not know Duan Tian, but he actually slapped Zhao He-tu. Although Zhao He-tu's expression turned slightly sour earlier, everyone knew it was directed at Duan Tian, who knew Gu Li would use this as an excuse and slapped him, saying he was showing him a sour face. It was apparent he had the intention to help Duan Tian. "Gu Li, don't cross the line." Zhao Ji's expression turned grim as he glared at Gu Li. Although his strength was far inferior to Gu Li, he did not fear Gu Li since his background was more superior. However, Gu Li did not seem to have heard his angry words. From the beginning until the end, he had ignored him. Zhao Ji was extremely furious that he had almost reached his limit. It seemed as though his eyes were able to shoot fires. "Senior brother Gu Li, didn't you say that you don't know Ling Tian?" Unlike Zhao Ji, who had no fear since he knew he had a strong backing, when Zhao Baiju looked at Gu Li, his face was filled with bitterness and questions. The moment Zhao Baiju's words left his mouth, everyone, including Duan Tian, shifted their eyes to Gu Li. They were also curious as to why Gu Li wanted to shield Duan Tian since he did not know him. "Who says that I can't help him just because I don't know him?" Gu Li glanced at Zhao Baiju indifferently as a mocking smile appeared on his face. "What? Do you have any objection about this?" When Zhao Baiju heard this, he no longer said anything. Objection? Naturally, he objected to this. However, did he dare to say this out loud? He was not Zhao Ji. Taking into account his master and the guardian, Gu Li would not be ruthless even if he attacked Zhao Ji. However, Zhao Baiju's death would only be in vain if he was killed by Gu Li. Although he was willing to die for his master, he wanted to die for a worthy cause. Being killed over this matter was undoubtedly meaningless. "Junior brother Ling Tian, hurry up and thank senior brother Gu Li." At this moment, Wang Pai's voice resonated in Duan Tian's ears. Upon hearing that, Duan Tian regained his senses. As he looked at Gu Li's silhouette, he cupped his hands slightly before his chest. "Thank you, senior brother Gu Li." "Ha-ha." When Gu Li heard Duan Tian's voice, he immediately turned around and looked at Duan Tian and laughed out loud. "Junior brother Ling Tian, I've long heard about you, but it's a pity that we have no opportunity to meet each other. In order to see you, I intentionally came to Heaven Palace to watch the competition to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Previously, I only know that your martial Dao's innate talent is monstrously high, to the point that it's even higher than mine. However, I don't know you well enough. After all the incidents that transpired today, I realized you really suit my taste a lot." When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he had a "how regretful we didn't meet sooner" expression on his face. "Then I guess it's my honor." Duan Tian smiled. Although he did not fear Zhao Baiju and Zhao He-tu even without Gu Li's help, Gu Li did not know about this, so he felt that he owed Gu Li a favor. At the same time, the mystical Sky Mansion's disciples present on the scene also finally learned of the reason why Gu Li had helped Duan Tian even though he did not know him. As it turned out, he even felt it was a pity they did not meet sooner. Between Gu Li and Duan Tian, the former was widely acknowledged as the #1 genius to appear in several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion before this, while the latter was currently widely acknowledged as the #1 genius to appear in several hundred years in the mystical Sky Mansion. The moment the two of them met, they became friends immediately. Just like the saying, birds of a feather flock together. Gu Li. At this moment, when most people, including Zhao Baiju and Zhao He-tu, thought the incident was over, Zhao Ji's eyes were filled with fury as he looked at Gu Li and said in a deep voice, "Are you intentionally going against me?" Zhao Ji's voice was terrifyingly cold. It was as though it came straight from a thaw hole, making people's skin crawl. "Little junior brother." When Zhao Baiju and Zhao He-tu saw the smile disappeared from Gu Li's face and how Gu Li's gaze shifted from Duan Tian to Zhao Ji, they turned horrified immediately. Although they were not worried Gu Li would cross the line, he still dared to teach Zhao Ji a lesson at the very least. "Yes, I'm intentionally going against you. So what? Don't tell me you're going to teach me a lesson? Gu Li smiled mockingly as he looked at Zhao Ji indifferently. You! When Zhao Ji heard his words, his face turned green before it paled. However, he could not come up with a retort at all, let alone teach Gu Li a lesson. If he made his move, the one who would be doomed was him, not Gu Li. With just that bit of strength he possessed, he could not even defeat Duanling Tian, who was at the peak of the refined saint stage, let alone Gu Li, who was at the peak of the eminent saint stage. If you dare not, then stop talking in front of me, Gu Li said with a disgusted expression. After he looked away from Zhao Ji, he looked at Duanling Tian and smiled. Junior brother Ling Tian, I'm happy to get to know you. Let's go. Accompany me for a drink. After he finished speaking, he rose up into the air and flew to the distance quickly. Duanling Tian nodded at Wang Pai, Wang Fei Xian, and Lu Jian before following Gu Li and left, leaving behind only his slowly vanishing elegant silhouette to the crowd. The incident today finally came to an end. After Gu Li and Duanling Tian left, Zhao Ji, whose body was trembling in rage, let out a loud shout. His tone was filled with fury and discontentment. Gu Li, Ling Tian, Zhao Ji, swear that I won't let both of you get away with this. I won't let both of you go. Zhao Ji roared inwardly. If thoughts could kill, Duanling Tian and Gu Li would have long been killed by him. That fellow's really lucky. To think even Gu Li would help him. After everything had come to an end, Wang Fei Xian sighed in relief. To her, this was the best outcome. She still did not feel reassured for Duanling Tian to personally make a move. Duanling Tian followed Gu Li to his place for a drink. After a round of drinking, both of them had already familiarized themselves with each other. Naturally, this was because Gu Li was a genuine person, and this suited Duanling Tian very well. After 3 rounds of drinking, Duanling Tian looked at Gu Li and asked with a smile, Senior brother Gu Li, is it true you helped me because I'm to your liking? Of course. Gu Li hesitated slightly before he nodded his head. Really? Duanling Tian stared at Gu Li's eyes unblinkingly as though he was trying to search for the answer in his eyes. Enough. Stop looking. The eyes were the window to one's heart and soul. Even Gu Li could not make his eyes lie. When he saw Duanling Tian staring into his eyes, he gave in immediately. He answered obediently. The reason I appeared then and helped you is because of Grand Master. Grand Master told me about you and even said that your innate talent is higher than mine. Coupled with your fame in the mystical sky mansion, I became curious about you. As it turns out, Grand Master's judgment is right. You're really extraordinary. Grand Master. Duanling Tian was confused. He did not know who Gu Li meant by Grand Master. As far as he knew, Gu Li's father was one of the 2 great guardians of the mystical sky mansion. He's someone from the same generation as the Mansion Master. His position in the mystical sky mansion could be considered as very high. In the mystical sky mansion, not many people had a position that was higher in seniority than Gu Li's father. However, the Grand Master that Gu Li mentioned must have higher seniority than his father. Spirit Pool. Gu Li spat out 2 words when he saw how confused Duanling Tian was to give him a clue. Oh, so that senior's actually your Grand Master. Since Gu Li had already given him a clue, Duanling Tian would be slow if he still could not guess who Gu Li's Grand Master was. Gu Li's Grand Master was the one-armed man guarding the spirit pool. Then, does this mean that Senior is your master's master? Duanling Tian asked. He's my father's master. I don't have a master yet. Gu Li smiled. My master must be waiting for me in the upper province if the Tao Marshal Saint land. You're going to the upper province, Senior brother Gu Li? Duanling Tian was slightly taken aback. Yes. Gu Li nodded. I'll go to the upper province when my cultivation base has broken through to the divine saint stage. It has always been a goal of mine to go to the upper province. Duanling Tian nodded. He understood this. In the lower province of the Tao Marshal Saint land, Gu Li was not the only one with the objective to go to the upper province. Many powerhouses with monstrously high innate talent and were confident all wanted to go to the upper province since that was where true powerhouses in the Tao Marshal Saint land gathered. In that place, there were many powerhouses that the lower province of the Tao Marshal Saint land did not have. Soon, Duanling Tian asked.
Another year at the most, Gu Li replied with a smile. He had a confident expression on his face. He would break through to the Divine Saint stage in a year at most and head to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land.
So soon? Duan Tian was even more surprised. Perhaps it's quite fast compared to the others. However, compared to you, junior brother Tian, it's not fast at all. I believe you'll definitely be able to break through to the Divine Saint stage before the age of 50. Gu Li deeply admired Duan Tian's innate talent.
Moreover, he had a very high opinion of him as well. Junior brother Tian, do you have plans of going to the upper province after breaking through to the Divine Saint stage? Gu Li asked. Of course. Duan Tian nodded without any hesitation. He must go to the upper province, but only after he had broken through to the Divine Saint stage. With his current cultivation base, he would still need a long time before he could break through to the Divine Saint stage. He could not afford to wait for so long.
He had already made up his mind to head to the upper province once his cultivation base had broken through to the eminent saint stage to look for Kur and his child.
It seems like both of us have the same goal and don't plan to waste our time in the lower province. It seems like I'll have to work hard and carve a place for myself in the upper province before your arrival, so I can take care of you when you arrive, junior brother Tian. Gu Li smiled. I believe you'll definitely be able to carve a place for yourself in the upper province. Senior brother Gu Li. Duan Tian smiled as well.
Some people might not be friends even though they had known each other for a long time. However, both of them were compatible. Although they had only known each other for less than a day, they became fast friends and sincere ones on top of that. Junior brother Tian, when we were at the summit of the Heaven Palace, I saw you fighting the Luo brothers. Your territory and true origin seemed to be similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin when he appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district previously. Could it be that you actually know him? Gu Li asked as he suddenly recalled this matter. Senior brother Gu Li, how do you know my territory and true origin are similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin? Duan Tian asked, puzzled. If someone from the Sky Hurdle Mansion or Raging Wave Mansion felt his territory and true origin were similar to Li Feng's territory and true origin, he would not find it surprising since many people from the Sky Hurdle Mansion and Raging Wave Mansion were present during the Rising Sky ranking battle. However, Gu Li was a disciple from the Mystical Sky Mansion. He was neither from the Sky Hurdle Mansion nor the Raging Wave Mansion. When the Rising Sky Mansions district was holding the Rising Sky ranking battle, a friend of mine happened to be there. My friend's a Dao Talisman master, so he's particularly competent with the Mirror Image Talisman. Due to the reason that the Rising Sky ranking battle was held in the Nimble Chess Set formation in Nimble Valley, ordinary Mirror Image Talismans wouldn't have been able to record what had transpired inside. Gu Li explained. Although the mirror image talisman my friend inscribed was unable to perfectly record everything that had taken place in the Nimble chess set, it could still record some footage. In that footage, I saw Li Feng and his territory and true origin. They're almost identical to your territory and true origin. Not only that, I've heard rumors that you knew Li Feng when you first joined our mystical sky mansion. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, he paused for a moment and looked at Duan Tian, waiting for his reply. Senior brother Gu Li, although we've known each other for less than a day, we hit it off right from the start. Due to this reason, I won't hide this from you, Duan Tian said. Although they had known each other for less than a day, Duan Tian had regarded Gu Li as a friend he could be open with. He was also certain Gu Li would never betray him. Oh, when Gu Li heard Duan Tian's words, he became even more curious. To be honest, Li Feng, who appeared in the Rising Sky Mansions district previously, is actually me, Duan Tian told him honestly. What? It was apparent that Gu Li was shocked by his words. Junior brother Tian, what's going on? As far as I know, whether it's you or Li Feng, both of you did not have any trace of disguise at all. I've seen Li Feng's appearance through the mirror image talisman before this. He's ordinary looking, completely different from your handsome appearance. That's because I know a disguising secret tactic that allows me to change my appearance by using my true origin. Duan Tian spoke slowly as the muscles on his face began to shift. In the end, under Gu Li's shocked gaze, he transformed into an ordinary-looking young man. Gu Li was not unfamiliar with this ordinary-looking young man. He looked exactly like Li Feng, whom he had seen in the mirror image talisman previously.
I can't believe there's actually such an amazing disguising secret tactic in this world. Guli praised him when returned to his senses and gave him a thumbs up. Junior brother Ling Tian, is there any reason you disguised yourself when you joined the Rising Sky ranking battle? Guli found this a little strange. Senior brother Guli, the reason I joined the Rising Sky ranking battle was due to, since Duan Ling Tian did not intend to conceal Li Feng's identity in front of Guli, he disclosed everything that happened with Han Xuanai to him. I see. After listening to Duan Ling Tian, Guli finally understood Duan Ling Tian's reason. In that case, this Xuanai girl must be extremely grateful to you since you killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, and allowed her to escape from the marriage arrangement. Su Jing's not dead. Duan Ling Tian shook his head. His eyes shone coldly when he thought about Su Jing. How's that possible? Upon hearing this, an expression of disbelief appeared on Guli's face. Although the footage my friend recorded through the mirror image talisman wasn't that clear. I saw you piercing the place between Su Jing's brows with a sword. It's impossible that he's not dead. Although Guli was not present during the Rising Sky ranking battle, he saw the incident that had taken place that day through the mirror image talisman his friend had recorded. Although the footage was not very clear, he still managed to witness how Duan Ling Tian killed Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion. His sword had pierced the space between Su Jing's brows. Even deities would not be able to save him. Due to this reason, when Duan Ling Tian said Su Jing was not dead, Guli immediately refuted it. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by Guli's reaction. With a smile, he asked, Senior brother Guli, have you heard about the soul congregation technique? Soul congregation technique? When Guli heard his words, he was stunned. Then, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Duan Ling Tian in bewilderment. Junior brother Ling Tian? You mean, Su Jing, the young mansion master of the Rising Sky Mansion, mastered the soul congregation technique? Yes. Duan Ling Tian nodded. How's it possible? I've never heard of any devil cultivators in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land that cultivates a devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique at all. As far as I know, those devil Dao cultivation methods that contain the soul congregation technique are all amazing. They're only usually found in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Guli had heard of the soul congregation technique before, but he found it hard to believe when he was told that somebody in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land actually found out about the soul congregation technique. There's no absolute in this world, Duan Ling Tian sighed before saying, Senior brother Guli, since your friend was present at that time, I'm sure you've heard about Su Jing's progress in a short span of a year. Yes, Guli nodded. I heard from my friend that Su Jing had gone to the peak of the Refined Saint stage from the early Refined Saint stage in just a year. Don't tell me that it's because he cultivated an amazing Devil Dao cultivation method that he made such huge progress. When Guli reached the end of his sentence, he finally pieced the puzzle together. The Devil Dao cultivation method that he cultivates must not be an ordinary one. However, even if a person uses shortcuts when cultivating the highest grade Devil Dao cultivation method in the Dao Martial Saint Land, it'll still be impossible to break through 3 consecutive stages in just a year. Imagine being an early refined Saint stage Devil cultivator and rise to become a Devil cultivator at the peak of the refined Saint stage in just a year, Duan Ling Tian said with a grim expression. For this reason, I suspect that Su Jing must have cultivated some extraordinary Devil Dao cultivation method. That Devil Dao cultivation method might even be one of those heaven-defying ones. Otherwise, his cultivation base wouldn't have risen so quickly. Naturally, this is only my speculation. If my speculation is wrong, then it means he must have had some shocking fortuitous encounter. Shocking fortuitous encounter in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Guli shook his head. Compared to the latter, I think the former is more likely. He must have cultivated some brilliant Devil Dao cultivation method. I don't know much about Devil Dao cultivation methods, so I'll ask my Grandmaster later if there are any Devil Dao cultivation methods that contain the soul congregation technique. Grandmaster has lived for a long time, so he knows more than I do. However, since Su Jing did not die, why did the Rising Sky Mansion let the news of his death spread out and didn't refute it? Guli found this very strange. This is not hard to deduce, Duan Ling Tian replied. It's because Su Jing has cultivated a devil Dao cultivation method that contains the soul congregation technique. That's how he escaped death. If news of this spread out, it wouldn't be good for the Rising Sky Mansion. Why didn't I thought of this? Before Duan Ling Tian could finish his sentence, Gu Li interrupted him. He finally understood now. If the news of Su Jing being alive spreads out, someone will definitely be able to connect his survival to the soul congregation technique. That soul congregation technique only exists in those brilliant devil Dao cultivation method. Once the news of Su Jing mastering that kind of devil Dao cultivation method spreads out, the Rising Sky Mansion would definitely be targeted. At that time, even quasi-third-rate forces like our mystical Sky Mansion would also be interested in the devil Dao cultivation method that Su Jing mastered. We might even try to snatch it, let alone the other fourth-rate forces. Gu Li was not an idiot. After he listened to Duan Ling Tian, he managed to piece the puzzle together. Exactly. Duan Ling Tian nodded before chuckling loudly. The people from the Rising Sky Mansion are not idiots either. So what if they're not idiots? There's no wall that's absolutely impenetrable in this world. No matter how much they try to hide this fact, we still found out, didn't we? Gu Li smiled before looking at Duan Ling Tian. Then his smile faded, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Junior brother Ling Tian, I learned about this from you, so I'd like to ask your opinion about me telling this to my father, so that he can inform the mansion master. If that devil Dao cultivation method is really evil, then it's better for the mystical Sky Mansion to safe-keep it than let it spread outside. If it's not an evil devil Dao cultivation method and is only a high-grade devil Dao cultivation method, then it would undoubtedly be a great gain for the mystical Sky Mansion. Gu Li looked at Duan Ling Tian solemnly when he reached the end of his sentence. Senior brother Gu Li, before I give you a reply, there's a question I must ask you. Duan Ling Tian's expression turned solemn as well as he stared at Gu Li earnestly. Ask away. When Gu Li saw the solemn expression on Duan Ling Tian's face, he became serious as well. I want to know if it's discovered that Su Jing was indeed cultivating a devil Dao cultivation method that's really evil. Would the mystical Sky Mansion let anyone cultivate that devil Dao cultivation method if they obtain the cultivation method? Duan Ling Tian asked. Although the Dao Martial Saint Land had always been ruled by the strong, and killing and being killed was the norm here, there were some devil Dao cultivation methods that were utterly evil and inhumane. Any ordinary and sane person would not be able to accept it at all. No, Gu Li shook his head. Junior brother Ling Tian, you've just entered the mystical Sky Mansion not long ago. Perhaps you don't know about this, but many years ago, during the battle against those inhumane devil Dao cultivators in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the ancestor of our current mansion master of mystical Sky Mansion was one of the powerhouses who was on the side of justice. For this reason, as long as mansion master is still around, nobody would be able to cultivate those kinds of devil Dao cultivation methods even if we managed to get our hands on it. Lord Mansion Master will never allow it, Gu Li said. When Duan Ling Tian heard his words, he felt at ease. In that case, I don't have any objections about this. Come to think of it, this is great news for me as well. It would be fine if the Rising Sky Mansion obediently cooperates with the mystical Sky Mansion. But if they don't, then I'm afraid what awaits them is only annihilation. Whether they cooperate or not, they'll still be annihilated no matter what, Gu Li replied as his eyes gleamed. Oh! Duan Ling Tian was dumbfounded. They would still be annihilated even if they obediently hand over the devil Dao cultivation method? All the Rising Sky Mansion's members who know about the devil Dao cultivation method won't be spared. After all, even if our mystical Sky Mansion manages to obtain the devil Dao cultivation method, we wouldn't want anyone to know about it. There are still the Mountain Shade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion above our mystical Sky Mansion in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. If they know we've obtained that devil Dao cultivation method, they would definitely want to share as well, Gu Li said. As the saying goes, a man's wealth will only bring his ruin due to others' greed. I'm sure you're familiar with the saying, junior brother Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian nodded. It was precisely because of this the Rising Sky Mansion was going to be targeted by the mystical Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was a fourth-rate force, it was nothing in front of a quasi-third-rate force. Due to the reason Su Jing had cultivated the devil Dao cultivation method that contained the soul congregation technique, Gu Li went to see his father in a haste. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian soon parted ways with Gu Li and returned to his own place. 10 days later would be the day the Saint Martial Secret Zone opens. Duan Ling Tian was looking forward to the opening of the Saint Martial Secret Zone in 10 days' time. Naturally, what he was looking forward to was those divine ability relics inside and the hardships and dangers he would encounter during the journey to search for the divine ability relics. It was like a test. As far as he knew, ancient formations would be everywhere in the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Basically, all of the divine ability relics had layers upon layers of tests that was set up in ancient times. Only those who passed the test and survived until the end would be able to obtain the divine ability relics. If more than one person found a divine ability relic, these people who have to fight until the end to compete for the ownership of the divine ability relic. The Saint Martial Secret Zone is the secret zone left behind since ancient times. It's said that one could create clones and roam in the Saint Martial Secret Zone using the clone. Once it's killed, the clone would shatter and the soul would return to one's body. At the same time, one would be eliminated as well. This was also one of the reasons why Duan Ling Tian was looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Clone projection. What kind of technique was that? Duan Ling Tian found it hard to imagine, but at the same time he was slightly eager to try it. It's said that the Saint Martial Secret Zone has existed since ancient times, but nobody knew exactly when. At the very least, the Saint Martial Secret Zone mentioned in the books in the library in the main mansion of Mystical Sky Mansion had no information about it. It's uncertain when the Saint Martial Secret Zone began to exist and who was the one who opened it. Ever since he left the main mansion's library, he had been looking forward to the Saint Martial Secret Zone. Now that he had obtained the opportunity to enter the Saint Martial Secret Zone in 10 days' time, he could not help but feel excited. Moreover, it seems like I don't have to deal with Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion, anymore. Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself when he recalled his conversation with Gu Li. Now that Mystical Sky Mansion was going to interfere, the Rising Sky Mansion would not have a good ending and the main person, Su Jing, would not be able to escape death as well. A divine saint stage powerhouse who specialized in cultivating spiritual energy and divine consciousness would be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic and make a person reveal all his secrets. Naturally, such a divine saint stage powerhouse was rare. If it was a powerhouse at the exemplary saint stage or above, even if he did not specialize in cultivating the spiritual energy and divine consciousness, he would still be able to cast the soul-searching secret tactic easily. With the soul-searching secret tactic, there was no need to worry that Su Jing would not say a single word. Once he had spoken, his life would also lose its value since the Mystical Sky Mansion would never let him go. In the Mystical Sky Mansion, although there are no divine saint stage powerhouses who specialized in cultivating spiritual energy and divine consciousness, there was no lack of divine saint stage powerhouses at all. For this reason, performing the soul-searching secret tactic was not an issue for the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, the Saint Martial Secret Zone will be opened in 10 days' time. Even if the Mystical Sky Mansion wants to make their move on the Rising Sky Mansion, I'm afraid it would have to wait until we come out from the Saint Martial Secret Zone. The opening of the Saint Martial Secret Zone would be personally presided by the Mansion Master of Mystical Sky Mansion. Set aside the fact that the Mystical Sky Mansion would not be able to do anything to the Rising Sky Mansion due to the Saint Martial Secret Zone's opening, the Mystical Sky Mansion would also need to spend some time to come up with a strategy to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion. Although the Rising Sky Mansion was inferior to the Mystical Sky Mansion in terms of strength as a fourth-rate force, it was quite powerful as well. If the Mystical Sky Mansion confronted them directly, the Mystical Sky Mansion would definitely win, but they would suffer heavy losses as well. Naturally, it still would not affect the foundation of the Mystical Sky Mansion. However, if the Mystical Sky Mansion was well prepared, it would be able to deal with the Rising Sky Mansion with minimal damage on their side. This was the prowess of a quasi-third-rate force. Wait a minute! Just as Duan Ling Tian extended one leg into his room, a voice resonated from behind him. It was a female voice. Without even the need to turn around, he knew whose voice it was. It was none other than Wang Fei Xian. Is there any matter? Duan Ling Tian turned around and smiled as he looked at her. After the incident today, Duan Ling Tian had completely regarded Wang Fei Xian as his friend in his heart.
Although she was a woman, her accomplishments had surpassed many men. When faced with Zhao Baiju and Zhao Heitu, Wang Feixian already knew she was not their match, but she still stepped out to defend him. When Wang Feixian saw Duanling Tian smiling at her, her delicate face flushed immediately. Naturally, she had noticed the change in Duanling Tian's treatment of her. This was undoubtedly something worth being happy about. Actually, it's not an important matter. I just want to ask you if you knew senior brother Gu Li prior to this. Wang Feixian asked. No, Duanling Tian shook his head. Then, does this mean what senior brother Gu Li said was true? That he didn't know you at all prior to today? And that the reason he helped you was because of your innate talent, and he likes your character? Wang Feixian believed Duanling Tian's words. Due to this, her eyes widened, and she had a shocked expression on her face. Well, it's not entirely because of that. Duanling Tian did not intend to hide the truth from Wang Feixian. You must remember the senior who guards the Heaven Palace's spirit pool, right? He's senior brother Gu Li's father's master. This makes him senior brother Gu Li's grand master. It's because that senior mentioned me to senior brother Gu Li and praised me that he became curious about me. Today, he came to see me in action. When he appeared to help me, it was also because he has taken a liking to my character. Duanling Tian finished his sentence in one breath. That senior is actually Guardian Gu's master? When Wang Feixian heard his words, she could not help but gasp. Her voice trembled when she spoke. It was obvious she was greatly surprised. Guardian Gu was Gu Li's father. He was also one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. In the mystical Sky Mansion, the two great guardians' positions and strength were only inferior to the mansion master. After a while, Wang Feixian finally returned to her senses. She looked at Duanling Tian again and said, There's another reason I came looking for you. It's that other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion. Similar to Renfei, he didn't get the spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. For this reason, I'm afraid you won't be able to return the favor you owe their senior. All right, Duanling Tian nodded. He was not entirely surprised by this since he had his doubts if the other person from the Sky Hurdle Mansion would be able to earn a spot to enter the Saint Martial secret zone. I only came to inform you of this. I won't bother you anymore. Cultivate properly, and I'll see you in 10 days' time. Wang Feixian bade farewell to Duanling Tian after she finished telling him the information she had. Duanling Tian also returned to his own room and entered the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda immediately. 10 days outside was equivalent to 50 days inside the third level of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda. That was almost 2 months' time. 2 months were enough for Duanling Tian to further elevate his cultivation base and comprehend the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. While Duanling Tian was cultivating, the seemingly tranquil on the surface mystical Sky Mansion was seething with chaos underneath. After Gu Li parted ways with Duanling Tian, he went to look for his father, Gu Xiayun, one of the two great guardians of the mystical Sky Mansion. Lear, is there a reason you came looking for me in such a rush? If another person had disrupted his cultivation like that, he would be furious. However, since the person who interrupted his cultivation was his only son, not only was he not angry, but he spoke to him warmly with a smile on his face. Father, I don't mean to interrupt your cultivation. However, there's a matter that's extremely important that I need to speak to you about. When Gu Li reached the end of his sentence, his expression was solemn and earnest. Oh? What's the matter? Gu Xiayun knew his only son very well. If it was not an important matter, his expression would not be this solemn. Perhaps, Gu Xiayun was affected by Gu Li because his expression turned grim. Faced with his own father, Gu Li, who had Duanling Tian's permission, did not hold back and told his father everything that Duanling Tian had told him, including his speculation. Su Jing, the young mansion master of Rising Sky Mansion? A Devil Dao cultivation technique that contains the Soul Congregation technique. Gu Xiayun narrowed his eyes when he heard Gu Li's words. As one of the mystical Sky Mansion's two great guardians and Gu Li's father, Gu Xiayun, naturally, had a wider knowledge than Gu Li. He also knew more about the Soul Congregation technique. He knew that it was a technique that could grant a devil cultivator a second life.
In the Dao Martial Saint land, the Devil Dao cultivation methods that contained soul congregation technique were extremely rare. Moreover, it was almost impossible to be found in the lower province. They were usually found in the upper province. However, he just found out from his son that such a Devil Dao cultivation method had appeared in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land.
Gu Xiaoyun's breathing immediately quickened.
If such an evil and inhumane Devil Dao cultivation method really existed here, it had to be destroyed immediately. If it was not evil or inhumane, it would undoubtedly be a great gain for the mystical Sky Mansion if they obtained it. Perhaps the mystical Sky Mansion would be able to produce many powerful devil cultivators through this Devil Dao cultivation method in the future. They might even be able to rise to the level of the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion and become a force that could stand at the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. To an ordinary person, a quasi-third-rate force was a force that stood at the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. However, in actual fact, only two forces were able to stand at the summit of the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land, and it was the Mountainshade Black Market and the Azure Cloud Mansion. This matter is of utmost importance. I must personally report this to the Lord Mansion Master. Gu Xiaoyun said solemnly. Lear, follow me to see the Lord Mansion Master. Yes, Father. Gu Li replied before following Gu Xiaoyun to see the current Mansion Master of the Mystical Sky Mansion. At the same time, Zhao Ji had also arrived at the main mansion of the Mystical Sky Mansion. He immediately went to look for his father to complain. Father, Gu Li has really gone too far in bullying me. Zhao Ji stared at the middle-aged man in front of him with a humiliated and resentful expression on his face. There were hints of hatred in his eyes as well. And that new disciple, Ling Tian. How dare he slapped me twice in front of everyone. Not only did he not respect me, but he has no respect for you either, Father. The middle-aged man was wearing a light green long robe and resembled Zhao Ji by 50 to 60%. He was none other than Zhao Ji's father, Zhao Deng, one of the vice mansion masters of Mystical Sky Mansion.
What's going on? Zhao Deng was originally someone who would side with people on his side regardless if they were right or wrong. Zhao Ji was his only son. He became instantly furious after listening to Zhao Ji's words.
Zhao Ji became excited when he saw how furious his father had become. This was because he knew his father would seek revenge on his behalf now that he was angry. Due to this reason, he quickly recounted what had happened. He did not mince his words. He didn't even try to hide his good-for-nothing personality. Naturally, he was so relaxed because he knew even if he told the truth, his father would still seek revenge for him. In his father's eyes, even if he killed someone, his father would clean up the mess for him and deal with everything, let alone the small act of bullying someone. Gu Li didn't know him but still helped him. Zhao Deng's expression turned grave when he heard his son's story. If it was some other Mystical Sky Mansion's disciple, he would have long asked one of his men to teach that person a lesson. However, that person was Gu Li. Gu Li was not only the strongest person on the Mystical Sky ranking, but he was also the only son of Gu Xiaoyun, the Mystical Sky Mansion's guardian.
Gu Xiaoyun only managed to have a son when he was old, so everyone in the Mystical Sky Mansion knew just how much he doted on Gu Li. If he wanted to make his move on Gu Li, Gu Xiaoyun would definitely get even with him for all he was worth. Although he was a vice mansion master of the Mystical Sky Mansion, he was still far from being comparable to Gu Xiaoyun in terms of position and strength. Gu Xiaoyun was someone at the same level as his father. It's impossible Gu Li didn't know him. Zhao Ji said furiously, Father, think about it.
If Gu Li really doesn't know Ling Tian, why would he stand up for him for no reason? Even if it was just as Gu Li said, he didn't know Ling Tian and only helped him because he likes his character. But Ling Tian slapped me twice and humiliated me publicly. Would he have dared to act like that if he has no backing? In fact, he was not facing me. He was facing senior brother Bai Ju and senior brother He Tu. He's a mere martial cultivator at the peak of the refined saint stage, and yet, he was able to maintain his composure in front of senior brother Bai Ju and senior brother He Tu. What else can it be if it's not Gu Li backing him?
When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he became even more furious.
Jier. Zhao Deng looked at Zhao Ji and said in a deep voice, You know Gu Li's background. Even I won't be able to make a move on him. I know that, Father. Zhao Ji nodded his head angrily. It's okay if you can't do anything to Gu Li since his father is Guardian Gu after all. However, when I think of how Ling Tian escaped unharmed, I'm unable to stomach the insult. So what if his innate talent is slightly higher? He doesn't even have any position yet. What happens when he's given a position in the future? Wouldn't he be even more daring then? He already dared to slap me twice in front of everyone without any position. What's he going to do if he's given a position?
Wouldn't he be stepping on my head then?
Zhao Ji paused for a moment as he looked at Zhao Deng and continued to say anxiously, Father, please tell me that Lord Mansion Master is not serious in wanting to take Ling Tian as his direct disciple. If he really becomes Lord Mansion Master's disciple, not only would he surpass me in strength, but he would surpass me in terms of position as well. With the way he acted today, I won't be able to stay in the mystical sky mansion anymore if he gains the upper hand. When Zhao Ji reached the end of his sentence, he lowered his head. His expressions were one of bitterness and helplessness. Zhao Deng did not notice that when Zhao Ji lowered his head, a wicked look flashed across his eyes. Humph! When Zhao Deng heard how wrong Zhao Ji was, his expression turned cold immediately. He's only a new disciple who just entered our mystical sky mansion. To think he's already so arrogant. Wouldn't it be worse if he gains the upper hand?
Father, I don't want to leave the mystical sky mansion. Zhao Ji lifted his head with tears brimming in his eyes, looking extremely pitiful.
Jir, don't worry. Since Ling Tian's so blind as to go against you, I, as your father, naturally won't just sit back and watch. However, Ling Tian's innate talent is indeed remarkable.
It's truly a waste if we have to kill him. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his opinion changed a little.
Father! When Zhao Ji heard his words, he became anxious immediately. Based on his father's words, it seemed as though he did not have the heart to seek revenge from Ling Tian. How could he possibly not feel anxious?
Jia, don't worry. He has already offended our Zhao clan for treating you like this. Even if your grandfather and I love a genius, there's no way we'll let him enter the Zhao clan.
Such a genius would undoubtedly be a latent danger to us if he doesn't enter our Zhao clan. When Zhao Deng reached the end of his sentence, his eyes gleamed coldly. We must get rid of such latent danger.
We must kill him before he has grown into his full potential. When Zhao Ji heard how resolute Zhao Deng's words were, he sighed in relief inwardly. Things were developing in the direction he was expecting. Father, you've yet to answer my question. Zhao Ji tensed up as though he was reminded of something as he asked, did Lord Mansion Master really take a liking to his innate talent and wants to accept him as a disciple?
Jir, I won't lie to you. There's an 80% possibility that Lord Mansion Master will take Ling Tian as his direct disciple openly after all of you come out from the St. Martial secret zone. Moreover, it might be the last disciple he'll ever accept. Zhao Deng answered solemnly. Last disciple? When Zhao Deng's words entered Zhao Ji's ears, it was as though a bolt of lightning had struck him. The Lord Mansion Master's last disciple.
He knew what this meant.
Father, he can't. We can't let him become Lord Mansion Master's last disciple. Zhao Ji was completely panicking.
He could imagine how the title of the second generation's strongest person in the mystical sky mansion would change owner to Ling Tian if he became the last disciple of the Lord Mansion Master of mystical sky mansion. Moreover, with their dispute, would Ling Tian let him go so easily?
Jir, don't panic. When Zhao Deng saw how panicked Zhao Ji was, he reassured him. Even if Ling Tian wants to become Lord Mansion Master's direct disciple or his last disciple, all of this will only be decided after all of you come out from the St. Martial secret zone. Now go and look for your great senior brother and tell him I require his presence. I have my own plans. Yes, father. Although Zhao Ji did not know what plans his father had, he still obediently went to look for his great senior brother.
Zhao Ji's great senior brother was the eldest disciple under Zhao Deng's command. At the same time, he was also ranked third on the mystical sky ranking. Just like Gu Li, he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage.
Naturally, although he was a martial cultivator at the peak of the eminent saint stage as well, his prowess was much inferior compared to Gu Li. Zhao Ji's great senior brother was called Wei Wei. He was a middle-aged man with a compact build. His eyes brimmed with vigor, and he had a pair of thick eyebrows that made him look imposing. Master requested for my presence? When Wei Wei found out that Zhao Deng was looking for him, he did not dare to dally and immediately stopped his cultivation to follow Zhao Ji to see Zhao Deng. During the journey, he asked, "Little junior brother, do you know why Master's looking for me?"
Great senior brother, I think father requested your presence because he wants you to seek revenge for me, Zhao Ji replied.
What happened? Wei Wei's expression turned grim immediately as anger burned in his eyes. To think someone actually dared to bully his little junior brother. How daring of that person.
As Zhao Deng's eldest disciple, Wei Wei's respect towards Zhao Deng had reached a level where he worshipped Zhao Deng like a deity.
It was precisely because of this, he had always doted on Zhao Ji, Zhao Deng's only son, and regarded him as his biological younger brother.
When he heard that Zhao Ji was bullied and this matter was even made known to his master, how could he not be furious?
After listening to Zhao Ji's story, Wei Wei's expression turned even grimmer. I've heard of Ling Tian as well. Initially, I thought our mystical sky mansion is going to have an amazing person, but it did not cross my mind he's so arrogant. If he grows into his full potential in the future, it might not be a good thing for mystical sky mansion as well. However, it's obvious Gu Li has some relationship with him since he shielded him. With Gu Li's presence, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for me to make a move. Although Wei Wei wanted to teach Ling Tian a lesson and seek revenge for his junior brother, he would not be able to make a move if Ling Tian was under Gu Li's protection since he was no match for Gu Li at all. Great senior brother, I've already thought about this. However, since father asked to see you, I'm sure he has a plan. Zhao Ji had already thought of those things that Wei Wei said. Still, he chose to believe in his father.
All right, I believe in master. Wei Wei nodded his head. He believed in his master unconditionally.
Master. However, when Wei Wei went with Zhao Ji to see Zhao Deng, just as he bowed at Zhao Deng, a slightly rushed voice resonated from outside before Zhao Deng could even reply. Lord Vice Mansion Master. Lord Mansion Master requires your presence immediately, the voice said. Upon hearing this, one could tell it was urgent. Due to this reason, Zhao Deng left immediately. However, before he left, he did not forget to look at Wei Wei and Zhao Ji. Weier, Jier, wait here for my return. I'll go and see Lord Mansion Master first.